by eZWay Network, where influence meets opportunity and purpose meets profit. This is a groundbreaking virtual and televised experience bringing together the world's top entrepreneurs, celebrity influencers, and thought leaders who have mastered the art of turning their passion into prosperity. Get ready to learn, connect, and grow as we spotlight powerful voices sharing million-dollar strategies and heart-driven success. This is more than an event, it's a movement. Welcome to the eZWay.
Get ready for a transformational experience at the Influence to Income Summit, where some of the most prominent thought leaders and trailblazers come together to share powerful insights on turning purpose into profit. Featuring legends like Jeff Hoffman, Senior Executive from Priceline, Dr. Tina D. Lewis, founder of Global Women Speakers, Don Green, CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, Dr. Dante Sears, founder of Wealth XO, Omar Periu, 32 best-selling author, host of Zero to Wealth, Deb Drummond, executive producer for the Women's Channel, Greg Reed, executive producer of the Wishman movie on Netflix, Kate Linder, Young and the Restless Star, Van Chozo, CFO for River Rock Films, Andy Monet, co-founder for Trailblazers TV, Jeffrey Hazlett, chairman of C-Suite Network, Shyla Day, founder of Women of Purpose, David T. Fagan, former CEO of Guerrilla Marketing, Laurel Langmeyer, the millionaire maker from The Secret, Lauren McKay, Emmy Award-winning executive producer, TV host and founder of McKay Enterprises, Albert Corey, financial and tax expert, and many more. This is your chance to learn directly from the best. Hosted by Karen Hall and creator of the eZWay interactive app Dr. Eric Zuli. Benefiting better vision for children. Powered by the award-winning eZWay network, this televised event is broadcast across multiple platforms and designed to help you master the art of monetizing your influence. Register free now at www.influencetoincomesummit.com.
If you want to amplify your reach, visibility, and generate more sales leads, joint venture partners, and increase your bottom line by one simple login, then eZWay Network is your solution to greatness. Sign up to eZWayNetwork.com, use invite code eZWay, or use the invite code of the person that referred you. Our all-in-one marketing solutions hub can help boost your event, podcast, and increase your relationship equity by the click of a button. What are you waiting for? eZWayNetwork.com.
eZWay Interactive. Start connecting the eZWay. Are you ready to connect like never before? Introducing the eZWay Interactive app, your ultimate social solutions network. Whether you're looking to network, collaborate, or simply share ideas, eZWay makes it easy to engage with like-minded individuals and organizations. Discover innovative solutions, join exciting discussions, and expand your horizon, all in one powerful platform. Don't miss out on the future of social networking. Download eZWay Interactive now and unlock endless possibilities. Next event. Visit www.influencetoincomesummit.com. Get seen on TV, in magazines, and pushed on press releases to the masses. Email eZWaypromotions@gmail.com to learn more. Call 1-877-399-2929. Influence to Income Summit, powered by eZWay Network.
Like no other brands. We're interactive, living on the edge. Download the app and take the pledge. We are the fire in the dark at night. With eZWay, we shine so bright. Together we elevate, fly so high. eZWay, community touching the sky. Leaping through the future, break the mold.
Hey, it's on. Andy, it's so great to be with you today. Welcome to day 2 of Influence to Income Virtual Summit. I know, we feel like Yeah, see, we're the cue, the clap. We're
I love it.
so it wasn't yesterday just an incredible day?
I love these things. And, when people first hear about like all day events, I think some people get a little nervous, but like once you're in, you're like, I don't want to get off anymore, which I think is super exciting.
I do too. And it's, you think, okay, that was so good. And then the next one comes on, you're like, wow, that one was so amazing too. And it's just like, it just keeps going. You think, could there possibly be more amazingness? But there is.
There is. No, that's what's so awesome and wonderful. And I mean, if I think these are great for, like we talked about, experts, authors, speakers, influencers, coaches, like it almost doesn't matter what industry you're in, because these are just, they're so fabulous.
Yes, that is so true. And I think that a lot of people don't realize that it doesn't matter what industry you're in. You can utilize this information. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting, I coach speakers so that they can overcome their fears and be able to speak. And a lot of people think, well, that means speaking on stage like this, where we provide these opportunities for speakers. But it doesn't just mean on stage, because I read a study that said that people that were able to speak publicly were more successful and earned more money because they
Oh,
could.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and one of the, as I interrupt you, because everybody who knows me knows that's my superpower. But the other thing is that speaking on stage isn't always just like a physical stage. Like you can be in a meeting, in a group meeting, you can be talking in front of colleagues, you can be, doing a sales pitch, you can be like, it's not just speaking on a summit or speaking on a physical stage, and the ability to speak in front of people is so important nowadays, especially.
Exactly. That's exactly. We were just totally in sync, because that's exactly what I was going to say. And that's what was so fascinating to me, because at first glance, when you saw the study, you thought it was speaking on stage, but then it went into the fact that making a presentation, how many times
Absolutely.
you need to talk to the board meeting, or you need to talk to the boss.
Even technical stuff, technical specs, programmers, like all the people we don't think of as speakers,
Right.
like they have it too.
Exactly. And another thing that I think is very interesting about speaking is the skill of improv.
Oh, yes. And that's practice. Like I tell people, as I'm guessing you do too, is, it's just a habit that you're forming. It's just that muscle. It's like working out, eating right, speaking, like it's all the same.
Right, exactly. I think of it like a neural pathway, because, you go down that neural pathway, but you teach your brain to actually pivot quickly. And that is a skill that every entrepreneur, that every person needs to be able to do, is to pivot. And when Jeffrey Hazlett was talking yesterday about the changes that he had to make in his career when he wasn't with Kodak anymore, and now what do you do? I think every single one of us have that happen in our life, whether it's
absolutely
a loss, whether it's a promotion, whether it's a geographical change or a career change.
Anything. I mean, even family, a death, a marriage, children, like it doesn't even have to be business. I mean, there's always, and it sounds negative, but I don't mean it in this way, but there's always pivoting to do in life, and some are tiny and some are big. And here's a perfect example, because I'm a TMI kind of a person. I'm moving. I was up till 2 a.m. this morning moving. I woke up at 4:30 because I had to go shopping. I'm drenched wet because there's a storm outside, but I need to be here, and I'm okay with that. But it's like, yeah, you do what you have to do.
You do what you have to do. Exactly. Well, thank you. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your willingness to sacrifice and to be here. And yeah, I know I have a ton of things going on today too. And yet this is the most important thing, that we are here because we want to learn, because we want to improve ourselves, because we want to partake of all the goodness from all of the speakers that are here with us today.
And you don't know what you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know. Exactly. Exactly. So I just have to give a shout out to Dr. Eric Zuley and thank him for making this possible on the eZWay network, for bringing all of these speakers and for providing this free of charge. You know, you'd pay at least $1,000 for one of the
Depending on who, you know, what community you're involved in. Sometimes it's 5 to 10,000 just to be listening to these things.
Right. I was just thinking just like of one speech, but yeah, so you add it all up. I mean, this is like, you know, $50,000 worth of value plus, you know, more so. And yet Eric has made this possible for everyone to listen to for free. So make sure you share it with your friends, share it on social media. If you aren't a part of the eZWay network yet, make sure that you get the app. You can join for free and you can put your profile on there and you can connect with these speakers. So it's so incredible.
Yeah. And briefly about the app, like I was like, yeah, another app. Like, who wants another app, you know, and who wants another, you know, networking community? But in reality, for the people who don't know me, it is hard to get a hold of me. It just is. With I'm the CEO and founder of 7 companies. You know, I'm a single mom, blah, 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 all the things. And when Eric was like, get this app, I'm like, well, I love and I trust Eric, so let me do it. And it's been amazing. The people that I connected with, the opportunities that have come up, the social media is amazing if you guys are looking for visibility. And one of the other things I really love about Eric and the eZWay app is all of his commitments to BVC, which is Better Vision for Children, because now I'm involved in that organization, which is just, I don't want to start crying, but it's like anything that we can do with children and just make an impact in their lives, and I guess the statistic, if I have it correctly, is 1 out of 4 children, or 1 out of 4 children have some kind of not perfect eyesight. I'll just say it that way because I don't know what the technical things are. And, you know, they're making a difference in their lives, but they're also doing mentorship and with the children and so many things. And I don't know about you, but I just see that the children need so much help and support and love and commitment, because they're going to be ruling our world, whether we like it or not. So we might as well leave them with tools for success. And part of that is vision.
That vision is very important. Absolutely. And I want to just focus on that. So the other thing that is so generous about Dr. Eric Zuley is he is donating 30% of the revenue from this event to Better Vision for Children. And that is massive. You know, he is always generous with his philanthropy. And every single speaker has some cause that they believe in, something that they want to promote. And so part of this event is our pitch contest. And we have several categories. We have pitching for profit and we have pitching for purpose, for charitable causes. So we'll be announcing those winners of the contest. And in addition to focusing on philanthropy, Dr. Eric Zuley has also provided $10,000 in prizes for the winners of the contest. So I'm just so excited for all of the people that have entered, and they are going to be speaking to us on Sunday. We're going to have a panel and we're going to have a solo speaker. So for some of these people, it's their first time to get on the big stage. And
I love it.
Yes. And for Eric to make that possible is just such a blessing in people's lives. And so congratulations, all of you contestants. You're all winners in our book.
Well, and even if it's your first time speaking, it's winning in a way you have no idea yet. It really is. I mean, there are no words to explain how it can change your life financially, confidently. I mean, business-wise, it's an amazing opportunity.
It really is. Well, Andy, did you have a chance to pick up on anything that kind of resonated with you yesterday? I know with moving, you probably had a million things.
I didn't. I was like in and out. I'm like, oh, I want to hear more. Hold on a second.
Well, the good news is that this will also be available on pay-per-view. So if you didn't get a chance to watch yesterday, Eric will make that available. And if you wanted to catch it again, you can do that too. And if your friends were like, wait, I didn't catch that, you can tell them, and that's possible too. So go to eZWay.tv for that. Well, let's talk about today, because we have an incredible lineup today, starting off with Don Green, the president and CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. And I'm so excited to have him come and talk to us and share his message.
One minute before we bring up people, what are the kinds of people who are speaking today, just in general? Because I didn't look at the entire lineup yet.
Oh, yeah. So today it is a lot on consciousness and wealth and TV distribution.
Yeah.
So we kind of have a mixture of things, but it's getting your message out there and being in the right frame of mind when you do so that you can create that wealth. And then what do you do once all the wealth starts pouring in?
Oh, yeah.
A good problem to have, right?
Absolutely.
So expect it, because once you get on Eric's stages and your visibility goes worldwide, you're going to be having more opportunities than you know. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the distribution for this event. There are going to be over 350 million viewers that are able to watch this show. So that's a very, very large audience. It's going to be on iTube 24/7. It's on the Faith Channel. It's on Actors Reporter. It's on the Mark TV. We've got, I saw Mark is commenting in the chat. Mark, welcome. We're so glad you're here. There are so many different places where this will be broadcast, and in addition to Roku and Apple and, all the back channels and eZWay TV and lots of different platforms where it will be shown. Yep, there it is. Yep, there's our distribution. So you can see all the different channels, iDream TV, and yeah. So anyway, that is so exciting, because that's one of the things that a lot of people say, and almost everybody, when they ask me about speaking at the event, they're like, well, what's the audience size? Because they want to know that their time and their resources and the return on their effort and investment is what's it going to get for them.
Yeah.
So you can rest assured that this is being broadcast everywhere. And thank you to Dr. Eric Zulli and to Maureen Cooper and Cassandra Cooper and all who are behind the scenes who are making this possible, including you. I forgot to mention Trailblazers TV.
Oh, me.
Oh, you. Yes. Yes, and yes, there we go. Thank you, Dr. Zulli.
There's my 30-second commentary about Trailblazers TV, which I just think this is funny, and people who know me are going to like, that's so Andy. But it's like, I had somebody, I forget who it was. I was on stage and they're like, another business, Andy, really? And it's not about the business. And it's not, for me, I mean, it's not about the business. It's not about the money, but it's like, how do I empower people? You guys do not, nobody whoever is listening and nobody who's not listening wants to be the best kept secret. Okay. You just don't. It used to be 20, 30, 40 years ago that was really cute. You don't want to be cute. You want to be successful. If you want to be successful, you need visibility. If you want visibility, there's lots of ways to do that. TV is one of them. Right. And so I'm like, all right, here we go. Trailblazer channel. And plus, I call myself, and I interrupted you again, but I call myself a closet trailblazer because not that many people actually know a lot about me. They know bits and pieces. But I mean, by the time I was 20, I had the biggest consulting firm on the planet was my client. By 25, I was, hired by the federal government. By 30, I was working with international governments and blah, 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 blah. But I say that to say I never wanted to be on TV. I didn't want people to know about me. I liked hiding in my little corner of my little world. And I didn't realize how limiting that was. And so I really I built this channel. I'm a partner in this channel because, first of all, we don't want people to be a best kept secret. Second is you have no idea how much media and exposure is so critical to your success. And you don't have to be an influencer, but if you have a passion and a purpose, if you're trying to make a difference in the world, if you're a trailblazer in the sense of, and I'm sorry, I'm going on and on about this, but it's like, you're going to be a blessing to people you'll never meet. when you're on TV.
Yes. And isn't that why we do what we do? We want to help people. We want to share this passion that we have so that others can benefit from what we have learned. And yes, so to be able to be providing that message and reaching those people who need it, and to be that opportunity to bless someone else's life. I know that brings me so much joy when someone lets me know that something that I said actually helped them, because I feel like, it's not my knowledge. I feel like it comes from the divine, and I feel like it, I have light bulbs that go off. I'm like, oh my word, I didn't even know that you could think that way, or that I could have that
Oh
insight
yeah,
that would make that
absolutely.
difference.
And it's
So
almost like, and I don't want to offend anybody, but it's almost like going to church in the sense of, even though there's, let's just say 200 people in the room, 200 people will hear a message and get something different out of it. And that's what I mean, I really feel strongly that this is why I do the virtual events. This is why I want to bring people to the virtual events. This is why I want speakers at the virtual events, because your vision may be this big, but you have no idea what's going on of things you have no idea about. That was redundant, but you understand what I'm trying to say.
I totally get what you're saying. And yes, it is. There's something different that you can get, from each different speaker, and each of us listening to the same speaker will get something else that applies for us at that moment, something that we are ready for right now.
Absolutely.
And I just appreciate so much what you said, because it is so inspiring that it does feel like church. And it just feels so uplifting to hear these messages. And when I was listening yesterday, I just kept thinking, wow, these superstars that are willing to sacrifice, to take their time out of their very busy schedules, traveling around the world. We heard from Jeff
Literally.
in Trinidad and Tobago, and here he is making the time for us to share. And all of our speakers are very busy. I mean, here you are, so busy, and yet you're here and you're sharing with us. And we are so grateful for you, Andy, and for all of our speakers. So I'll just give a little brief overview for the speakers that are coming up for today. So we also, after Don Green, we have Aditya Satsangi, and he has studied ancient wisdom and combining it with modern philosophies to help entrepreneurs in consciousness. And he has written books that have sold over 1 million copies to date. Very successful man. Wow. And then I'll be speaking, and then Michael Adam Cohen is going to speak, and he is also speaking about consciousness. And he has a edutechtainment program for children where he teaches them how to raise their consciousness. And how many of us we would have that when we were children? So he's making that possible, just like you said. That
I gave you goosebumps.
Yeah, I mean, talk about how the children are our future. Well, let's teach those children and those youth. And I know that I love doing that with my grandchildren and my children, teaching them the things that I'm learning, because I'm like, please,
absolutely.
Please learn.
I've told I was speaking in front of some teens, and I forget what the topic was, but I said the best thing I can do is teach my child that I'm not perfect. And that sounds weird as a parent, but it's like, I want him to see me fail. I want him to see me get back up. I want him to see that not everybody is perfect in the world and how we deal with it. It's just, It's so important.
Right. I've known people that their parents did not say that to them. And then when they struggled, they thought something was wrong with them.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why I apologized to my 12-year-old. I'm like, I was wrong. And he would say, it's okay. And I'm like, no, it's not okay. You can say thank you, or you can say, I appreciate that, but it's never okay.
Right.
When mommy overreacts and blames you. I shouldn't even say that publicly, but anybody who's a parent would understand. And anybody who's not a parent has been a child. So everybody understands it, right?
Everybody understands it. We're all human. We're all in this together. Exactly. Oh my goodness. So then after Michael Adam Cohen speaks, then Joe Petrosky speaks, and he does there we are. There's so that's an AI image. I
love it.
That's Addie on the left, and then that's Eric Zuley, the tall one, and then that's an image of me, and then that's Michael Adam Cohen, and so yeah, that's a little fun group picture of
That's
us.
a great picture.
Yeah,
I love pictures.
yeah, and Michael Adam Cohen makes comic books for the kids so that it's fun to read this information. It's not like, oh, I have to read this book. It's like a fun book to read. And then
That's
after,
half the battle with children, making it interesting or fun. I'm like,
right.
even for adults, you're like, how many more spreadsheets can I actually read and be interested?
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
like, they should make finance P&L comic books for adults. I would totally buy that.
I think you've got something there, Andy. I think you should design, those spreadsheets with a comic or a quote each time.
I think the closest thing was total tangent point, but like the dummies books. I love the dummies books. I'm like, oh, there's the exclamation point. I better read that.
Exactly. I know. Oh my goodness. Okay. And then we will hear from Dr. Dante Sears, and she is the CEO of Wealth XO. She is a metaphysical doctor. And so she combines health and wellness and mindset with creating more wealth. And so she has a wealth panel also. And on her wealth panel, she has Mario Gallo, Samueli Muzaliwa, Laura Langemeyer, and Steve Oust. And there may be some additional guests that are coming on because, what's amazing is once people find out about this thing, they're like calling, can I still join?
Yes, I've experienced that. I mean, I'm getting texts already on my phone. I'm like, can't talk to you now.
I know everybody. I can't talk either. So yes, so our next speaker, we aren't quite finished with the lineup, but okay, well, that's fine. Well, I'll keep going then. And then Laura Langmeyer is planning to speak, and then Andy will be speaking today. Yay!
Me.
Yes, you, yay. And then we have Maureen Cooper is going to have a panel on TV distribution. So when you want to know about how do you get this message out, how are we reaching all of those people, tell us more. And so you are going to hear more. And on that panel will be Curtis Ellerson, and Mark Beline, and several others that are joining that are going to be a surprise. And Dr. Eric Zuley will be on that as well, because that is one of his big focuses. He's a media mogul, and he
Definitely
has lots of insights about that. Then we will hear from Casey Thomas, who is an influencer who works with Fortune 500 companies, very large names. If I told you the names, you would be like, wow. I mean, these are household names that when you go to the store or when you see.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
She is behind the scenes working on that. And so she has a media panel, and we will have Joseph Lombardi and Mark Beline again, and we will have some additional speakers on that. And Marvin Williams, who spoke yesterday, is going to be on the media panel as well. And then we have Shyla Day, who is
amazing people on that media panel too.
So many amazing people. Oh, and Lauren McKay is going to be on the media panel. She was on yesterday as well, and she's a 5-time Emmy award-winning broadcast journalist.
Craziness! I love it.
Her stories.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
I know, me too. Her stories yesterday. Oh my goodness, so empowering, so empowering. And then, as I was mentioning, Shyla Day, and then we have Matt J. Doyle, who is very influential here at eZWay Family. He's an actor. He also does AI and media. And then we have Scott Kundal, who is the CEO of My Trusted Network, and he will teach us how to increase our connections on LinkedIn. And so yes, so that is very exciting. So yes, without further ado, we will go ahead, Eric, if you don't mind bringing that up about Don Green, and we will show so that people can follow him as well. Yes, there he is on the eZWay app, if you want to connect with him there. And
imagine having the opportunity.
Yeah, and it's can we turn the volume up on that, Eric?
headquarters of the Napoleon Hill Foundation with the CEO himself, Don Green, who's going to give us a private behind-the-scenes tour, a journey, so to speak, of what it was like to walk a day in this great man's shoes. First of all, thanks for letting us take a look. And I got to say, there's amazing things around here. And I was looking around the shelves, and I happened to find this, a Think and Grow Rich book, but more importantly, it's one autographed by the man himself. I guess you don't have too many of these laying around, do you?
We got a few of them. He signed these. As you can see, it's still got the advertising piece in it. It was from the archives. Hill died in 1970, so he signed a bunch of them before he passed away. I think it's interesting about him is that people don't realize, but his name was actually Oliver Napoleon Hill, and he did his first writings as Oliver, even when he went to work for Bob Taylor. And he dropped the Oliver and just started going by Napoleon Hill. By the time he published his first magazines in 1919, he was strictly going as just Napoleon Hill.
These little blue books right here, would you share with everyone what those are?
Yeah. When he was working in Atlanta, Georgia, in human resources for a company called Lee Torno, he worked for them because they were trying to unionize. They were having personnel problems, and they hired him in human resources. He wrote a little books, 17 of them, on the principle of success, and he refers to them in his writings as mental dynamite.
Now, one of the greatest releases that the foundation's put out in its generation is Outwitting the Devil. I mean, it's been an international success story with Sharon Lecter, but I guess this is the original manuscript that it came from.
That's it.
So this is what he actually typed with his hands.
Manual typewriter.
Wow, one finger at a time, like by the way I do it. Huh?
No L.B. Smith typewriter.
Was that amazing? Well, we're going to bring Don Green up now because he is ready and we are ready to have him join us. So welcome, Don Green. We are so... Yay! We are so happy that you are here.
It's my pleasure. I love talking about what we do.
Well, I know we have connected a couple of years back, and I have just enjoyed seeing everything that you are doing. It has been such a joy, and I appreciate so much your generosity to come today, because I think probably every single person that is here today knows about you and about Napoleon Hill. And I think this is probably one of the most well anticipated speeches of the event. And so I am so excited that we are able to feature you and hear your story. So I wanted to Andy, did you want to add anything before I tell a little bit more about him? Oh, I think you're muted.
Aside from how excited I am, no, I mean, by far one of the top people in my life. And see, this goes back to, you never know what a blessing you're going to be to people in a TV show or a book.
Right, exactly. I know, it's so true, because so many times we read something, but we don't even know how it's going to impact us. And sometimes it doesn't impact us until later. But, when Don Green, I understand that you had read Think and Grow Rich when you were a young man and you were working I think you had been working in the banking industry or had started, and it made such a difference in your life. And then you went on to be very successful in the banking industry. And then later you were asked to join the Napoleon Hill Foundation, expanding it worldwide in, several, I can't remember, 35 different languages, but really broadcast the message across the world. And so thank you for all the work that you have done to make this content accessible to people, to make a difference in their lives.
And I just had, before you answer that, Don, I just needed to pop in real quick. I just wanted to point out to everybody that we also have the Don Green eZWay Legend Award. And we recently just appointed him a legend from our last recent eZWay Awards Oscar viewing. And that means that every single year, we're going to be giving the Don Green Napoleon Hill Legend Award out to one of you guys, one of you lucky eZWay family members. So we're going to be looking for nominees moving forward. And Don, we're so happy to continue your legacy and work with you. And I'm just proud to call you a friend for, what has it been, for the last 10 years?
Well, I just love what I'm doing. My background, I guess, had so much bearing on it. My dad grew up during the Depression, and We never had running water till I was in high school. He went to 7th grade and then went to work in the coal mines when he was 14 years old. So he had hard work, but I learned how to make money at an early age. And I guess I was an entrepreneur before I knew what the word meant, and made money even before I started school. I did things that I learned to make money. And I know today we're talking about influence, and I've was a bank president for 18 years, and this is my 25th year in October with Napoleon Hill Foundation. And to me, to be successful in a business, there's two things important, and one of them is affluence. In our case, all the businesses we had, the money never was a problem, and that's affluence. You need it. But today we're going to talk about influence, how we can use our influence to be successful. And influence to me is a capacity to change behavior or something in people to where they want to like you or to do business with you. And that involves doing something for them better in some manner than what they've been accustomed to doing. They have to be some reward for them. You can't just influence people because you want their business. You have to offer them some. For example, I guess I did a lot of businesses, but one of them I could talk about real easy was a dry cleaning business. Being a bank president, I wore a suit every day. I had 30 some odd suits, and I never took my coat in the office. If the little old lady came in there with a couple $100 to open a savings account for her grandkids, she knew who the president of the bank was without having to ask. And so my dress was very important because you dress for other people to make an impression on them that you care, that you think well of them. You want to present yourself in a good manner. But to me, we had lousy dry cleaning businesses. They looked awful when you went in. You could smell them. You could look back and see clothes thrown in the floor. So I've been business oriented. I was reading Inc. magazine, and they had a booklet in there. It was $39.95, how to run a successful dry cleaning operation. I couldn't even hang a shirt up. I know nothing about laundry or anything of that nature. But there were certain things that we wasn't getting in our area at the little local dry cleaners, which had been around forever. One of them was one-day service. It'd take a week or 2 weeks to get your clothes back. To me, it didn't matter, but to a lot of people, it did.
By
And the
eZWay,
thing was women loved the new dry cleaners that provided drive-ins. They wouldn't have to take their little small ones out of the car, and they couldn't leave them in the car with themselves. So they'd have to take them out and car them in. With a drive-in, they could simply go through like they did the bank. And I got to talking to a couple of my friends that we did businesses together, and we had a spot of location, and we bought the equipment. We hired one person who had some experience. The equipment company installed new equipment. We put tile on the floor, marble countertops, drive-in. Was a beautiful place, stone on the outside. And we developed some things to influence people. For example, we never spent a nickel to advertise. It was all by our services. And I can tell you some instances. For example, if Eric stops off there and he brings a bunch of clothes, we would ask him, Eric, how do you like your shirts? He'd say folded or lightly starched or so forth. Want them folded for travel. So we made a card with Eric's name, his contact, and what he liked, how he liked his clothes prepared. And we furnished a polyester bag with a draw top that he could put his clothes in. And when he dropped it off, all the bag said on it was The Cleaners, which was our name, The Cleaners. So he would say to his wife, drop these clothes off at The Cleaners. That was us. person got the bag, they could see her. Eric wants his shirts lightly starched. He wants them folded for travel. And they knew to get them back the same day. It was open 7 to 7. So we gave service. And we did things. Like, for example, we talk about influence. I can remember my sister's a legal secretary. She's worked for the same guy 45 years, still working. And I saw him one day and I said, Greg, I checked the tickets. I've never seen your clothes at the cleaners. Oh, he said, I was in the Army. And he said, I learned to do my own clothes. My wife can't do them. I do them myself. I said, you charge me $100 an hour. That's a waste of your time doing your own clothes. He said, I never thought of it like that. I said, still, instead of you doing your clothes, you should let us do them and work on the cases that you can make $100 an hour. So not only did he do it, he goes right by our office on the way to the courthouse. First thing you know, the other lawyers are stopping in too, because he told them. And to me, that's influence. Of course, we had to give them something. We didn't give them a better price. We charged more than the other people, but we gave 1 day service and was open 7 to 7. And it was a nice place to stop. And there's all kinds of things. You can call it marketing 101. My daughter was in high school at the time, and I would stop in the evening sometimes on the way home from the bank. We closed the bank at 5:30, and it was open till 7. I'd stop and just check on them. And it was in the fall, about this time of year, getting close to it. There was maybe a half a dozen little girls giggling with their band uniforms, one of their uniforms cleaned. I just stepped up there and told them, I said, girls, we're going to charge you nothing to clean your uniforms the first time. And I said, I know there's 130 or 140 in the band. We're going to clean all their uniforms too the first time. Oh, they left there giggling. When they left, the lady said, we fixing to go broke. I said, you'll never see the day that Don Green don't have money. And she said, I don't understand. I said, Juanita, that's the reason I own the place and you're working. I said, they've got an opportunity to tell their parents how pleased they are. And a lot of them will come to do business with them. If they don't, that's okay. We're survived. We're doing pretty good. I said, you never made as much money in all your life, have you? She said, yeah, that's right. But said, I don't understand. But some lessons you could just teach them that way. And I remember starting, I said, now we're training. We're going to give 1 day service. We can't do that. I said, I know, yeah, you work at a place, it took a week or 2 weeks. I said, just say in the morning, I got 4 shirts and 2 suits and I'm going to drop them off. If you start on them at 7:30, 8 o'clock, how long does it take you to do 4 shirts? 3 hours? She said, the dry cleaning is separate. I said, well, how long did it take you to do the dry cleaning? Oh, probably the same, 3 or 4 hours. Okay, we're going to start on them the day that they're dropped off. We're not going to leave them lay on the floor for a week and then decide we're going to get them out. And I said, we're going to do them when they drop them off. And it worked. And they just never realized it. They thought they could tell people a week. They wasn't all used to start on it today before it was due. And it was just some lessons learned. I said, we never took out no ads in the papers. We never run no radio or TV ads. We never give no coupons. And we charge more than the other people. But the business was terrific. And I don't know exactly how many years we had it. It was probably 15 or so, maybe a little longer. But I got a call one day from her that someone from Walmart was down there, wondering who owned the real estate. And she said, I give him your name. A man came in and I priced it to him. And he said, gosh, real estate ain't worth that much. I said, but we got a business on it. I said, it's $2 million. And I knew how much we had in it. We had $300,000 involved, but it was a successful business. And they come back in a couple of days with a cashier's check and wanted to know if we'd hold a $25,000 check till we could get the deal made. And we closed the deal. So it was an interesting project. I did many businesses, One of them was cable TV, and it was the same process, just knowing people and having an influence. Again, the cable we had in, I think, maybe it was 20 years. And we did get a bundle out of it to what's now known as Comcast, and was good experience. And why did we do it? We saw the need of it. I saw a cable company that was borrowed money to buy the competitors out, and they were charging way too much money. And so we didn't borrow money. We put the money in, and we charged half of what they was charging, and the people just flocked to us. If you started paying half for your cable, what you've been paying, you're going to tell your neighbors, you're going to tell your relatives, and they're going to sign up too. So it was a fantastic experience. And I don't know a dang thing about cable television, and I still don't like television. I never cut mine on in the morning. I probably watch 30 minutes a day sometimes. But the reason I did, I got to reading and seeing what was into it. Average person spends 7 hours a day watching cable TV. And to now, most of the cable companies are charging a couple $100 or more a month. But I think it's going to be outdone, and when all the satellites get up and people can start getting their signals from a satellite instead of a wire. But that's just some of the things that we use that it's worked real well. And in my banking career, and even today, I have all kinds of people come to me and say, "What's the best deal you ever did?" I said, "Probably the one I didn't do." I said, "Because you can't enter into everything." But it was like the spring water. I can remember spring water. It was, some of them it was a little bit out there, and it was more and more concerned about the health. So I got to talking to a partner we had real estate and stuff with, and I was telling him about it, and he had a bunch of convenience stores. That's another story. I think he sold out for $75 million, and I financed his stores for him for a while till he had his own money. But anyway, I told him I would like to do water if we could find a location, and we talked about it a little. And remember, one Saturday we was playing golf, and we stopped at one of his stores, and he had an old Army buddy that was retired that run his food courts in his convenience stores. And he said to Wendell, "I hear you boys is going to start trying to sell spring water." Wendell said, "Yeah, we're thinking about it." He said, "Surely you don't think people's going to pay for water?" See, he didn't have foresight. But another friend, we told him, and he said he knew where some land was, and it was in a rural area in the mountains. And there were 92 acres, and we purchased it after checking the water supply. It was coming out of the rocks. And we even went and we studied spring water bottling operation. The guy that hit the 61st home run, Mark McGuire, had an interest in one up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. So we went up and drove up and looked at their operation. So we bought the land after sending the water off and finding out what the purity of it was. There was no residents or no livestock or nothing. It was in the mountains, water coming right out of the rocks. And so we bought the land and we started developing it. And we was contacted by a little town called Rose Hill. They didn't have adequate water supply, and they were trying to get it done. And we got with them. We sold them the water, and they did the planting of water. And we did a 15-year contract with them, and it was fantastically the money we made because we didn't have to do anything except pay for the land. And then they got federal funding, and they no longer needed our water after 15 years. So it had a lot of timber on it, lumber. We didn't want to run the forest. So we found out there was an old university called Lincoln Memorial University, set up right after the Civil War to award the people that fought on the side of the North, called Lincoln Memorial University. They owned a large amount of land joining ours, and so we gave it to them. We deeded the 92 acres to them as a gift, and we got $250,000 for us on our taxes, and the land is still there, a part of the Lincoln Memorial University holdings. But I think you just have to think. and you got to find something to sell. That's the only way you'll ever make any money is sell something. You can sell goods or services to someone that either wants it, they want your services or your product, or they need it. And you got to give them something other in exchange for the money that you want to come to you. But my wife of 54 years before I lost her, she asked me one time, why do you keep doing these businesses for? I said, cause I can. It wasn't the income, but we provided employment, created businesses, and plus it was very enjoyable to see you have an idea and you put it into place and you see the results of it. And there's all kinds of things out there today if you simply want to take time. And I guess it all comes down to, I did a fundraising with my friend Zig Ziglar back in December 2003. How I remembered, he sent me a picture of us and he signed it. December 2003. Said, Don, God loves you and I do too. But he said everything in life comes down to how bad do you want it? So if you want to use your influence, and if you don't have that, you can get that. We're talking about money, if you have to use other people's money. But in this case, we're assuming people have their money, but they need to use the influence to have successful results. People have got to want to do business with you, and you got to make it appealing to them in some form or fashion, whether it be better service or faster service, or even sometimes maybe a cheaper product. But it's got to be something that appeals to them, not just to you, for them to take action and reward you with your money. But I've done a lot of other businesses in my days, but I thought I could just highlight some of them that did it. And some of the lessons I learned when I was real young. I did a television interview last week with I guess it's the NBC affiliate, WCYB in Bristol, and it was remarkable. 60 years before that, I was on their program with some of my animals. I had a zoo when I was 14, 15, 16 years old. I learned how to catch rattlesnakes and put them in a pen and a pit and charge people a quarter to see them and sold souvenirs. But I learned an awful lot, and I hope the statute of limitations is gone because I never paid no taxes. I asked my dad, who had a 7th grade education, I said, Dad, I've made a lot of money. Do I have to pay taxes? He said, kids don't pay taxes. And I believed him, and he thought he was telling me the truth, but that might not be the case. But we didn't get licensed or anything, but operating a business was a little simpler in the mid and late 50s and early 60s. It's things have changed quite a bit. Karen, Eric, I don't know how your program works. If somebody wants to ask the question, if you allow it, I can, or I could talk about what we do today.
We love hearing you talk. It's just wonderful to hear your insights, and I love hearing your stories. I just laughed when your name of your cleaner company was The Cleaners, and the chat. So many people liked that. Where are you going? We're taking it to The Cleaners. That was
a brilliant,
very brilliant. Yes, and when you were saying, why are your wife said, why are you still working? And you said, because I can.
Yeah, I'm still working. I'll be 85 my birthday, but it's not like work if you love what you're doing. I can't wait to get started today. You can check us out, NAPHILL, that's NAPHILL.org is our website. When I started, we had one foreign publisher, Japan. Today we have over 500 publishers. We had 16 Napoleon Hill books. You could ask my assistant, but it's around 150 books we have today. We've made on Napoleon Hill material. We took his newspaper articles, his magazine articles, his recorded speeches, and on and on and on. And we keep turning out books and keep turning out material. And we've given, I don't mean to sound boasting, but we've given millions, and I mean millions, to the University of Virginia to help mostly first generation kids go to college. And we even teach our class to the high school kids a digital class on we call Keys to Success. I started teaching it at the college in 1998 when I was still working as a bank president. They get 3 hours credit at the University of Virginia if they come here to school, and they also get a scholarship. So we have about 200 plus high school kids a year take the course online.
Wow, what an opportunity. I mean, many of them have never, my parents didn't know about Napoleon Hill. They didn't teach me these concepts. And so many of us, first generation, we're the ones that are learning this and applying these new concepts and seeing how it makes a huge impact in our life.
I want to jump in and make sure we get some of these questions asked. Don, Karen, and Andy, who's hiding behind the comments there. We can't see her face. Lauren Sherlin's asking, the idea of people in business to stick with what you know. It sounds like you didn't do that. So her question is, when you started, did you focus on one business until it worked before looking for and solving other problems?
No, I had some more than one thing going at one time. I would concentrate on one. I know they tell us growing up, focus on one thing and do it well. But I think you have to have something in the pipeline that you're, for example, I'm never just writing one book. As I'm finishing up one, I've got at least 1 or 2 other books going. Sometimes it's just the outline, because the thing of it is, some of them may take longer to develop than what you anticipate. But the main thing is getting started. That's the most important thing of all. If you wait till you got all the answers, you won't ever start. You'll be making excuses. And excuses is like sitting in a rocket chair. It may feel good, but it won't take you nowhere. So you got to get.
I love it.
You got to get started. And most people don't get started, and they're waiting for the perfect time, and they're looking around to see who's going to be, or either they'll start out just half-heartedly and it don't go good, and then they'll tell them, well, my spouse said it wouldn't work. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know the right people. I didn't have enough money, and so forth and so on. No, you simply say, this is what I'm going to do. I got a little sign. It's in my office. It's in my mirror where I shave. It very simple says, if it is to be, it is up to me. I'm not looking out there for somebody to come by and save me, because I'm thinking we'll be sitting there a long time watching television if we're waiting on somebody to knock on the door and say, boy, have I got an opportunity for you. You got to get out and keep your ears open. Read the papers. Read the Wall Street. Read Forbes. Read it and get ideas. And some of them will interest you. Some of them may not. But you just got to have a good idea long at a time. And I guess most people are just satisfied to draw a good salary. And if that's all they want to do, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think the more you do, the more influence you can have. Our motto is making a world a better place in which to live. And I could talk all day and all night and the next day about young people that's taking our course, end up working in Attorney General's office, and doing different things, different businesses and so forth. I mean, it's an absolute pleasure and to do it. And I'll give you a definition of happiness, and that's what it is. When I grew up, I wanted a gold Rolex, $1 million, a black Mercedes, because I didn't have those things. And to me, when I got those things, I could say, yeah, I've made it. That's a success. No, them things, along with the clothes, the travel, and the fine food, them are pleasures. There's nothing wrong with pleasures. We deserve pleasures because we got to love ourselves before we love anybody else. But true happiness is helping someone who's not in a position to help you back. And that's true happiness. I did a fundraising in Malaysia, in Tusami, when they had 250,000 people drown. It was 20 some odd years ago. They had a big auditorium and a bunch of us spoke, and they took up donations and what have you. They lost 250,000 people. But I never will forget, a guy was a psychiatrist, was there that spoke, and I had a conversation with him. He said in his years of practice, he had never treated a person for depression that was heavily involved and helping other people. And I never forgot that. And I think it's true, because if there's someone out there that genuinely needs what you can do for them, even if you got problems, you'll forget about the problems you got and transfer it to someone you help, because our mind can't hold both thoughts, both good and bad thoughts at the same time. And we'd be amazed how well it feels to give, to help others. Nothing to boast about, because most of the things I do for people, other than the person I do it for, nobody even knows about it. They don't need to. I'll let my CPA know, but other than from that, they don't. But if we have a chance to help a young person buy their books or something or another, and we don't do it, then we're cheating ourselves. And my daughter, I got one daughter, and she is amazing. And I found out this past school year, high school where she lives, and that there were quite a few of the girls could not afford prom dresses. They just couldn't afford prom dresses. She got a list of them, and she didn't ask me for money. She's got her own money. Her and her husband have done exceedingly well. She went out and bought all them little girls that couldn't afford a prom dress. Can you imagine how much difference that made them little girls' lives if they was able to enjoy their senior prom? And I think we're supposed to be doing things, but I truly believe it comes back to you. And I'm not giving a sermon or anything, but it's truly more blessed to give than to receive, and it'll come back to you, because what it does is it creates a feeling of creativity in you. Things come to you that will be rewarding to you, not from that, but just from the fact is you're at peace with yourself, and you're not holding any animosity to nobody.
Right. That's so true. Oh, I appreciate so much what you're saying about giving back. And I wanted to highlight the fact that Don Green has won and been awarded for, he was just given an award from the Health Wagon for all of the service that he has done for families in the Appalachian Mountains. And what a beautiful way to give back, and to to share, and to people that like he said, give to somebody who can't give back. And that's exactly what he did with the work that he has done in the Appalachian Mountains. And so I just wanted to thank you for the service that you give all the time on a daily basis. And I just wanted
You're very welcome, Karen and Eric. I deeply appreciate the work you guys do, and hopefully we can do this again sometime in the near future.
Over and over and over and over and over again, Don. You'll be on every stage that we do. We got you back 100%. And like I said, just appreciate that you're part of the eZWay family. The fact that you're taking your time today to share these stories. And by the way, I want to say thank you as well to, in fact, let me see if I held on 1 second.
Well, while we have this 10 seconds, I also wanted to mention that not only for Don, but for everybody in the audience, this is live and going out. I mean, we can see this on your smart TV. We can see it nearly everywhere online. I mean, we're trying to reach people. And I'm going to make this up because that's the way that I am, but you should be able to see this anywhere in the world. And I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to claim it to be.
Yeah,
Maybe the next time I'll tell you about the time I was at school and got a phone call. My mother called the class, and my bar got out. Black bar I had in Mizzou. I left the door. I shut it, but I didn't put the lock in it. And morning, and he leaned against it and got out. Or the time I was trying to be feisty with a little blonde I was trying to make out with. And I got snake bit. most embarrassing moment in my life. I know.
Don, I want to do a special event with you and just call it Story Time with Don.
Yeah, I would love that.
And we're going to do a show on our network. But hey, to go off what you said, Andy, I mean, right now, guys, if you're wanting to watch on your big screen television, if you have a Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, You can actually, this is our app. This is the television broadcast that we have. So right now the summit is live right now, interactive and happening now, guys, on television.
We are.
So
If you'll send those links to me, I have a social media girl with a PhD in communication that teaches at Tuscombe College. I will, if you'll forward it to me, she'll put it out on our social media if it's okay.
I already texted it to you, Don, but I'm going to text it directly to you, the YouTube link, so they can share it out. I appreciate that. And I also wanted to point out that thank you for all the books that you sent us, okay, for the eZWay Awards Golden Gala and for us to be able to fundraise for the Better Vision for Children organization. And I got some tricks up the sleeve. I got some stuff in store for you and the Napoleon Hill Foundation and things that we have coming up with big time influencers. And we're going to be touching about 150 million people pretty soon with the National Social Media Awards. And I've been talking to some people about you, man. And like I said, I'm just very appreciative of our friendship and the fact that you make time for these good causes. And you were just on stage with Karen, your friend, and one of my connections on LinkedIn, Russell Brunson, the ClickFunnels organization, and I think you got an award or you spoke there or something like that. I mean, like you're everywhere. Yeah. I'm telling you, Don, we are gonna get you in person to our next big event. I'm flying you out.
I do a lot of work with Russell Brunson. He's a dear friend, and I just love the guy, the work he does. Russell.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Russell.
And Jenny Sage, Justin Benton, and the Whitney Dickinson and his crew. He's just got a bunch of wonderful people. If you'll send that to me, I'll get it out. I know we got way more than 1 million people on Facebook.
You will have every link that you possibly need, my friend. And then also everybody that's watching right now, we want to also support Don and his I call him Don in his endeavors.
I'll watch for it. Okay.
Well, before we let you go, Don, 1 second. We want to make sure that we're giving you the support that you deserve, and we want to make sure that you get some followers here. So personally, is your Instagram? We're going to do two things. We're going to have people go follow your Instagram, which is Don Green 4931. Right? This is your Instagram, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody go follow Don Green's Instagram, and then there's also the Napoleon Hill Instagram.
Yeah, naphill.org. Yeah, we're on all of them. But anyway, you send it to me.
Which one's the best one that you want us to send traffic to? Which one's the best one to follow?
You can send it to our email that she uses. Doesn't matter.
We'll make sure we get that done. And then also, guys, Don is on the eZWay network. This is his profile, and I want everybody that's watching right now to go to the link that was sent out and broadcasted, all you guys on social media, and go to the review button, okay? And then the review button takes you to the rating system. I want everybody to give him a 5-star rating and let us know what you think about his talk today and his time today, and what you took away from today's Influence to Income Summit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Wow. Was that just gold?
That was fun.
That was really fun. Oh my goodness. What an amazing man, and what a history, to share with us. That's just absolutely incredible. Oh, wow. I just feel like I just had a feast and I just, got started.
It's true. And one of the things that he said that I really love is also about value. Like if you have a product or service. And I think one of the things that I have found that a lot of business owners forget, it's not about how awesome we are, or how much experience we have, or who we've helped, but it's more about, this is helping you. I'm serving you. I'm helping you get to your goals with my product or service, more so than look at how great I am, right? I mean, it's true. I am great, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about,
right.
We're just the change in perspective about, hey, Andy's great, as opposed to, hey, Karen, I can help you double your whatever, like double your profits in the next 30 days by blah, 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 blah. Right. Like it's what you need, not how awesome I am. And I think that that's a really distinct difference between, dare I say it, a successful business owner versus a mediocre business owner.
Absolutely. That's the key right there, is the energy that you have. Are you serving, or are you, all about selfishness and self-centeredness? So thank you, because you are one of those women, and a beautiful soul who is unselfish and who cares so much. Speaking of which, our next guest is here, Aditya Satsangi, and he is another beautiful soul. And Eric, I think you have his information that you're going to put up for us, because sometimes I start talking and then Eric puts it up. So I'm going to let Eric go first.
I am actually on meetings right now. We have other engineers, so our engineers are working on that. But go ahead and give him his introduction, and then also Atya, do you have a video intro? Please look in the private chat on the right side. Let us know any particular links that you want us to queue up and get ready. But our engineer will definitely put up those pictures as you're giving that introduction. We're very, very excited to have him, and thank you to Michael Adam Cohen for bringing Aditya, I hope I'm saying his name right, to the Influence to Income Summit stage.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you. And so one of the things that I'm going to let Aditya tell us more about is his research into ancient wisdom and how he combines that with modern philosophies to help entrepreneurs today and to help everyone to raise their consciousness. So I'm going to go ahead and bring Aditya up with us. Thank you so much.
Aditya.
Aditya, that's right.
Okay.
Yes.
I really don't like mispronouncing people's names, especially when they call me like Monet. I'm like, really?
Well, with that beautiful smile, tell us, how did you decide that this was going to be the focus? I mean, this is like your life's work, where you have done, and he sold books, up over 1 million copies sold to date. He's an amazing author and entrepreneur. And so tell us, more about this passion that you have about ancient wisdom.
So, we haven't, all of us haven't seen the future, but we have seen the past. All of us have seen the past. And so the future innovation, but first of all, thank you, Eric Zuli, and all of you for inviting me. It's a great honor for me to be here with all of you. And so the 3 hallmarks for a business success are humility, and number 2 is competitiveness is required, and third is competence. And these 3 hallmarks live on perseverance, because anyone who has to be successful has to persevere. I know some people call it spiritual messages, but all of us are spiritual. The most successful business people in the world are spiritual people, because they have the power to hold stress in bad times. And that's how the future success comes. Oftentimes, we ignore ourselves in pursuance of our business goals. And what I bring to the table is, I have had many companies, is that when you are stable within yourself, then you create stable businesses. I like hustling, but I do not recommend hustling to anyone, because you have to be yourself first. So once you identify yourself and see yourself and really be yourself, then you start adding value to people around you, to world around you, and the default is the money flows in. But if you run after money, money is never going to come in. There are many, if you look at the history of the business in the world, and I have traveled to more than 155 countries all over the world and sold products, American products, to other countries. And my biggest takeaway was, when I used to know their history well, their culture well, and had a deep respect for their language and their religion, then people were coming and connecting with me. And it's like, you know, whenever you run after money, money doesn't follow you. But when you run after good work, innovative work, hard work, then the money starts following you. And we are all human beings. We are not supposed to work like donkeys. We are supposed to work like human beings. There has to be a balance with our families, our friends, our loved ones, our dependents. And when we have that balance, then success flows in. Now, you know, in my, and you can ask me any questions or interrupt me anytime you want, because you guys are experts. So
Well,
please do that.
I have to say something that you just, when you said this, I thought this was very interesting. When you said, that it requires humility and competitiveness. And we often think that those are mutually exclusive, that if you're humble, you're not competitive. And if you're competitive, you're not humble. So could you elaborate on that? Because I think that is a fascinating concept that probably a lot of people are like, ooh, tell me more.
Great point. I think you caught me well there. Humility, the traditional definitions of humility are, you bowing down and you're being nice or kind in a more physical gesture. I have a very unique definition of humility: to not be anxious for the satisfaction of being honored by others.
I love that.
Yeah, because that, like, it's like what we were talking about, not only chasing money, but chasing adulation, and that is the opposite of humility.
Exactly, because most of us, we do not, my philosophy is give all respect to others, expect nothing back. So I'm always happy.
Oh,
And when I
here we are.
work
We're
that,
all happy there.
and the this you asked me about competitiveness, because competitiveness is a mutually exclusive quality. Because when you're working in the real world, you're going to see challenges before you, and you have to resolve them. And if you're not confident about yourself, you're not going to help others solve the problems that you are trying to address. So, and there'll be a lot of parallel things. Like some people tell me, I have a program called Learn, Think, Share. And people come to me and say that, oh, we are also doing the same thing. I said, no, you're not doing the same thing. Because my focus is on mindset. Because I have the mindset of a winner, then naturally, even though I am capable of delivering what I'm saying to deliver, but I will not be threatened by you, because I have a mindset of being competitive in a way without destroying your presence. Win-win deals in the world are the ones which produce wealth. Win-lose deals or lose-win deals result in future problems. Win-lose deals will also create future problems. Win-win deals create opportunities for everyone. There is space. World is big enough. But if you are not competitive, you are going to lose your contribution of value to the world. And the third is competence, because you need to know what you're doing. And if you know what you're doing, then you're going to actually succeed. I'll give an example also. I've always created new products, and people who know me, they know I work really hard and on things which I love, and things which I share, and people know that about me. And whenever I created those products in software world, or nowadays I do in the mindset world, now those I call them products because they have a specific outcome. That's why I call them products. So all these definitions or all these concepts that I bring onto the table, they are coming from the past. People have followed it, they have practiced it, and they generate revenues, because without revenues there is no business successful. They cannot be successful. So
Right.
when you combine all these qualities, then you start adding value to yourself. So every interaction becomes a lesson to you. And also, you also add value to the others, because when you are behaving, your peers or your competitors, your employees, they all observe you. So it brings up the collective conscience of the people. And in the end, like I always have a habit of doing warm shake hands with any competitor who lost against me. And I take them out for a dinner and I say, it was just a business, and I had an opportunity to show that my product was better, but I'm not your enemy. So let's learn and we both will move. So I've created a lot of friendships all over the world.
What a beautiful thing. That we're still friends, we're not enemies just because my product won. That's just, and what that does is that continues that collaboration and that positive energy, because we learned from people that we are in competition with, and why not? They can learn from us, we can learn from them, and that's a beautiful energy to have. A lot of people have scarcity mentality, and you have that very high emotional intelligence and very much of the abundant mentality. So thank you so much. I wanted to show your, let's see if I can do this by myself. I'm going to see if I can show this picture. There we go. This is Adi's International Literature Festival that is coming up August 23rd through 25th. And if you could tell us some, and I want everybody to notice the QR code so that you can register for that. So make sure that you see that, and I will see if I can add that to the comment section as well. Now let's see if I can take this picture off. Okay, we did it. Yay! And so, Adi, if you could tell us a little bit more about what will be featured at your International Literature Festival coming up.
It is a unique concept I brought in 5 years back. So this year's theme is expand your perspective. So oftentimes we are in a global market space, and we need to understand, like I always say, culture, language, history, and spirituality. These four things we need to study of every place. And when we create friendships at the heart level, and then that time we create business opportunities. So this whole event is around discussions between various authors from all over the world. People are flying in from Germany, Austria, Sweden. Some people are coming from India, some people are coming from China, and many American authors are there. So all these authors, they discuss one point: expand your perspective, expand your boundaries of your mind, intelligence. And that's why I have a spaceman there, because nowadays space is very attractive. So I have a spaceman there who's saying, just look for the stars, go for the moon, go the highest you can, because you yourself are the most spatial person on the planet. And that's what I'm showing on this event. And so people will learn a lot.
That is beautiful. Shoot for the stars, and here you've done that, and not only that, but to have so many countries, so many speakers from so many countries to be coming, and this will be in person. So that's really amazing. Adi, if you could tell us a little bit more, are you going to be presenting about Satology when you are there? And if you could tell our audience what Satology is.
Satology means science of truth. And it's an antonym of mythology, which means science of myth, or study of myth, fake, lie, or imagination. It just means that we need to find for the essence in everything we do, and in our culture, in our history, in our life, in others' lives, and also bring out that truth in everyone too, when you're truthful. So that's what Satology means, science of truth. And so my whole nonprofit is based on that. And I have written many books highlighting the real histories of people. In fact, one of my business books is called Soul of Business, and which is my own story. I have not put many of my clients' names over there, but I've shown that in every continent, it doesn't matter how you look or who you look or what you are, is your interaction with them matters when you are really down to the basics. that you are a soul and they are the soul. And when you work on that, tremendous business success. I mean, I've never lost a deal in my life.
Hey, I just wanted to pop in real quick. Is it Aditya? I'm not going to mispronounce your name. Is it Aditya?
That's right, Aditya.
All right, all right. So, do you have an Instagram or something? Because we're going to get you on the eZWay network, and we're going to make sure all your information's on the eZWay interactive app, so people know how to get to your event. We also have a special events calendar as well that everybody can very simply find your event. But do you have an Instagram for this event, or do you have an Instagram that we can share?
Yes, it's my name. I'll send you my Instagram link actually. My first name, last name, just one. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. That we all have a spiritual nature, and remembering that in ourselves and in others is so powerful. And then that when we're aligned in that way with who we really are, with our divine identity, that's when I believe that's when we're in flow. And then I feel like the knowledge comes to us from this the spiritual, and then we are able to implement that. And I find that process quite fascinating myself, because I'm like, that wasn't me. That just came to me, and I am just so grateful when that happens, because if I can share with someone else what I have been taught from above, it's not my knowledge, it's something that was given to me, and I feel like it's a gift. And then I feel so grateful when I can share that gift. And that's what I sense from you in the soul of business.
Thank you. It's all about us. It's all about me, and it's all about the mindset. And I think mindset is the most misunderstood topic in the world. We we are a spirit soul, and when we work on ourselves, we create win-win situations for everybody. And mindset is just a series of experiences we had, and sometimes we can change that. And especially people who travel a lot for business, they can understand, because travel teaches you a lot. And when you travel, you learn. I'm not saying being a tourist is a different thing.
Yeah.
You go to a hotel and you come out of it, and it's the same lifestyle in some other place. But I travel. I go to the villages, I go to the local street side vendors, and well, like in any country I go. And that's where you start adding value, because you understand them. Like I have many stories from Philippines and from African countries and from South American countries. Even in USA is a very beautiful country. Like you have to see country from within, go to the villages in West Virginia, or villages in somewhere you're not gone, and people are so sweet everywhere. You'll not find a single place. Like one of my best stories is from Wales in England, in sorry UK, and beautiful countrysides, and people are very wonderful, helpful, and oftentimes we forget that in the cities, but the money is in the villages, not in the cities, by the way. So
That is
you're
interesting. That's really interesting. Can you
we're
elaborate?
searching for money somewhere else.
Yes. Yes. Tell us more about your experience in Wales.
Well, see, number one is Welsh are very good singers, and that's the inherent talent in them. They were the bards of the monarch in UK. So when they used to sing, they were brought in to entertain the monarchies, and and one of the sweetest people in the world, Scottish and Welsh and Irish also. And there, when you go to the Wales, people don't have locks in their homes. You can just enter wherever you want. You can eat food wherever you want. Even today, I'm talking about 21st century. So when you experience that hospitality, like there's a principle in business. Dadati in Sanskrit is called dadati. Means first you give, then you receive. So so when you go there and you share that, okay, you have come all the way from different part of the world, and you have come there to be with them, that means you're giving your time, your life, your attention, and just see how they react to you. And there's a beautiful city over there, Dunham, and there where I was there, I met some of the sweetest people who turned out to be the big business owners. I had no plans of doing that. But because I was open, and then the other things begin, because when others see that you're appreciating them, then the trust begins, and that's where the business relationships form. In a PowerPoint, presentations don't make businesses. Those don't make businesses. Your sales pitch, constant sales pitch, the ask, which we are taught all the time, ask, that doesn't work. That's for creating one opportunity, but not builds your business. You have to build business based on trust, and trust doesn't come in if you're presenting yourself to someone else. Oftentimes we don't understand what does professionalism mean. We think professionalism means cutthroat, cut. It's not art of the deal. It's professionalism means being yourself, true to yourself, going out and actually building something which is of value to yourself and to others. It all begins from you, and that's why we need to redefine many of these things.
Absolutely. I just think that so many people forget that it's about giving first. Many times because there is the need for money and there's the need to provide, and sometimes there's a desperate energy. It's about what can I get? What can I get? What can I get? Instead of what can I give? And people that recognize that truth, no matter how much money they have, because you can give energy, you can give love, and you can give in other ways. And so thank you for bringing up that give energy. That is just so powerful to incorporate that as well.
Yeah, when you give, then there is a price to your giving. It's natural. But when you take, there's a cost. There's a difference. Cost versus price.
Yes, cost versus price. Oh my goodness, that's so good. Well, Addie, I'm going to put up your Instagram here so that everybody can find you and show you more love. And so there is his Instagram profile, and it is Aditya Satsangi, ADITYA So I wanted you to see, did I say that right?
That's right.
Oh, make sure that I've got that right. Yeah. I will double check to make sure. Yeah. Well, anyway, you guys saw it. We'll put it up there one more time to make sure. So that you can find him. But anyway, yes, what a beautiful message. And the beautiful thing about you is that you are authentic with this message. This message is very meaningful to you personally. It's something that you live, and that's a difference, besides preaching it, but to actually live it. And in Soul of Business, I encourage all of you to get his book and to read it and to apply it and to remember that you are a spiritual being and that it's about giving. And that is how we are going to change the world. And that humility that comes through is one of the things that is very attractive for people. And with our people these days, that is something that does draw people in. And you have that kind of energy that makes people want to connect with you. Do you have any other stories that you would like to share, or any other wisdom from Satology or from your life?
I was traveling in, there's a mountain called Aconcagua on the Chile-Argentinian border many years ago. And it's sometimes called the mountain of many mountaineers. They die over there by mistake or whatever. There's a lot of snow there. Beautiful place. And so I was researching on my book, The Original Atlas. And when I went there, I already actually published it, but I was verifying what I wrote. And I have a very reverse way of writing. I research academically and then publish the book and then go and tell the world, see, what I wrote was right. That's what I do. It's a very unique way of expressing yourself. And there I met a shepherd. He was walking on the slopes, and I told him that I've come all the way from San Diego, and what can I do for you here? He said, what can you do for me? You are in need of my help. And he became a very good friend of mine because he was very outrageous comments I made because I was in need of his help because I was alone over there. And then he said, "Come home." And he took me to his home. And I stayed there for one day and recovered myself. And then I didn't realize that he had a lot of connections in Chile. And so he took me to a tribe in Chile known as Mapuche tribe. And Mapuche is a native Chilean, Bolivian, Uruguay tribe. Beautiful people. And they showed me their own lifestyle of living in Chile. And I was looking at them and trying to learn from them. And then I learned about some medicinal herbs they use over there. And that's how they keep themselves warm or healthy throughout the year. And they were showing me their lifestyles, and very good experience for me there. I have many stories over there in what I was doing and how they helped me because I was searching for a place, and this person left all his work, took me to that place, which I could not have gone by any means because that was a idea I wanted to test, and that place was in my brain and my research. And then suddenly I met this guy, and he took me over there all the way. And so this is the story I wrote over there in my book, and there's a verified information. That place was not on a tourist map. It was in my brain, my old research, and that's how things open up when you are yourself.
That I loved that. What can I do to help you? And he says, you're the one that needs my help.
That was awesome.
You're alone over there. And here he is, this very humble shepherd, but he recognized the most important thing were the people in your life and those relationships. Oh, that is beautiful to have such a humble shepherd who wanted to help you and come home, come back. It just, that just makes me emotional just thinking about that love that you must have felt in that moment to feel wanted, come back. That's beautiful, Addie. Thank you so much for sharing that.
And I was carrying many expensive camera equipment because when you're carrying, your backpack is full, and but I never had an instance in any part of the world where I was scared of people going to steal things from me. And I was in Mexico City, and the lenses are more expensive than the cameras itself. And there's a whole crowd, and I was shooting, making my own videos, documentary for my channel. And I was saying, okay, you hold this part, you hold this part, you hold this part. And everybody's holding my parts, and I don't know any of them.
Yeah.
Hey, so Aditya, we have a lot of people that are subscribing to you that they're posting in the comments. Are you on your computer right now?
No, I'm speaking from a cell phone. I'm away from a computer, yes. But I'll do that
Okay.
later.
Okay, well, if you could look anywhere where it says private chat, or Karen, give him my number or something. I want to make sure we get him his link. So people, so they could share this out there. And it's a pleasure meeting you, man. I look forward to being on your next event you have coming up. Thank you again to Michael Adam Cohen. Amazing stories. And again, this particular stage is about influence and income. Can you share with us 3 of your best tips on how you've made your income utilizing influence?
See, obviously, when nowadays is a different world. See, I come from a world where we used to sell softwares through flip charts, if you recall those times, right? We used to sell flip charts. So I think the biggest is your reputation. And when you influence through your character, I think you definitely get outcomes. And obviously, I say that you have to be competitive. You need to be at top of your game in the best way you can be possible. So one was a deal in UAE against one bank. I was competing with my competitors, and they all knew that this man comes. The only thing you can read on his face is dollars. So people are scared to call you because they know that you're going to have a you're going to be very competitive. But they also knew that this guy offers value. So that's why the influence flew in there. And I won the deal over there. That was in UAE. Another instance is in Namibia, where I had the chance to meet the top of the government officials. I was selling an enterprise software to them, and there they knew that this guy will structure a deal well for us, because in the big software sales you need to structure a deal. It doesn't happen that you buy a CD or sell a CD. So these are the two instances I can say. The rest everything I've mentioned in my book, Solo Business, everyone can read that. It's a story of every continent where I was involved.
Thank you so much. I wanted to put up another little image that we have, and this is just lots of love that Addie is sending with everyone. And this is Michael Adam Cohen, an AI image of him over on the right, and that's Addie there in the left with Eric and I. So I thought that was really fun that they made that for us, and thank you, Michael Adam Cohen. And once again, I want to put up his International Literature Festival, so that you, again, there's that QR code, and we will add that so that everybody can find that. But we want you to be able to learn more and to reach out, because many times I hear the speakers and I'm like, I want to know more about in Soul of Business. I want to hear more of the ideas, and I want to tell him what I thought, and I want to ask him a question. Well, you have that opportunity through the eZWay app. So I encourage you all to do that. We'll help get those messages to him, and you can also send those to me directly if you want to have more information. So Addie, thank you so much. Thank you for your beautiful soul. Thank you for your humility, because your humility is what is your greatest influence on people, and you are influencing people for good through truth, through all of the things that you teach, through cytology, and through reminding people of the truths that are true about them, that are true about others, that are true about business and the world. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
It was our pleasure. I can't hear you. Are you muted?
Yeah, I was like, I always get excited about when they come on, and then when they get off, I feel like there's a little piece of me that is like kind of homesick.
I feel the exact same way. I'm like, don't go, Addie, don't go.
Just a little bit. It's like separation anxiety almost.
That's
People are going to hear like, who is this lady? But
well, we're two peas in a pod, because somebody, I can't remember who it was, but they said those two ladies are doing great.
Well, and I mean, the truth is, it's hard to stare at people. I mean, no matter how exciting they are and how interested they are. I mean, as a host, it's different. But when you're listening and you're not interacting on a audio level, like it can be easy to detach, and that's why, that's kind of why I'm stupid on stage. I'm like,
on stage. Oh my goodness. No, you're fantastic. But what did you just feel so much goodness in his heart when he was speaking?
Yes. This is a compliment, but it may not sound like it at first, but it's like somebody giving you a warm hug and you kind of just want to sleep, and not in a bad way, it's not interesting way, just in a like a warm hug kind of way, and you just want to soak it in,
I know you just want to lean into that embrace. It just feels so good. Yes, I felt that. So thank you so much, Addie, and all of you. I encourage you to connect and to to attend his International Literature Festival. And there's
I
going to
think
be
that's going to be really fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, and I'll say anybody who's never been to Coronado, it's worth the visit just to go. Like, it's not only is it beautiful, the weather's awesome, but the actual town of Coronado is amazing. And then to be able to see go to a literature event on top of it, like,
You know what I love about this is I own all this and I just get to pop up whenever I want, say whatever I want, do whatever I want. Say hi to all the eZWay family. Love you guys, and as always, don't forget to use the hashtag eZWay family. We're almost at 11,000 people using this hashtag now. So every time you guys are pressing the share button, every time you guys are promoting, use that hashtag eZWay family.
Because I'm guilty of that. I'm like, share, and I'm like, hashtag.
You're getting it though, Andy. But hey, I got some exciting news, guys. I thought I'd pop in because the next speaker we have is Karen Hall. Yours truly, the host. So she can't introduce herself. So I had to kind of pop on here. So let me just kind of grab the. Whoop, I got rid of myself. Let me just kind of grab the screen here and give you that proper introduction, Karen, because you have done such an amazing job today, and you need to really properly be introduced. And I want to first and foremost let you guys know how we met Karen. Okay, I love sharing the little story about how it always happens. So Karen originally was hosting on a lot of other stages. You guys probably recognize her from multiple stages. She's like really getting popular and famous as like the streaming host for all these different like summit stages and stuff. And so I saw her on a couple different stages. Shout outs to Ashcon and Henning and the Mindatorium and all the other stages that she's on. I've seen her involved with all these different things, and different people would like tell me about her. Then we're involved with the women's channel, and then I saw her popping up with the women's channel thing, and like all these different branches of the tree. Little Karen faces were popping up on each branch, and so I'm like, okay, I gotta talk to this Karen person. She's a great host. She's rocking and rolling. She's connected. We got to get her on the eZWay stage. And we had a great talk, a lot of heart behind it. And I started finding out there's more than meets the eye when it comes to Karen. And so I wanted to, make sure I came on, give her that real proper introduction for what she's doing, how she's doing it. And guys, post your comments. I want everybody to hit as many emojis as possible. Use the hashtag eZWay family. Everybody press the share button right now. Pound that share button. And remember as well, when you're pounding that share button, we're watching to see who's doing that. We are watching to see who's sharing the most, because we may bring you on stage towards the end with the eye-to-eye recap. Okay, we may be bringing you on the stage, which is 350 million potential people are going to be seeing you on television. So we're going to go to a commercial break real quick, and then we're going to have our host for the Influence to Income Virtual Summit herself, Karen Hall. We'll be right back.
eZWay Interactive. Start connecting the eZWay. Are you ready to connect like never before? Introducing the eZWay Interactive app, your ultimate social solutions network. Whether you're looking to network, collaborate, or simply share ideas, eZWay makes it easy to engage with like-minded individuals and organizations. Discover innovative solutions, join exciting discussions, and expand your horizon, all in one powerful platform. Don't miss out on the future of social networking. Download eZWay Interactive now and unlock endless possibilities. Next event. Visit www.influencetoincomesummit.com. Get seen on TV, in magazines, and pushed on press releases to the masses. Email eZWaypromotions@gmail.com to learn more. Call 1-877-399-2929. Influence to Income Summit, powered by eZWay Network.
Hey there, welcome back. I'm Karen Hall, your host of the Hero Within podcast. I'm passionate about sharing inspiring true stories of unsung heroes who've overcome some of life's most challenging adversities. Come along with me and learn how you too can find hope and healing to return to love.
Don't you just feel so happy when people are just cheering for you? And we are cheering for all of you. And that is why we are doing this event, because we want to help you to be better. So I am very honored to be invited to speak at this event. And I am thankful for Dr. Eric Zilli for making that possible. I was so grateful that we were able to have Don Green come and speak, and so many of the other speakers. I just love each one of these speakers, and as I get to know them more through this event, I just feel like I make a new friend. Do you feel like you're making a new friend when you're hearing them speak? I mean, didn't you just fall in love with Addie as he was talking? Simone Fairchild wrote, he's so calming, and I felt that same energy. And I was thinking about Don Green has had an impact in my life because I admired him from afar for so long, and the Napoleon Hill Foundation and all the work that he was doing. And when I had learned of his story, I was just amazed at how he was so inspired to give back. And he was always thinking about serving. And he was friends with Zig Ziglar, who was my first mentor in the entrepreneurial world. And Zig Ziglar said, if you help enough other people get what they want, you will get what you want. And we don't focus on that as much, but I appreciate that so much. And Napoleon Hill said it himself, and he brought that. But it's ancient wisdom. Just like Addie was talking about, these are truths that existed long, long, long ago. And if we just understand the truth and apply these truths, it makes all the difference in how we operate and how we can influence others and how we can create that income that we desire. So one of the things that I have found fascinating in my journey is dealing with failure. So Napoleon Hill says, if you fail to take responsibility for your success, your conversations will then be filled with blame, failure, and envy that you further down the road you'll have greater failure. And I thought, we have to take responsibility. And so we need to recognize what's happening and say, okay, what can I learn from this? What can I do better? And another quote that Napoleon Hill says that I just absolutely love is, every adversity, every failure, every heartbreak carries with it the seed of an equal or greater benefit. And so it's the law of opposition, that there is opposition in all things, and it compensates. There's a similar, if there's a great increase, then there's also a greater opposition. And we need to be aware of that. Another person that said it so well was Stephen Pressfield in the War of Art. And so we usually say the art of war, but he says the War of Art, and that's the name of his book. And he talks about how every time we up level, every time we try to do more, or we increase, or we set a goal, or we're determined that we're going to do something, we experience opposition. He calls it resistance, but we experience opposition and resistance. First, it comes within our own mind, and then it also often comes from without. And I thought that was very interesting when Don Green was talking, and he said that Zig Ziglar said, how much do you want it? And that's the real question. I think the universe asks us that. How much do you want this thing? How much do you want this business? How much do you want to share that passion? How important is that lesson that you learned that you want to share that with other people? How much is this product or this service that you want to give to others, to you? And are you willing to persevere through the obstacles that will come? Many times, as I'm coaching entrepreneurs in emotional intelligence leadership, which is what I do, I find that people default to an earlier thought, And it takes some time to uncover those limiting beliefs. Many times people don't realize that they have those. And as we work together and we go deeper and I ask more questions and I say, I'm sensing this thing, inside you, we uncover those limiting beliefs. And then we recognize that they're defaulting to that limiting belief, oftentimes because of trauma and from pain that they have experienced in their life. When we have trauma and when we have pain in our life that we're still working through, and we often work through it at a certain level, and then we experience maybe another failure, and then we work at it on a deeper level. That's one of the blessings that comes from failure, is that we often take stock, we often dig deeper, we often address things that need more healing, that need more work. And it doesn't mean that anything is wrong. It is a good thing to heal on a deeper level. And so I found that when the entrepreneurs were defaulting to these limiting beliefs, they felt like something was wrong with them, especially when they became aware of it. They're like, why am I thinking that way? I know better. And as a coach, I have experienced that myself when I have thought, I have experienced failure and I have felt shame. And I thought, I felt discouraged and I thought, of all people, I know all the mindset tools and I should be able to apply the things. And then I would feel shame for having shame. And so I would have these layers of shame that I had to work through. And it was because of trauma. And I had to recognize that within my brain, my amygdala was being triggered. And my amygdala does not tell time. It is as if I am transported back into that space when I was a little girl. And I felt that rejection and I felt isolated and I felt unloved. And I feel those feelings again, and I have to work through those. Well, the beautiful thing is that with neuroscience, we can rewire our brain so that when we do deal with failure and when we do feel these feelings of being triggered again, there are tools that we can apply that can help us with that. And so before we go a little bit deeper, I wanted to say that something that I find really unusual is celebrating failure. And I want you to think of a time that you have failed, and I want you to just kind of ponder that for a minute. And then I want you to say, I failed at something, and I'm proud of it. Now, that's not what we usually say when we fail at something, and that is certainly not what most of us have heard when we have failed at something. We didn't have somebody saying, woohoo, you failed, that's so awesome. We usually felt some ridicule. We felt some criticism. We felt some disappointment, some scorn usually from someone that then taught us to do that to ourselves. And so that feels weird when we say that we're proud of it. But one of the fascinating things about failure is that is the only time that we create new neurons. If you want new neurons, it's when you are failing, because that's when you are learning. If you're doing the same thing that you've always done, then you're just reinforcing the neural pathways. But when you need to learn something new, you learn that, and you usually learn that from failing. And so that Jim Quick taught that principle. I was just fascinated by that. I thought, well, there's a reason to celebrate failure, because I'm making more neurons in my brain. And that is something that we all need, is more neurons in our brain and more connections so that we can remember that that's something to celebrate. Well, one of the people that I also admire that has incorporated this philosophy is Sarah Blakely. And Sarah Blakely grew up with a father who would ask around the dinner table. He would go around to the children and he would say, what did you fail at today? And if nobody had anything to share about failure, he was disappointed. Now, when I heard that story, I loved that story. I absolutely loved that. And so she would have to think, what did I fail about, with today, or what did I fail with this week? And as they shared those stories, then they would talk about, what did you learn from that? And so what did he do for Sarah Blakely? He rewired her brain around failure. She doesn't look at failure the same way that everybody else does. And in fact, when she started to, she was going to go to law school, and she applied with the LSAT, and she didn't pass. And so she decided, okay, I'm going to pivot. I'm going to do something else. And then she started in sales, and she was having the success was not coming the way that she was hoping. And she said that because of the lack of success that she had, she developed more resilience, so that then when she created Spanx, and Sarah Blakely is the inventor of Spanx, extremely successful woman, she experienced rejection after rejection from the people that she was introducing Spanx to. No, nobody will ever want that. No, that's a dumb idea. I don't know what they said to her specifically, but she received just rejection after rejection. But what did she do? She learned from each opportunity, that each conversation that she had, each pitch that was not accepted, and she improved it. And then she was able to produce Spanx, and now she's an extremely successful entrepreneur, helping other entrepreneurs to feel the ability, to have the ability to be resilient in the face of rejection and in the face of failure. Even when you use the word failure, failure, it just has a negative connotation to it. And we need to flip that on its head, because failure is the opportunity to learn. So keep trying. And that is her message, is keep trying. And if you do experience something that doesn't have the outcome that you're hoping for, that's okay. Just keep trying. One of the stories that Napoleon Hill told is, so he was teaching everybody philosophies of how to have the proper mindset and to believe, if you can conceive it, if you can believe it, then you can achieve it. And many times we kind of conceive it, but we can't really believe how is this ever going to happen? It's the how part that we get stuck on. We may think it's a great idea, and we may believe in ourselves, but we may not be able to conceive how that is going to happen. And then that is a block for us being able to achieve it. But being able to stay focused on that is very important. So he was teaching people this philosophy, and his son was born, and he didn't have ears. And not only did he not have ears, but he didn't have holes in the side of his skull so that he could receive input. And he was talking to the doctor, and he said, well, we've got to figure out a way. And they tried everything. They could not figure out any way to solve the problem for his son to be able to hear. And he said, I know there's a way, because he was believing that there was a way. And the doctor came, and he put his arm on his shoulder, and he said, there is no way. You're going to have to accept this, that there is no alternative. And he said, I won't accept it. And he continued to search and search and search until finally they were able to do a surgery, and he had part of his hearing restored. And then after many years of continuing to search and continuing to meet with specialists, his son's hearing was fully restored. And I was so touched by that, because he did not give up. And I believe that if we continue to search and continue with our searching after our heart's desire, there's a reason why we have that heart's desire. And if we continue following that and seeking that thing that we desire so greatly, it will be given to us. And in measure, in one measure, and then another measure, in baby steps after baby steps, and it will be realized eventually, whether in this life or the next. Our heart's desires will be given to us. That is a promise. That is a promise from the divine that we can trust in. And that gives me great hope. And so when all outward evidence looks like nothing is working, looks like everything is failing, I go back to what I believe. I go back to what is my heart's desire. I go back to that vision in my mind, and I believe that it will happen. I don't know how many times, most of the time, but I trust, and I trust in the divine that there will be a path provided for me, and that I will follow. I call it the breadcrumb trail. I will just follow the next step, and I just ask for help. Please help me know what is the next step that I need to take. And if it doesn't seem like it's working, maybe I'm running into a dead end. Well, then I pivot, and then I regroup and I say, okay, well then let's explore this other path. And I remember Winston Churchill said that failure is going forward without a loss of enthusiasm. I love that. So many times when we fail and we feel discouraged and we feel defeated, sometimes we feel humiliated because, especially if we're in a public setting or public eye and things aren't working out right and everybody's kind of looking at us, for a coach, for the entrepreneur, for the successful person, and things didn't go well and we had a setback, it can feel humiliating, and we can feel some shame around that. But people also learn from us. How do we deal with that failure? If we see it, and I think it's very important to be honest about how you feel and to be authentic. I have felt shame, and I will admit that. I want someone else who is feeling that to know that they're not alone, that there's not something wrong if they feel feelings of grief. There is a process of grieving, and we need to acknowledge that in our own lives. And then we can take that step forward and say, okay, I felt the feelings. I'm not gonna jump over the feelings. I'm not gonna, skip it. I'm going to be real and authentic. But now what can I do? Now how can I move through that? How can I seek healing for this? Because as I move through that, other people learn from me, and I have more to offer other people who suffer. That is one of the greatest blessings of failure, is that I have greater empathy for someone else. If I never failed, I would not have empathy. And empathy is so crucial in my life, and it is so crucial in all that I do. And it is so crucial for the human race to be able to have empathy for each other, to be able to lift and care about each other and provide that compassion when others are suffering. That is what we all need. We all need more love. And there have been times in my life when I have felt like a failure, and I have not felt that I was very empathetic. And that was very hard for me. And sometimes the wounds were just so great that I couldn't even access empathy. I couldn't access it for myself, and I couldn't access it for someone else. And I remember a time when I felt that way, and I was reading Marianne Williamson's book, Return to Love. And she taught a very different perspective. At that point, I was thinking of pain that I was dealing with, which is important to acknowledge and important to heal from that pain. But I got stuck in that place. And so when I read her book, I had a massive mind shift. And then I read, and I had been reading lots of books. I was telling you, I was reading, Zig Ziglar as a teenager. I was reading these things, and I was so excited to learn. But I had a spell where I had a setback. And so then I started reading the Course of Miracles. And when I saw how it corresponded with scripture, I was amazed. And I was, all of a sudden, it was worded differently, and I saw things differently. And that's one of the questions that Marianne Williamson asked me. Are you willing to see things differently? And I loved that question, because I was always trying to see things differently. But I started asking myself that question when I got stuck, when I felt like a failure. I would say, are you willing to see things differently, Karen? And just asking myself that question opened my mind up to looking at things differently, to reframing the situation, to seeing the blessing in the midst of the failure. And that changed my energy, that changed my ability to receive information from the divine, and that changed my perception about my situation and about myself and about others. So I worked with Marianne Williamson. I certified under her directly. It was the most thrilling experience that I had, because I admired her for so many years. And to be able to talk to her and ask her questions and not just listen to a recording, but to actually interact with her and learn from her and her pain and the things that she had gone through that had taught her emotional intelligence, just thrilled me to no end. And then to be able to incorporate that in my coaching to help other entrepreneurs so that they could look at failure differently. Because what does that do? When you are emotionally dysregulated, when your emotions are escalating, you aren't able to use the resources to use your prefrontal cortex. We forget things. Like I said, our amygdala will take us back in time. Anybody who has experienced PTSD of any level knows that when you feel triggered by something, it's like you're transported back in time, like you never left that place. And it's like the weirdest thing. Soldiers experience this after war. They might hear plates drop in a restaurant and they hit the floor because they think gunshot might be happening. Their brain goes back in time. And that's what happens to us with failure, is we go back in time. That's why our brain defaults to that. And what we have to do is, when we come back to as we de-escalate, we are able to then come back to our prefrontal cortex and realize, oh, I'm not back there. Oh, I'm safe. It's okay. Well, how do we feel safe? How do we de-escalate? We have to show empathy to ourselves first. And that is the key to building resilience. And as we show that love to ourselves, then we are able to de-escalate our emotions. We're able to come back to what the truth is. We're able to have more calm. And step by step, we de-escalate. And then, the amazing, miraculous thing that happens is that love that we feel for ourselves fills up our cup, so to speak. And then we exude that love and that calm to others. We activate their mirror neurons, and they feel more calm, and they feel that love. That empathy that we are giving to ourselves unlocks the ability for us to give empathy to others, where we can have compassion for them, where we can serve them, where we can look for ways to bless their life. And as an entrepreneur, that's how we have the influence, is being able to bless someone else's life, to be able to influence them for good, to be able to motivate them, to be able to encourage them to seek the good, to serve others, to have more peace in this world. It starts with peace within ourselves, and we send that out to others. And then they have greater peace. And then it's a ripple effect. So my ripple touches you, your ripple touches others. And that's how we make the difference in this world. And it all starts with changing our perspective on failure. So I encourage everyone to ask yourself, are you willing to look at this differently? Are you willing to understand the principle that this is part of life, that every time you up level, you will experience resistance? And it's a process, and it's a skill that you can learn, empathy, that you can learn emotional intelligence, so that you can lead with heart. And then you can impact your team, your marriage, all of your family, all of your relationships, and your business as well. And I encourage all of you to think differently, to celebrate your failures, and to remember you are learning. And that's what this life is all about. It's about learning. We are here to learn. We are here to love. And we are here to help each other learn and to send love to each other.
eZWay Interactive. Start connecting the eZWay. Are you ready to connect like never before? Introducing the eZWay Interactive app, your ultimate social solutions network. Whether you're looking to network, collaborate, or simply share ideas, eZWay makes it easy to engage with like-minded individuals and organizations. Discover innovative solutions, join exciting discussions, and expand your horizon, all in one powerful platform. Don't miss out on the future of social networking. Download eZWay Interactive now and unlock endless possibilities.
Well, our next guest is such a beautiful soul. Oh my goodness. Michael Adam Cohen is someone who is striving to increase the consciousness in the world. He is an entertainment reporter and writer, there he is right there with his little fur babies. And he is working to increase the consciousness, as I was mentioning, in the world, starting with youth. And we had talked all about this earlier, but I want to talk about it again, because what he is doing is he is teaching consciousness for children and helping them through his edutech entertainment and through his comic books that he is writing, and helping them to learn to think differently. What if we had been raised like Sarah Blakely and we looked at failure differently? He's helping youth to be able to think differently so that they can have that higher consciousness and implement that in their lives through his comic books and making it fun for children. He also has a podcast, Aspire to Greatness, and how to make America grateful again. So we're grateful to have him here. He has won the award as Master Connector on the eZWay family, and he is someone that genuinely loves others, and everyone loves Michael Adam Cohen because of that. So I feel so honored to have him on the show and to be our guest today. So we will. Oh,
wow, that's a big audience there, you guys.
They're all here for you, Michael.
Yes.
It looks like a music festival, just like what I'm used to being at. So that's cool.
That's right.
I love what you said in the intro, though, or in your last piece about love yourself first and all that, because you heard my song that I composed. You thought that sat well with you. It's an honor to be here. You guys are doing a great thing for the world, and both of you are incredible hosts. Thank you to Eric Zulli as well. Eric Zulli and I have known each other for, like 35 years or so. And we met on red carpets in like the hip hop world, many years ago. And yeah, I'm 50. I'm 51 this year. Yeah, many moons ago. But yeah,
you're not supposed to share your age, Michael. We're supposed to all be like 35. Come on now.
Well, yeah, I usually get 35, so I don't know if that's because I'm immature or my voice or just whatever. But
I get 35 too, so
yeah,
I'm like, yeah, that's it.
But I feel fucking 51.
My body feels pretty old.
Playful.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love that because you're playful.
Today it's about the whiskey, and they're not a sponsor or anything, but I just got into a car accident, and Addie said, and I said, do you have anything? I need something because I'm about to speak and I'm not feeling it because I'm all shooken up.
In pain.
He gave me some pineapple whiskey that's celebratory, he said. So it's beautiful. Thank you.
It's speaking juice. That's what we call it.
Mazel tov.
Well, I'm gonna show your aspired living here for just a second so everyone can see that. So
yeah,
there.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So that will be the new cover for the magazine that I'm partnered with 90210 Enterprise Ashcan. Shout out to Ashcan. And that's our new magazine that's coming out next month, based on the Comic-Con that I was just at. And
I love
speaking about the comics for the kids, I was able to talk to some of the animators there and talk about it. So thanks for acknowledging that. And yes, so I do a curriculum, conscious kids curriculum, and I do it in like a coloring book style. And I plan on sharing a blueprint with you guys with all the secrets to, first discover your purpose, and then make a name for yourself so you could be an influence to others. I have a partner and if anyone of you is interested, that can get you 10 million views organically, guaranteed, or you don't pay. And that's a good way to get your name out there. And then once you have that, I just encourage you to give back to others. That's everything I do is to give back. So that's just the way I live. That's the way I've always lived. I was born with a severe disability that I've never taken any, disability, cases or anything in my favor. And I've just, lived by the way that I know, and I've been trained by the best, and like to share my wisdom and here to serve others. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. It's an honor to be here. Karen, just want to say, like, this is super cool that this is your idea coming to life, and it takes a team, and you have a great team here too. So this is a beautiful day, and thanks for all you do, everybody.
If I have to just say, here he has been in an accident, in a car accident, right on his way to come and enter the studio. And what does he do? He thinks of us. He thinks, how can I bless all of you? And thank you for your unselfishness. That's the hallmark of your life. That's how you live. And right now you are embodying that despite being in pain. You are thinking of others. You're so unselfish. And I just have to thank you for your beautiful energy. And I just appreciate how you have lived to learn all the lessons that you have learned, to share those with others, because you are so loved.
Thanks.
I agree with you 100%, Karen. What's up, Michael? I when I found out that Michael Adam Cohen was on stage, I raced home to make sure I get in the office, and I could say this. We are both like super master connectors. We've both been doing our thing for a long time. Hung out with Stedman Graham, Oprah's people, and celebrities galore. And
now Oprah, I got Oprah now, Eric. I got Oprah.
Oh, you got Oprah now. Okay. Well, tell me today.
Yeah.
I met Oprah when I first started in the industry, and when I met her, I was like, I couldn't really. The words weren't really coming out of the mouth properly. But
I smelled her first, and like it was the most incredible scent, and I was just like, wow. And it was
Michael. I want to set you up for the stage. Okay, so we're gonna give you the stage. You're gonna put your keynote hat on here. Okay, and I want you to talk about influence to income, but in the manner of what a connector would do.
Sure.
A master connector would do. How do you connect? How do you network? How do you get the contacts? How do you follow up? Right, like focus on relationships and connecting.
Sure. Okay, here we go. So first, if we could, I would like to start off before we talk strategy of influence to income. I'd like you all to take a deep breath with me. Hold it for like 15 minutes. No, 15 seconds. Didn't that feel good, everybody? So because what we're building here today, it's not just about metrics, it's about momentum. And it's not just business, it's your becoming. And your income will never rise higher than your vibration. So I'm all about your vibration. The more things that you actually let go of that are in your life, commitments, whatever else, material items, the higher your vibration will be. And the happier you'll be, and then you'll be able to spread that same joy. You'll radiate the frequency of at a high level of consciousness that will be visible to everybody in your life. It's super important. And so why I'm here, I didn't come from privilege. Yes, I had my parents had money, but I never let that change my beliefs. I didn't have a roadmap, but what I did, I have a vision, I have a voice, and a relentless decision to turn pain into power and the frequency into fuel. And I've lived that way pretty much my whole life. Growing up, I was in like adapted PE as a kid, and I never let that change the way I thought. I was held back in school. Sure, I made my mistakes, but once I got trained by Brian Tracy to take full responsibility for everything in my life, including this car accident I just had, I took responsibility for it. And you won't have conflict with others because you realize that you perceive something that in your mind that maybe caused the conflict that you had with this person. And once you take on the responsibility, then you don't have to deal with the reputation. You don't have to deal with the nonsense and the drama that comes from an argument, so to speak. So I've walked many red carpets, interviewed the best of the best. I've sat in silence with my own trauma, but I built a curriculum with kids, and I've interviewed legends backstage and on stage. But what I'm here to tell you about is the most valuable currency you will ever possess is energetic clarity. And clarity is so super important so one of the ways that I get clarity is every morning I get up at 4:00 in the morning, and I do a dream journal. And then right after I do the dream journal, I figure out either you dream about something that you want to happen, or you haven't accomplished yet, or something horrific. So then I create mantras, and then I do personalized mantras every morning to either rid off like something that is not so good in my life, or something that I'm excited about pursuing. And you don't get anything in life unless you do the work and you do the effort, and you're empathetic and treat people with the way they should be treated. I know a lot of people that I've met, I just don't see it. They believe the same thing, and that's okay. They'll get there when they get there. So what I want to tell you about, first of all, you want to discover your purpose. You want to realize what's that thing that you can't stop thinking about. That thing that you can't stop thinking about is definitely going to be your purpose. And then you need to know what to do with it. So like once you figure out what that is, then you create a platform for yourself, a screen name, and you create a movement, and you'll be unstoppable. I guarantee you. Just like you'll have that voice inside your head so I have a voice inside my head that used to go 24/7, Spitfire, rapid fire. I think Eric Zuli was very much the same way. And I learned to, through meditation in the morning, it quiets the mind, and I have that time to myself. And the reason why I do it at 4:00 in the morning is because that's the best time to connect to source energy. So it's just so I know we're on a summit about influence. So it's not really about followers. It's about the frequency. It's about embodying the message so deeply that the presence is in the strategy. So influence to income. Let's think about that. This is a conscious blueprint that turns your pain into purpose, your voice into visibility, ideas into impact, and vibration into value. So I have what I invented, the 5 pillars of influence framework. And I just want to go over those with you real quick, because I think this is the best way to explain where we're going. And that is, the first is the frequency of influence. So your energy introduces you before you speak. This is about alignment, clarity, and embodiment. When you're in your lane, the world makes space. And that's kind of what Karen was talking about in the beginning. Stay in your lane. Don't try to be someone else. Don't take someone else's idea and make it yours. Income is outcome. So money is not the goal. It's the echo. The pillar turns service into systems, presence into profit, and hustle into harmony. And what I mean here is, like Addy said in his, when you focus on the money, you're not going to have it. It's just the way the universe works here, people. You want to focus on the outcome rather than the payments. Also, Addy was talking about, you want to focus on what you're doing for others, not the acknowledgement you're getting for doing that for others. Because when you focus on the wrong thing, you're going to get the wrong thing. What your mind thinks about is what's going to happen in your life. So let me continue here. So 3 is strategies of conscious currency. This is where marketing meets mindfulness. Funnels, collaborations, branding, and media. This is all important. All infused with values, though, voice and vibrational integrity. And then I believe in joyful, sacred living. And so that's your daily rituals are your secret weapon. Your self-worth is 100% your best asset. So is your health. I always say your health is your wealth. Boundaries are super important. It's okay to say no. It's okay to tell someone, no, I can't do that for you. Let me suggest this person for you. And as I became an influencer and a master connector, what I do with people is I try to ask them, especially if it's the head of a summit or whatever else, and I'm there to add value to speak, but I want to add value to them more importantly. And also, let me talk about influence. So with influence, it's about your audience. You always want to engage with your audience. You want to poll your audience. You want to involve them. You want to acknowledge them, because it's not about you. If you make it about you, you're not going to have the following or what you want. I mean, I have millions of followers by amongst all my platforms. And the reason why I have that is people, number one, like my content, but I also am always asking them and my audience, what would you like me to do? What would you like me to feature for you? Do you have any recommendations of someone you want me to interview? And I get their feedback all the time, and it really matters to me. And then, and you see your numbers go up that way too. And then you also want to follow all the rules of the social media platforms that you're on. You know, they have a guide on what works and what doesn't. So let's go back to joy. So yes, your self-worth is super important. And if you notice when you smile, and you release these endorphins that make you happy by just smiling. So, all right, I say meet because I was on a photo shoot once with Annie Leibovitz. This is kind of funny, but it works every time. If you're not the best when you take photos with, and I mention this all the time, and it works. Instead of saying cheese, when you say cheese, you get a cheesy smile. Think of it that way. But when you say meat, you get the best beautiful smile with the best beautiful bright eyes. And part of that is because you're kind of laughing that you're saying meat, like, you know, you think of it kind of naughty. And you have the best photos after that. So you're welcome, people. Okay. The long game is legacy. This is why you came here today. Legacy is the soul print you leave in your clients, your kids, and your community.
Mikey Adam Cohen.
Yes. Who's that?
Oh, that would be Dante wanted to say, hey, how you doing? She said, is that Mikey? So
what's up?
What's
up, Dr. Dante? Shout out to you.
I forgot my phone. My mic wasn't on mute. Mike, messed up Mike. My bad. Okay.
I'll take it.
Go ahead. Continue. Sorry.
No worries. Love you, Dante. Okay. So in closing, you're not too late, people. You are not too broken. You are right on time for this. And the world is waiting for your vibration. I see you. The world sees you. I honor you. The world honors you. Let's build your empire from the inside out. So any questions, people, or anything I can help with? So another incredible fact is, so let's say you want to connect with someone on LinkedIn and you don't have their info and you don't know if they're going to say yes. If you go to, it's called Contact Out, and you type in the name of the person, it will give you their direct email and their direct phone number. Most of the time it's correct. If you have that information, when LinkedIn comes up and populates and says, you know, because this person's at the very top, then you don't have the information to put in for their email and then to write the personal message. So when you go to Contact Out, it gives you that info. You put that in, and if you put that in within 3 days of you trying to connect with someone that you're not already connected to, you'll be connected to them. It happens organically. And then what that does is then LinkedIn, once you're connected with that person, recommends you to people at their level. And I recommend you going through your Facebook and Instagram, and the people that aren't engaging, I'll give you a full report. The people that aren't engaging, whether they're your best friend in the whole world, you need to delete them, because you need people in your corner that support you and your values. And I learned that from Zuckerberg many years ago when he did a live broadcast on this. It's super beneficial. And when you do that, then what I want you to do is, when those 50 people, whatever, that you just dropped that might have been your best friends, and a couple of times, you know, some of it, my good friends in the world called me crying, oh my God, we're not friends anymore. Yeah, we're friends. You can follow me, but I don't need you as a friend on Facebook. And this is the reason why. Just be really clear. And they have your personal phone number if they're your friend anyways. And, you know, it hurt me when that person called, but then I realized, no, my self-worth is super important, and they can follow me and reach out to me anytime because they're my best friend. So I just hopefully I shared some tidbits of value here and whatnot. And you can reach out to me anytime. I'm here.
Mikey, look at the screen because people are asking questions on the screen. You can answer them directly.
Oh, I can't. I don't have my glasses. I'm so sorry. If
Karen,
anyone wants to read them to me.
Want to help?
Okay, yeah, I'll be happy to read the questions to you, Michael. So
Okay.
Robert Butwin said, it does not matter where you start your life or where you are now. The key is the direction you're headed to and where you choose to end. So that totally, I could tell that totally, what you said totally resonated with him. And Wendy Weber said, that's what my songs, oh, yeah, Wendy Weber said, that's what my songs are meant to be, a legacy or an heirloom.
I love that, legacy or heirloom.
Thank you, Wendy. Wendy has been so supportive. And Joe Petrosky said, focus on the world. The world is waiting for your vibration.
And I love Joe. So I do these backstage gifting suites, the Emmys, the Oscars. Shout out to Heather, Mariana, and Nicole. And I love interviewing the celebrities on these red carpets. I think it's super cool. And what I do with these interviews is I don't do my research ahead of time. I just kind of wing it with the conversation. But I met Joe at the gifting suites, and he was repping his book and whatever else. What an incredible guy! What a spiritual guy, grounded guy, motivational, and what a beautiful soul. Yeah.
Yes, Joe he's one of our platinum members of the eZWay network.
And cute, yeah.
Which I believe is going to be one of our next speakers too.
He's great.
Correct.
Yeah.
My dad's asking Mikey specifically. He sent me a text and said, "Please, ask my question. Do you remember the WTV capers that we used to do? That stood anything in particular back in the day that stood out, that stands out in your mind?"
With WTV.
What You Need TV, the first original YouTube channel that we started out with when we first were doing our thing. That was before eZWay.
I honestly don't remember that. I don't know why, but I mean, I know, all I know is, James, you've been a trooper, man, going through what you went through in your health, and then also being such an influence to others. Speaking of influence, this is a father that is not only there for his son, but he's there for everybody else. And James is very selfless and puts himself last as well. But mentally he puts himself first, and he started a charity for kids. So all I can say is that, you guys have been hustling and pushing things for a long time. I disappeared. And okay, that's the channel. So yeah, I don't remember that specifically, James, but I do remember you guys have been involved, and you've been in the world, and you've been media moguls, so to speak, for quite some time, and very high respected people. So, and I just love your commitment to each other as a family and to the world. So shout out to James Zuli. So.
We also have a question. Why would you defriend your personal friends?
Oh, wait, hang on with that, Eric. We want to play this reel. So do you want to play the reel first, and then we'll?
No, it's fine. So I met this. So this is kind of how influence works, and the possibilities that are there. So what you want to do is, if you're so I'm media, right? So when I met Sharon Osbourne, I met her at the GLAAD Awards, which is like the gay Oscars, and they fight defamation that's going on in the world with gay people, lesbian, transgendered, etc. And I took those photos, and then and I said, wow, like, it's Ozzy here? That's what I originally thought. This is when I was naive and didn't know. And they're like, no, Oz isn't here. We're being honored. I said, oh, it's great to meet you guys. And then she's like, I just want to tell you, she's like, Oz isn't anything without me. I've done everything. And I said, oh wow, that's super great. And that usually there's a powerful woman behind a powerful man, and the woman is more powerful. And I love that. So one of the photos, she's like, I'm gonna do something. She's like, I have a new pilot for coming up, and we had a great rapport. And for a TV show, I'm gonna do the Sharon Osbourne show. I'd like you to come. That's Dustin Hoffman. He's my cousin. So that's Dan Aykroyd. That's a photo of me and Dan Aykroyd when I was 12 years old. That's dead in there. I interviewed 16 years old. I'm sorry. I interviewed Dan Aykroyd there, and then I just saw Dan Aykroyd at Comic-Con, and we had this most incredible talk. But to make a long story short, I was washing my car outside my house when I was 16 years old. I don't even know. I mean, for me, just be able to wash my car, I don't usually I don't even do that nowadays that often. So I have someone else do that. But I happened to be washing my car, and all of a sudden around the corner there's Dan Aykroyd with this whole team of people riding like this huge entourage of people in this like pickup truck. And he stops in and he's like, "You live here?" And I said, "Yeah." And my area is like, you know, I wouldn't think a movie would be shot there. But anyways, he was scouting for a new location for a police show that he was going to be a police officer in. And that's why I was interviewing him, and he was in that police uniform. But I was part of video production as a kid in my high school, and I did this long interview with Dan Aykroyd. And he gave me so much incredible information in that interview that I've stuck with to this day. So I just ran into him at Comic-Con, and wow, it was great. It was a full circle moment for me. So, but I hope I answered the question correctly.
Yes, I think you did. You know, there's a lot of people that want to know how they can connect with you. And so besides the eZWay network, is there another, are we going to play the reel? But Eric, do you want to, is that something we can pull up now and with the sound?
Just as music.
Oh,
it was better that he was doing a voiceover. I don't think there was, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think we're good.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So anyway, how else could people connect with you, Michael?
Well, so on my social platforms, I'm most influential Mikey.
Most influential, and he is most influential.
And that's, thanks. I try not to have ego, but that's just what I've been known as. And so it's ENTIAL, because a lot of people spell influential with a C, and like the influencer, and gets lost in translation.
Right. Well, you have such a beautiful energy, and it came through today. You know, I think people really felt that from you. And when you were talking about, you know, as we raise our vibration, then we can't raise our interest until we raise our vibration, and that presence leads to profit. Oh, I totally agree with you there, because how many times do we interact and we know that they aren't present? They're thinking about something else, or they're doing
just focusing on the wrong thing, and focusing on a sponsorship, focusing on the right thing, and you're not going to get the sponsorship if you focus on not having it. Anything you have in life, if you focus on the lack, you won't reap the benefits of it at all. You have to focus on the fact that you're going to accomplish that. And part of that, when I was trained in NLP, neuro linguistic programming, it teaches you to reframe and rewire your brain. And I can do that for others as a master practitioner, but I love doing that. And also, anytime you think about something that you keep going in your head, and you're making that person wrong in your head, reframe that and think about that person, the positive, and how you might be perceiving something that didn't necessarily happen. Because you know, because you might have been angry by something they said, but it might not have been that harsh. It's something that you need to address with yourself and go deeper in inner work. So they you know, they might have said something because they care and see something that you don't see in yourself. And rather than take it as a negative or a criticism and write them off and, like, you know, and then hold on to that anger, that does nobody any good. And the way I describe this is, so let's say take a pen, and you know, when you have a pen and you put it in your hand and you're gripping it so tight, like it's because you're so angry at the person or the situation. What happens when you let it go? It's so calming, so easy. Just let shit go, people. Let shit go, and you know, you'll have everything you need. But like, I'm here to serve. I can throw in a free consult. And typically what I do is, if you want to be connected to anybody in life, I could pretty much make that happen, either with myself or within calling 3 people. Now, what I mean by that is, let's say you have a project you want to get off the ground, and you don't know who that is to get that going for you. I can give you the number 1 person that's in that field and connect you with them directly. Now, I'll do all the legwork and connect you with that person directly. You still have to pay the fees of whoever that person is. But then what I do is I take 25% of the first 3 transactions with you and that person, so that at that point, it's worthwhile for me as well. So I don't mind giving the free consult. But then when it comes to business, that's what I do. Oh, and then I have another magazine, DW, which is incredible, and they have 50 million views, and they're a women's empowerment magazine. And I talked to the owner of the magazine, and for our viewers today, I'm able to offer the cover if someone wanted like their influence to be on the cover of that magazine. She said we can offer that for like $500. And that's super great, because that gives you 50 million readers and views to what you're doing. And so, that I think that's super great. So it's not a paid for play market with her, but she's
how many viewers?
She claims she gets 50 million.
So I will pay that, and if I don't get 50 million viewers, follow me on Instagram. Do I get my money back?
Yeah, I'll talk to her and get your money back. Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, thanks so much, Mikey. I'm so glad that you were able to come on the stage and share your influence, share your insights. I look forward to playing more with you, and we'll get you up on the eZWay Wall of Fame.
Thank you, and I will handle that today. Yeah, I promise. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, man. And we gotta get to the next panel. We got our people waiting in the queue here, and you want to introduce the. Actually, I think I'm going to take the introduction to the next one, because I believe this is my beautiful other half coming up. We have an amazing panel for wealth. I mean, this is about influence, and it's about income, and so this is really where you guys really got to like take note and get prepared, because the people that are we hope are going to be on this panel, everybody, if they all show up, this is like, the saying, a wealth of knowledge or a wealth of information. This is like another word for wealth. I mean, the people that we were able to come together to get on this panel to be able to inspire you guys and educate you guys. I mean, these guys are very major rock stars. They've proven, they put their money where their mouth is, literally. They've proven that they really know what they're doing. So, all right, without further ado, we're going to go ahead and bring my beautiful other half, my rock, and the person that has had my back from day one since we started the eZWay family. We collectively started the eZWay family, thinking of a great way to have a community. That it's our honor here at the Influence to Income Virtual Summit to introduce Dr. Dante Sears, and one of our biggest panels on the Influence to Income Summit stage, the Wealth Experts panel.
Are you ready to scale your business and grow your income? Life is a journey. You've got to discover your true path and target your results. Don't just dream about it. You've got to do it. At WealthXO, we're here to help you create your dream life. Turn your dreams into a reality. It all starts with a great plan and a great coach. I'm Dr. Dante Sears, and I'm here to help you turn your dreams into reality. Are you ready? Let's go. WealthXO. Are you tired of doing business the hard way? Is building your business taking too much time and energy? We can help. Introducing your ultimate solution, eZWay Business Membership. We're a full-service digital marketing solution specializing in branding and marketing, advertising, and introductions to CEOs and influencers that can help your business thrive. Problem solved. Now you can hire our award-winning team to work for your business. We've received many prestigious awards, including the Digital Trailblazer Award by Hollywood Weekly magazine, and we've been recognized by Congress. For just $11 a day, you'll get more exposure, reach more clients by next month, guaranteed. Here's how it works. You pay one low annual fee of $4,000, and you'll receive consulting, branding, marketing, advertising, social media support, product placement, and business introductions to help your business grow exponentially. And if you need more, we offer SEO, commercials, TV exposure, and much more for an additional rate. To recap, for just $11 a day annual membership fee, you'll receive branding, consulting, business-to-business introductions, advertising, and social media support. But don't take our word for it. Here's what our customers say.
We've been working with eZWay, Eric, for the last 6 months, and literally we are slammed with work for 2 months straight. So his marketing definitely works.
To learn more, visit eZWayNetwork.com or contact us at 877-399-2929. And don't forget to follow us on social media. On Facebook at eZWay Network, Twitter at eZWay Broadcast, and YouTube at eZWay TV.
Are you a speaker, author, coach, entrepreneur looking to get out there more and find new leads for your business? Meet Amy. Amy is a coach and speaker looking to get on more stages and podcast interviews so more people know about her products and services, so people are aware of what she can do for them. Amy heard about this eZWay pitch party on Zoom and decides to check it out. She registers at eZWayPitchParty.com for free. Amy is now given an account with eZWay Network and can log into her back-end portal. Amy discovers that there is a wide range of promotional and branding services offered through eZWay Network. Events, TV, magazine, podcasting, website and app creation, business tools and automation for her business. Even a directory of over 2,500 high-quality eZWay family members that she can do business with, joint venture, or even find affiliates for her own business. Plus all this is rolled into a social network that makes it easy for Amy to connect and follow up with everyone she meets. Amy can also post what she has going on, and what she wants other members to know about.
Wow, this is awesome. Now I have a stage I can promote my events, podcasts, and projects from.
Amy then realizes that her pitch she gives on the eZWay Pitch Party can also be aired and distributed on eZWay.tv, which gets her talk out to much more people. Amy just got a free commercial. eZWay even offers production and training services to turn Amy's pitch into a commercial that sells for her even while she is sleeping. So now Amy is put into a directory on a network that is tapped into multiple networks of multiple people that have their own stages, podcasts, and business referral networks themselves. So in short, now Amy has a done-for-you team to promote and brand her just because she decided to check out the eZWay Pitch Party stage she was told about. Amy can also refer her friends to the same thing and make 10% of anything her friends purchase from eZWay Network. Amy gets all this starting at $49.99 a month or $600 annually. Every time Amy gets on the pitch party stage, she is not only getting her message out there more, she is made to look like a star, which will help her attract more business to her business, because eZWay is helping to boost her online presence, notoriety, credibility, and authority. All in one, in short, it pays to do it the easy way.
Welcome to eZWay, where dreams ignite. Families come together, we got our light.
All right, get ready. Here you go.
Everything feels right. We're building the future, starting tonight. eZWay.
Hey everybody up there in eZWay land. I hope y'all are enjoying the Influence to Income Summit. We're having a great time over here backstage, running this show. So what are we talking about today? Money multiplication. Everybody here has been talking about all these great things about, how we can turn our influence into income. And that is really important. I started this wealth journey in like fourth grade. I started studying. I wanted to be a millionaire when I was a kid. I was certain I was going to be a millionaire. By the time I was 30, I started reading Tony Robbins when I was 10 years old, Awaken the Giant Within. And my mom was an entrepreneur. So for me, it was kind of like, it was a foregone conclusion that I would be a person of influence, a person of power, and a millionaire. But I got so lucky that during that time, all these different, hi, what's happening? Our panel is right after this, guys. So, hi. So basically, I got really lucky. I had these mentors that came into my life, and they shaped my mind about money because, it's not just the journey of becoming an entrepreneur. It's really what you do with the money when you get it. See, everyone thinks of wealth as this
destination. And when you get there, everything's great. And you have $1 million house with double staircases and the money's flowing in. Oh, cue the music. But it's not like that. Literally, when you hit that money amount that you were like, I wish I had, I'm going to have, then it's like, wait a minute. Okay, let's say you hit that $1 million. Well, then bills start coming. It starts going down. And you're going, where's my $1 million, right? So now you're kind of like on this treadmill where you have to keep earning to keep filling and topping up that destination number, right? And even to go higher. But then you have competition. So as people see that you're starting to make it in the world, they're going to start to armor up and go, oh, I'm going to do that too. So now you have this competition, you have this business, you have the money flowing in, but you can't make money when you sleep unless you set it up that way. And so that's what my whole talk is really about is, it's not just to make the millions, but to keep the millions and to keep them generating, because you have so long that you're going to be willing to work up every day and be motivated and fight the world to earn capital. But then you have to start thinking about leverage. Yes. And someone said, Hala said taxes too. Exactly. Your taxes are going to come and take a chunk out of that. So one thing that you want to do is make sure that you have a system set up to multiply your money. Hi, what's happening? So that's what I learned is as I started to make the big money, I went, hey, okay, how can I multiply this money? How can I make more money when I'm asleep? How can I get ahead of my competitors, or at least stay abreast so that they don't put me out of business while I'm resting and enjoying my money? So what I ended up getting into was importing and exporting and learning financial leverage. I started basically finding different ways to take, say, if I made $100,000 for the month, I would take a percentage, 25%, let's say, and I use that money to flip it into other markets where I see the GDP is low. So I'd buy products from Asia, I'd buy products from Thailand, I'd buy products from Australia, even products from Brazil. And then I would flip them for whatever that difference in GDP was, plus the differential in the market here in the United States. And so basically, what ended up happening was at the end of the year, the little bit that I made money off of, let's say I put $5,000 on something, became $50,000. Something that I put $10,000 became $100,000. My money started multiplying. And then I started realizing, wait, there's even something further than that. There is the fact that there's stocks, there's crypto, there's 401ks, there's all these different ways to create wealth tax-free.
You're stupid off those holes upside down. Yes! Fuck this last one.
We have some technical difficulties, but we will be right back after these messages here at the Influence to Income Summit. Wow, what information we just got there from the Wealth XO Queen herself, Dr. Dante Sears. We'll be right back.
Are you ready to scale your business and grow your income? Life is a journey. You've got to discover your true path and target your results. Don't just dream about it. You've got to do it. At Wealth XO, we're here to help you create your dream life. Turn your dreams into a reality. It all starts with a great plan and a great coach. I'm Dr. Dante Sears, and I'm here to help you turn your dreams into reality. Are you ready? Let's go. Wealth XO.
Fix it! It's backwards!
Get ready for a transformational experience at the Influence to Income Summit, where some of the most prominent thought leaders and trailblazers come together to share powerful insights on turning purpose into profit. Featuring legends like Jeff Hoffman, Senior Executive from Priceline, Dr. Tina D. Lewis, founder of Global Women Speakers, Don Green, CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, Dr. Dante Sears, founder of Wealth XO, Omar Periu, 32 best-selling author, host of Zero to Wealth, Deb Drummond, executive producer for the Women's Channel, Greg Reed, executive producer of the Wishman movie on Netflix, Kate Linder, Young and the Restless Star, Van Chozo, CFO for River Rock Films, Andy Monet, co-founder for Trailblazers TV, Jeffrey Hazlett, chairman of C-Suite Network, Shyla Day, founder of Women of Purpose, David T. Fagan, former CEO of Guerrilla Marketing, Laurel Lang-Meyer, the millionaire maker from The Secret, Lauren McKay, Emmy Award-winning executive producer, TV host and founder of McKay Enterprises, Albert Corey, financial and tax expert, and many more. This is your chance to learn directly from the best. Hosted by Karen Hall and creator of the eZWay interactive app Doctor, Eric Zuli. Benefiting better vision for children. Powered by the award-winning eZWay network, this televised event is broadcast across multiple platforms and designed to help you master the art of monetizing your influence. Register free now at www.influencetoincomesummit.com. The 2025 eZWay Awards Golden Gala televised event was held at Voco Laguna Hills Hotel, hosted by actress Kate Linder and actor Trey Ireland, was an undeniable success, benefiting better vision for children and uniting purpose with prestige. Held before a sold-out, over-capacity crowd, this gold tie affair honored NBA Ironman AC Green with the prestigious eZWay Lifetime Achievement Award, alongside actor Ken DeVishen, actress Bai Ling, Henry Tillman, and Harlem Globetrotter Harold Lefty Williams and his family. With a 40-foot golden carpet, live band, Oscar viewing experience, and a 3-course dinner with wine and champagne, the evening dazzled.
Music legend Kevin Dorsey received the BBC Lifetime Achievement Award, while A-list presenters, TV executives, producers, investors, and philanthropists graced the stage. Covered by Comcast, Getty Images, eZWay News, and over 57 media outlets and influencers, the event featured celebrity comedy, music, and magic performances. Supported by Lions Club International, Laguna Chamber of Commerce, and honored by the City and County of Orange County, the gala celebrated vision, legacy, and giving back.
Got a spark with an eZWay family, making a mark.
And Dr. Dante Sears is
and trust up on this tight, turning every moment into pure delight.
Hey everybody, so it looks like we had some serious technical difficulties there. Where did I leave off? I was talking about money leverage. As I started to have, they say, get the bag, have the bigger money, then I started to find different ways to leverage the money, as I was talking about crypto and stocks. And now is like really the best time ever to get into these money leveraging positions, especially with Donald Trump in office, and he's doing so many things to improve the economy. Money leverage is really your key to getting freedom. Is yes, you have this dream, and yes, you want to earn all this money, but you also need to enjoy the lifestyle. See, you didn't become rich, you didn't become successful so that you could be a slave to your job, so you could be a slave to your dream. You did this so that you could have time leverage, so you could enjoy your life, enjoy the people you love, so you could create possibilities for them. So as I started to just play with this a little bit, just some small examples of what I've been able to do for my team and for my friends is like, and for my clients is, for instance, just taking one example is a client that had just a few $1,000s from a job that was ending. So we were able to take $6,000 of that money and invest it into crypto. And some money into stocks too. And within less than 6 months, that $6,000 became $40,000. So like as a real estate agent, I'd get people that say, oh, I've got to save up for a down payment. I have to save up for this. I have to save up for that. No, forget about saving. You save so that you can invest, but you're not going to make as much money as the market's going to make while you're sleeping. You're not going to make as much money as the crypto market's making. So what you can do instead, or what the real estate market is doing, as a matter of fact, so what you can do instead is take some money and leverage it in a way where you can make more money so you can hit that goal faster. Because while you're saving for that thing, inflation is going up, right? And the price of that thing becomes more and more expensive the more effort you have to put towards earning it. So with money leverage, you can literally take small amounts of money, set it aside, put it towards companies that are expected to grow, cryptos with great companies that are expected to go, and see your money rise so that literally while you're doing your passion, your money is working for you. That is the ultimate freedom. And that's what I want for everyone here in the eZWay family and beyond, is for you to learn how to leverage your money. We are in the time of AI now, and people are literally setting up money-making machines, going to sleep and waking up with money. And I want you to be one of them. So today I have a fantastic panel of wealth builders. I'm talking people who have built careers off of making people like you and me successful. So if we're ready to start the panel, I would love to bring everybody in now.
Did you want to introduce these amazing superstars?
Yes, I do. Absolutely. Okay, great. So you're fantastic. So the people on my panel today, we have Joseph Lombardi from Ironhawk Financial. Joseph is a powerhouse when it comes to wealth. And I know, Joseph, you said you had a little time crunch today. Are you still on that time crunch?
For you guys, anything.
Okay. Well, I definitely want people to hear from Joseph because he's speaking tomorrow, by the way, but the things that he is going to teach you about money, you don't want to miss, and especially with insurance. Then we have Laurel Langmeyer, the millionaire maker. This woman was making people money from, I'm not going to date this woman because she's amazing, but let me just say that from the beginning of time, only meaning that she's clearly re-manifested herself in this lifetime and luckily into our lifetime so we can learn from her because she is the money-making maven. Okay, then.
New title, I like that.
Oh, you like that? Great. Then we have, let's see, Omar Periu. Omar Periu, he helped LA Fitness.
Omar's not able to make it, but I'll be coming in on his behalf.
Okay, well, all right, well, there that is. But Omar definitely has taught me a lot, so we'll be able to reflect that here. Mario Gallo, he is all about real estate ventures and funding. He works with family offices. He shakes hands with the millionaire movers and shakers. All right, and next we have Samueli Mussolini. Okay, I killed his name. Samueli with Safi Bank. Muzaliwa. There we go. And Samueli is building a bank that is chartered in Tanzania, I believe. And he has great ideas on how you can actually create impact with wealth. Did I get that right, Samueli? You're on mute, by the way.
Close. We're buying a charter bank in Nevada initially, but then we'll be expanding out to Kansas as well.
Okay, beautiful. I love it. All right, everybody. So for the wealth panel, guys, we really want to talk about how technology is shaping the world and especially wealth. So with that in mind, my first question is, everyone starts somewhere. What was your first meaningful stream of wealth, and what mindset shift allowed you to go from earning money to generating wealth? Starting with you, Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, it just came through meeting with successful multimillionaires in Wall Street, where I started my career when I was 19. And they basically told me, what is your passion? And watching my dad fall 3 stories off a ladder, lose a $27 million construction company. I said, my passion is making sure that, other people don't fall into that like my father did. So I started chasing trucks on the highway. They called me the dog. Drive 100 miles an hour in the left lane. As soon as I saw a roofing company, construction company, painting company, I pulled behind them because every one of those trucks has a cell phone on the back. And I would call and be like, hey, my father was JB Lombardi Builders. He lost everything. Can I buy you a cup of coffee at the next exit at Dunkin' Donuts and protect your family? And people said yes. So the blue collar market was really untapped up here in Connecticut. So that's what started my business. And I grew really fast. I made my first millions by the time I was 25 years old. Just grinding, hustling, growing, asking for help. Finding the top guys in the industry, bringing them deals, sitting there, keeping my mouth shut and learning and taking 50% of the deal. So I just basically became a master prospector, and that's what really grew my business until I became a closer. And that's the same philosophy we have at Ironhawk Financial. That's why I'm a national brand with hundreds of agents.
That's fantastic. And I totally relate to you on a few points there. I became a millionaire at 25 years old, and I definitely used my passion to fuel my purpose. So I love how you turn pain into passion and then into profit. That's wonderful. Same question to you, Laurel.
My first dream was actually in the exercise physiology fitness space, but we'll fast forward. In 1996, when I started working with the Rich Dad Poor Dad team, I started developing a big database. So a lot of the mindset behind that was growth. Bob Proctor had been my mentor the whole time. So by the time I was probably 2-3 years into supporting the cash flow game, taking that all over the world, then 1999 showed up. I got pregnant. I was going to be a single mom, had 18,000 people in my database, because part of my talk after this panel is going to be about using that database for influence and using it for income. So I hired a mentor, like everyone else, on this program, has spent hundreds of thousands, if not millions, learning how to be the kind of entrepreneur wealth builder. So he said, meet me in Oklahoma City. And so I took my 18,000 person database, flew to Oklahoma City, took a bunch of other folks with me, and we bought $16 million worth of real estate in a very short time. And and then from there, we continued to expand into other markets. By 2004, we were in 29 states. We had real estate all over. So very similar to the whole conversation, leverage. But I want to bring in the tech side of having a database, having collected all those cash flow and the Rich Dad Poor Dad purchasers, and then being able to use that and monetize and leverage it for a very different but effective means. So in that move, I think, a couple hundred people were made millionaires just in that move between 99 and 2002.
Wow, that's a good way to leverage human capital as well as real estate. And there's a saying I learned from my mentors, and that is real estate without business can be successful, but business without real estate is risky. So I like that you all wrapped the real estate in the business to make it safe, and that's a really good leverage.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we just continued. We, into single family houses, we did a lot of subject twos, and then sold out. Thank God. I actually got really interested in flipping businesses. I thought you can flip properties, you can flip businesses, completely different game. But then took the same leverage, and we bought a supplement company. After that, a recycled glass company. So we would just find problematic businesses and, fix them up and flip them. So it's been fun. It's been a fun ride. We've had 8 industry successes in hitting millionaire status.
Wow, that's fantastic. So Laurel is talking about leverage. She's talking about real estate. She's talking about business acquisition. And she's talking about flipping your database, which is like next level. And everyone needs to be doing that. Now, Samueli, same question to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dante. I'm in a group with some amazing individuals. I'm still in the come up phase right now. And I initially started my entrepreneurial journey about a decade ago. And I started a software company. We were doing data room integration. We were also had a SaaS software that we were helping out with lawyers as well, just be able to help with their workflow management. And then from there, I went into a consulting company. We were assisting, one of our companies was a virtual reality company that we were assisting, trying to break into the American market. And during that time, I launched my company, Market Kinetics, and I was helping entrepreneurs basically get seed money to be able to start their ventures, $250,000 to $1 million. And now I've entered into the private equity space. And so in a coffee fund, we're acquiring a bank in Nevada. and as well as a couple of, and I basically kind of integrated some of my experience that I've accumulated throughout the years, but we're acquiring a SaaS software that we're going to be applying to the bank that's Basel 3 and 4 compliant, that allows you to monetize in-ground assets. So now we're going to be able to monetize gold. That's the first product that we're going to be leveraging. And from there, from this bank, eventually want to take it to Africa, where I'm from. And this is a way, without extracting, the ground, you can leverage the in-ground assets. You need the 43101. You need satellite imagery. It's a very stringent process to be able to qualify for this bond. But we're really excited about the journey.
Fantastic. Then you're talking about cutting edge technology that's coming out right now, which Steve Oss just joined with Ion Digital and many other
Steve is the gentleman that we're working with here.
And we're talking about, and we'll get to that later too, how you guys are digitizing gold so that we now have the gold standard again in the United States and beyond. Mario Guile, same question to you. And welcome to Steve Oss, by the way.
Sure. Yeah, so my journey has been more of kind of pivoting into stronger and stronger positions, where we would, I kind of took the tools that I already had, which is trained by 3 Fortune 500 companies in marketing and sales, and kind of pivoted from that space or that corporate world. I come from the corporate world, and then pivoted into entrepreneurship. And through that, I got training as a real estate broker with a firm in Beverly Hills. Then shortly thereafter, through my experience and my sales capabilities, came in, started working with a company, a hedge fund over in Beverly Hills, helped take them public, but bringing in the right team to help make that happen. And then started, when that occurred, I kind of, as you would say, worked yourself out of a job in a sense. They pivoted, and that allowed me to pivot and focus more on SoCal, the brand, my company, and focused on really building that brand up. And over the last about 15 years, we've been focused on building private funds and raising capital. Originally starting off with a lot of the real estate developer relationships that we've had, because I was in the brokerage space. And now 15 years later, I'm on the other side of the token, where I've got a lot of capital relationships now, both in wealth advisors, family offices, broker dealers, and institutional capital. We've since also started our own firm that helps, packaging and roll-ups of assets for clients. And so we could work with individual one-off syndications with principals for GP equity, joint venture equity, LP equity, and then fund managers such as groups like the Sophie Fund, right? And help them grow and expand to the next level. And then helping to roll those assets up. So let's say, for instance, with Sophie Fund, if they're buying gold mines or dealing with gold mines, we would package a bunch of those gold mines for exit to institutional capital. And there's a actual multiple that occurs in between that process. So we've been, our experience has just been really, pivoting up every single time. And so we've taken the tools we've learned and just continue to grow that. I think it's on mute.
And pivoting is where it's at. When things happen, part of being wealthy, part of making money is really knowing how to make changes when changes happen and how to make fast decisions. I remember once I told my mentor, I was like, I'm so sick of problems. Like, I don't want any more problems. And he said, oh, then you don't want to be rich. And I was like, no, I want to be super rich. And he said, well, then you better get used to having problems. He said, because if you think that your little problems or something, he said, wait till you're a multi-millionaire and you're about to lose everything, or someone's threatening your whole company. When you see problems, you need to be like, yay, problems, because billionaires, they solve hundreds of problems literally per hour. So get excited about problems if you want to make money, because that is real leverage. Steve Oss. Oh, Steve Oss is doing a magic trick right now. Hopefully he'll be back soon so that we can get his answer on this question. Let's see here. Should we move to the next question? We'll give him a second here. Laura, looked like you had a little comment to say about that.
About which one?
About
the problem solver.
Oh,
It's funny. Yeah, because I teach that. I said, if you want to make the most money, you got to solve the most problems.
Exactly. I can't tell you how many times people said, I'm going to sue you for everything you have. Because once you have something, they want to take it. So you better be a good problem solver.
Well, and then put it in the right corporate structure. And so I'll talk about that coming up in a moment.
Exactly. Okay, well, Steve will be back soon. So we're going to move on to the second question here. All right. Starting with you, Joseph. In today's rapidly changing economy with AI, decentralized finance, and global volatility, what do you believe will be the new rules of wealth in the next 5 to 10 years? And how can emerging entrepreneurs future-proof their financial empires?
Great question. So what I do for my clients, I have thousands of them. I handle billions of dollars across the country, doing this for decades. Is I set up a specialty IRS code called 7702. That code is going to be one of the most important codes long-term for people to look into. If you're looking for longevity, tax-free wealth accumulation, and being able to lean money out. So I believe that, digital currency is going to come in, cash is going to be gone. They're going to try and get rid of the US dollar because it has failed, and they knew it was going to fail. That's why it's $37 trillion in debt. That's why the big beautiful bill is going to push it to 40 trillion in debt. So you have to diversify taxes. So all my clients have their own bank, which is one of the 3 books I published on Amazon, Being Your Own Bank. And by having your own bank, it allows you to build a sue-proof, divorce-proof in most states, tax-free, liquid, no 59.5-year rule, no 10% penalty type of strategy. And if you don't have IRS code 7702 and you're doing the high codes like 401k, 403b, 457, you're not doing yourself any favors long-term. Every dollar that you get a tax savings, which is not savings, it's deferral. So you need to understand the difference between a tax savings and a tax deferral because the culture and your accountant has lied to you. So if you in football, if you win the coin toss and defer the kickoff to the second half, you don't save the kickoff. You still got to do it. So having the ability to use after-tax dollars now, when tax rates federally are actually kind of low. What people don't understand, the highest marginal tax rate in the 1980s was 70%. Right now it's in the 30s. Highest marginal tax rate in the 1960s was 92%. So we're in the second lowest tax environment in history, comparable to the end of World War I, the Great Depression, and then the beginning of World War II. So having the ability to have a rich person's Roth, infinite banking, or have your own bank is one of the most vital long-term strategies you can do. Because if and when they change the law, if you're grandfathered in, all that money is going to maintain its tax-free status. So to answer your question, crypto, some sort of USD coin's going to come in, take out cash, and it's going to be bad for us from a standpoint of every single penny you ever earn is going to be tracked. And it's a surveillance state. We live in slavery right now with all the taxation, all the debt, because debt is against the law in the Christian faith. So if you understand exactly what we're at and where we're going, you have to do things now to protect your future self, because if you won't do it, nobody else will.
That is so well said. And I remember someone saying that, we're not, they say there's no double taxation, but there are 88 different taxes on the same money. So, and things that people don't know is that when you earn money, working is the most taxed money. But investment money is the least tax. And then there are all different kinds of vehicles where you can write things off, as just what Joseph's talking about, where you can literally achieve zero tax. So when you hear about them saying, oh, Donald Trump doesn't pay taxes and these people don't pay taxes, the system was designed this way. And so we have to learn those loopholes. Otherwise, you're going to get snared by them. Same question to you, Laurel Langmeyer. Oh, take her off mute.
Did you want to introduce Steve? We were able to get his technical difficulties fixed.
Yes, absolutely. So everyone, joining us now on the panel, Steve Oss. Uh-oh, what's that noise?
Can you hear me now?
Ion Digital. And he is a wealth builder. He's someone who comes into companies and helps them expand. In fact, Steve, what is the name of your particular organization?
Hi, Dante. How are you? Sorry about the delay. I don't know what it is. I'm on mobile and I was getting phone calls and it was bumping me off. Sorry, guys. I apologize. What was the name of my what, Dante?
Your organization. I know you worked with Ion Digital, but you have you have your own organization, correct?
Yeah. I had my own investment banking firm for many years in Newport Beach, and specialized in small to mid cap companies, took a lot of companies public, raised a lot of capital there, Dante, helped a lot of people, done a lot of things, major motion picture financing to golf courses to you name it, I financed. And I financed Ion Digital, took the company public. It was what Samuel was just saying a little earlier. We're in the process right now of buying a bank. And we talked about, I heard just a moment there, crypto, and somebody said that we're going to take over, there's going to be something that replaces the almighty dollar. And I humbly believe we've got the potential to do so. That's a bold statement that I'm making right now publicly, but we've taken 8 years. It's a long road around the barn, as they say, and we are the world's first SEC complied gold-backed currency that's audited at the price of gold. So that's powerful, and we're very excited to work with everybody here on this line here, Dante, including you and Eric and the whole team here. It's a team effort because it's a big undertaking what we've got to do here, and it's a global enterprise. And currency. I was shown, as you know, Dante, when you were sitting at one of my restaurants, you and Eric, we had breakfast couple months ago, and I was sharing with you guys then that I really felt that the time is now. It's been, again, a long road to get here. But I believe all things, and I heard earlier, problems, we have a coined phrase, we eat problems for breakfast, right? That's what you have to do to be an entrepreneur. And I know we've all eaten a lot of problems here collectively on this phone together, but it's going to be a team effort. And I know Mario's on the phone here, and we had a good call with one of my business associates and partners, AC Green, the three-time.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Let me stop you there because we're in the middle of asking some questions, and we'll come back to that.
Sure.
I heard AC Green, though. You have a lot of buzzwords there.
Yeah. The Iron Man.
So that's Steve Oss, guys. He has a lot of great stuff to share. I want to go back to the question that we have here. And Steve, you probably didn't hear it, but we're going to ask Laurel, and then we'll ask you next.
Okay.
And that is, I'll repeat the question. In today's rapidly changing economy with AI, decentralized finance, and global volatility, what do you believe will be the new rules of wealth in the next 5 to 10 years? And how can emerging entrepreneurs future-proof their financial empires? Okay, Laurel, we're going to go back to you, and then next will be Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did we lose Laurel now?
See, that's the thing when you're doing an internet-based summit, you have internet-based signal problems.
Exactly. Speaking of problems and wealth, right? You want to solve problems. Okay, so we're going to go to Steve and go ahead and answer that question. I guess it was your turn after all.
Okay, thank you, Dante. I would say a culmination of different verticals. Obviously, AI is the big buzz, and if your company isn't AI looking forward and compliant, you're going to get left behind. So that would be one. I think real estate, which Dante, I know you're heavily vested in as well. That's another great area. There's been more millionaires made in real estate than any other vertical. Crypto is going to be huge, especially real world assets when it's backed by, gold is the number one. That's God's currency. So I would definitely share and share with people. That's something that I think. So real estate, a strong, solid, stable crypto, AI. Food, I think, is going to be huge. Food would be another vertical that people have to eat. So any of those, I think those are my big takeaways.
Very cool. So getting into those verticals and innovating on those levels is going to be huge. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, food, as we've been hearing, in water, we heard even the World Economic Forum said, oh, we were focused on disease. We need to focus on water. Well, if they want to focus on water, we all better focus on water because we all need it to survive. Those are really good answers. Let's see here. My schedule got moved around here a little bit. Okay, back to Laurel. Perfect timing. Laurel, are you ready to answer the question?
Yeah, I had to switch to my phone. I kept getting bumped out. Couldn't hear you guys. You couldn't hear me.
Well, we like the tour. We're enjoying the tour.
You like the tour? Yeah. Here, I'll show you what. Here, you get the Nevada mountains.
Beautiful.
There you go. Yeah. I want to go back a little. What Joseph said from the standpoint of like reducing your taxes. So the banking that I know you're referring to, Joseph, because I use it as well, is through life insurance to become your own bank. I would say, in addition, the way you make money, and I'll talk about this more in my keynote, the way you make money is what I call corporate life. So living corporate life means inside C Corps, S Corps, LLCs. And to your point, Dante, you can easily get your tax down into the single digit zero between, I'd say, a cross strategy, because we use the same strategy Joseph uses. And we start with corporate structure, the way you make money, held in trust so you don't end up in probate. I love the estate lawyers in this country that say there's no such thing as probate. We're all a probate state. And the corporations allow 81,000, because of the big beautiful bill, going to about 84,000 pages of tax code. So we take that approach, and then obviously with the trust, load them up with life insurance. And I want to switch back to another part of your question, though. You talked about AI and how AI and assuming everyone has a big enterprise. I would say get an enterprise in prevention of what's coming. And I've always said, become your own entrepreneur. It's the greatest freedom. It's the greatest opportunity to make as much money as you want. And AI is going to hugely support that. I mean, it already does. And all of us that are influencers online, we use AI in content creation. So I have a little bit of a different, I know everybody's talking about the gold standard and the economy and private equity and banks, but I would add a different flavor because there's a huge way. I mean, we just AI'd this. I just got this. We just did a version 2. I don't think, Eric, you know about this yet. We just version 2 my Millionaire Maker that was written in 2005, published and bestseller in 2006. And we're just relaunching another bestseller by adding 40 families that became millionaires. And my point is, we use an AI Laurel to do that. So an AI voice and to ramp that up, all held in a company, held in trust, loaded with life insurance. So I like the panel because we're stacking strategies. But I believe all of the combined diverse strategies are a big piece of the success. There's not one way. And too many people get fixated on one way. Yeah.
That is so true. And there are so many strategies. One thing that Laurel just touched on. Well, first of all, I love that you showed that book, because I was making a video about this panel last night and I pulled a picture of that book and I was like, I hope it's not too late of a work, like that she would be okay with me sharing this book. And it just happens to be the book you're pushing right now. So I love that. And
yeah,
guys,
we just updated. It's 25 years old, so it needed an update because of crypto. I also heavily in the cannabis business here in Nevada, the legal side of it. There's a big difference. Yeah. So I love, that's why I've been texting behind the scenes with the banking, because I would love you guys to also expand besides gold, come to the cannabis space. We're in a huge need of banking. But I would say those that are listening, it's great well, my brand's called Mom's Meds.
I love it. Okay, we have something to talk about there.
Yeah.
And guys,
we'll come back.
everyone's been freaking out about the World Economic Forum saying you will own nothing and you will be happy. Now, this panel probably understands what they mean, right? Because everybody, I'm going to guess on this panel, owns wealth, right? No, has wealth, controls wealth, but none of it is in their name. And that's something that we definitely have to talk about too, because when someone says, oh, I'm going to sue you for everything you have, I have nothing.
I don't even have a phone. I don't have a phone. Yeah, I don't have a phone. I don't have a car. I don't have a house.
Exactly.
I don't have anything.
So you own nothing and you will have everything.
And you
Steve
control it all.
Ross, did you hear the question?
No, could you repeat it, Dante?
Absolutely. Okay,
Yeah.
so the question was, in today's rapidly changing economy with AI, decentralized finance, and global volatility, wait a minute, you answered this question already.
Yeah.
What do you believe will be the new rules of wealth in the next 5 to 10 years, and how can emerging entrepreneurs future-proof their financial empires? And actually, it's time for Mario to answer that question.
Okay.
Great. Well, so we deal with a lot of emerging managers. So we see a lot of kind of very solid business plans that are growing. We're all about scale and growth for companies, and so we feel some of the best ways to grow is to focus on funnels, right? Focus on distribution channels of wealth, or being able to work with access to a distribution channel, as opposed to doing one by one type deals. Now, when we talk about the kind of the rules of how things have changed, it used to be the concept of work harder and equates to wealth, right? Now it's more about controlling your time, your brand, and an audience, right? Your digital reputation is starting to come into play, where you've got people that have 30,000 people on LinkedIn, or they have different types of social media, and there's money made from that, right? So and also business created through that, right? So the other thing is it used to be make something perfect and then launch it, where now it's like launch it and then pivot, right? That a lot of technology companies do that. They're always coming up with the updates and all that stuff. And then moving down the line, I would say platform and data, right? It's about ownership of platforms in your own data, like the eZWay app and whatnot, because when they start censoring information and things of that nature, that becomes an issue. But on top of it, it's about building that community within that platform. And through that community, such as the eZWay app or the eZWay family, there's business made through that. And so things are kind of going from the trickle-down effect to more of a peer-to-peer type situation, right? With these apps and these different platforms backed by blockchain and tokenized systems, from a own one business mentality to multiple streams of revenue, right? To protect yourself in a ever shifting economy, which we've literally have seen pivots almost every 6 months through the election, through the just the changes of the economy over the last 2.5, 3 years, right? So cash flow businesses and assemblage of portfolios of assets are also a good way to kind of hit a distribution of scale, right? As opposed to building a company, it's more about buying a platform and then buying the competition, basically, and assembling a portfolio, and then exiting to institutional capital. Because when you do that, there's a higher multiple that takes place there. And so, of course, at the forefront of that is always having the capital, building private funds, raising equity from institutional capital. We help groups do that, or we partner with them in very select circumstances. And then I would say, like, the real focus on leveraging people, technology, capital, community. That's all very important. Now, where the marketplace is going is I agree wholeheartedly when it comes to the digitization of the physical assets. Literally, I had a family office that was presenting at Mar-a-Lago to a bunch of other family offices, talking about how the value of cryptocurrency and how they are tokenizing everything in the known world. Like that's the next stage, right? That opens up a whole nother marketplace for the world. I'm hearing, because I pay a lot of attention to this, that allegedly Bitcoin will be a world reserve currency or suggested, with the US trying to be the ones to kind of lead that path. Data centers and things of that nature, those are big plays. But what the next big play with certain things like data centers are going to be up in space. A lot of the billionaires are playing in the space age, and I've got groups and relationships that they literally they own a rockets, they launch them off over in Santa Barbara, goes up into space, comes back, they tokenize it, they can sell this thing, these assets, that they'll put art in there or whatnot for a multiple, right?
So Mario, we have 2 minutes left, so we need to. I apologize.
Got a lot to say about all that. Yeah, so.
I love what you're talking about, real world assets, tokenization. Joseph Lombardi talked about insurance and how we can leverage that. Laurel Langmeyer talked about, just really leveraging everything, which I love. Steve Ossett, tokenizing gold, food. And now Samueli, same question. In today's rapidly changing economy with AI, decentralized finance, and global vitality, what do you believe are the new rules of wealth, and how can emerging entrepreneurs future-proof their financial empires?
I would definitely encourage emerging entrepreneurs to look at emerging markets as well. One of the markets I'm looking at right now extensively is the African market, which is having a rapid GDP growth. Expected to 500x by 2035, and as well as the population is growing immensely. So if you're looking at just vital services, whatever it is that you happen to be doing, looking at ways to be able to partner with or capitalize a venture in emerging market will give you sustainable growth. Whether it's if you're selling goods. Fintech is a major one, something that we're definitely focused in on. And as well, I definitely agree with all these individuals on this panel. Joseph Lombardi talking about the life insurance and trust, which is a beautiful thing. Getting, beyond financial literacy, getting AI literacy, being AI literate in a sense, or partnering with somebody who is, and bringing them into your fold, I think is definitely a valuable thing as well. And just touch on kind of what Steve was talking about. One of the things that my fund's going to be focused on down the line as well is agriculture. Everybody has to eat. That also ties in with real estate and whatnot. But as well as if you're just within your own, say you were even in like a 1-bedroom apartment or a house or whatever it is, there's vertical farms that you can have. You can grow a little bit of lettuce or whatever and sell at your local farmer's market as well. So there's those little things, because in this age of decentralization, that it comes alongside so many other different platforms, and agriculture is one of those as well. Food that's grown locally, so that's one of the things that I would encourage.
And I love what you're saying about that, because as we're thinking of digitization of everything, we forget about food and the things that we use every day being major commodities. So you guys just heard from some of the greatest wealth builders on the planet. So make sure that you follow all of these people on social media and learn from them. Get Laurel's new updated book and follow us, because we have some great things coming, including crypto bots that we're going to be releasing with WealthXO that will help you to make money while you sleep, so you can leverage it and do all these great things with these amazing panel members. Thank you all for being here and sharing your wealth of knowledge. You all are priceless gems, and we so appreciate you.
Next event. Visit www www.influencetoincomesummit.com. Get seen on TV, in magazines, and pushed on press releases to the masses. Email eZWaypromotions@gmail.com to learn more. Call 1-877-399-2929. Influence to Income Summit, powered by eZWay Network.
That's you, huh?
Wait, we're still on camera. Well, hi, Karen.
Hey, how are you?
Fantastic. I love everything you're doing to put the summit together, to run it. I heard you speaking. I was just like, wow, what a dynamo. Thank you for everything you've done here.
Thank you, Dante. Oh my goodness, you just such a beautiful soul, and I'm so loved. Whenever I mention your name, people just light up. Dante, they just love you so much. So thank you for that wealth panel. I think that is valuable in so many ways. No pun intended, because we all need to learn more about wealth and how to manage our wealth, how to create more wealth. And so we're excited to continue to hear from Laurel Langemeier. And as Dante already, introduced her, I will take no further time. I will allow her to have her full time here today. But Laurel, thank you again for your generosity to be with us and to share your wisdom. And I thought, here you are, the author of The Millionaire Maker, and you're helping to create wealth in all of the people that are listening today. So I'm going to bring you on up. And
every small business owner has to have a mentor. A mentor is someone who has walked the path before you. So their job, I think, and I've had mentors since I was 17. That was just a few years ago. If you have the intention of becoming an entrepreneur and making money and getting wealthy, then you form your corporation right now. Instead of focusing on what you can't have and the struggles, you focus on what you can have. And so like the illegal conversations I say at home is you don't say what you can't afford, you say, well, how can we afford it? I mean, last I checked, and I always say this kind of funny, but Christopher Columbus did not discover America so we could have jobs. I mean, he discovered it for entrepreneurialism, for freedom, and we have lost it. We lost it generations have lost it. It is time to bring spirit back. I mean, that's where the money's made. I want to be a millionaire, and I'm going to change my choices, my way of living, and really get in action around creating that for myself and my life. The traditional financial planning world doesn't work if you really want to be wealthy. The traditional financial planning world is designed that you maybe stay stable. It designs you to make less as you get older. Hi, this is Laurel Langemeier, the Millionaire Maker. I want you to follow me on Instagram. Make sure you turn on your post notifications so you get all my messages. What we talk about in The Millionaire Maker is money makeovers and how do you really recreate. Most people are focusing on debt. What we want you to focus on is creating more. I'd say 80% of my coaching that I do one-on-one with folks is about their psychology and the way they think. You can run from creditors, but you can't run from your credit score. You really have to get your money working for you. Most people don't know how to invest. They're investing poorly. They're in single-digit numbers. Millionaires don't do that. You want me just to jump in?
We sent you the message, Laura. This is your keynote. I'm
good. I had to move to my phone because I don't know, I'm getting bad Wi-Fi on my laptop, so I couldn't see.
You know what it is, Laura? Because you're Laurel Langemeier, only you would get 3 different type of introductions before hitting the stage. So first you got
I'm good to go.
And then you got the video. Now you got me. And
I know. You stay right here, and I'll send you about my new book. So this is a huge AI project that we did using my new AI Laurel. So it's funny because I introduced her. I said, "This is me, and I work way less time. I don't own anything. I control it all." And AI Laurel works 24 hours a day, and so I have her right now redoing all of my books. So it's my voice through an AI lab to redo all the audios and do all the updates and all that. So it's super fun. But I want to jump into the conversation
Well,
about.
do me a favor, turn your camera sideways so we can get you on full screen for television, if you wouldn't mind. Oh no, never mind. All right, go back. You don't have it set up.
No, I don't think it's gonna work.
Okay. Well, hey, everybody on the Influence to Income Summit stage, Laura Langmeyer.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and apologize for the, well, I'm not going to apologize for the background. But I want to jump straight into corporate life and talk about the follow through from the panel. So living corporate life, and I'm going to explain that all. I have a bunch of gifts I'm going to give all of you. My team's behind the scenes where we can give you copies of the first 5 New York Times bestsellers of all my books and teach you to live corporate life. So I learned that really early. So my Rich Dad original mentoring group is when you make money inside of your company. So all of these wealth vehicles are talking about and controlling everything, really owning nothing. It's really done through corporate structure. So what I do is I break it down to I'd say a behavioral level at the families. And I would agree with Dante completely. The system was built this way, so let's use it completely. There's 81,000 pages of tax code. The big, beautiful bill is going to take that up for entrepreneurs and wealth builders to around 85,000 pages. Which are all in the benefit of entrepreneurs and wealth builders. So deductions that we couldn't take in the past. And by the way, I just want to speak to the international folks before I jump too far into this, because I speak it and teach it in U.S. vernacular, but really principle-wise, you can do this anywhere in the world. I've had, I've had trusts in companies from South Africa to Australia to different parts of the world. COVID took it all, I brought it all back home here to the United States, and still can live, I would say, just as easily as those who insist on moving to Puerto Rico to live on an island for 0% tax. And it's living strategically through corporate life, where your companies actually have business deductions versus you having personal expenses. And some of you listening say, this is really simple stuff, I can just do this on my own. You really can. It's the basis, in my opinion, of how you hold your wealth and how you grow it and transfer it. And held in trust. And then to Joseph's point, you load it with insurance, you do funding. So there's a lot about that. And I teach a course once a month in the link, asklaurel.com/eZWay. I've given you a whole bunch of free gifts. So please take advantage of those and come learn what it really means to live corporate life. Because every one of these businesses that they're talking about, from the bank Selma's going to own to the companies that I've owned, I start with 2 engines, I call it. One, I get incorporated to the business and I build a database as fast as I can around it. In the who was a gentleman at the end just spoke to that, of building your platform. You can buy platforms. Personally, I think if you build your own platform and a huge community, especially when you move them online, COVID, I think, gave us the blessing of that, as moving. For me, I was stage speaking and TV speaking and moved to 100% online. I spoke twice so far in 2025 out on public stages, because this, and I know Eric's a huge proponent of this as well, this is our platform and our forum to the community of the world. And my whole passion and purpose has been about teaching financial literacy at a very basic level to the families, from debit to credit cards. I built a huge YouTube channel. So just so it's family friendly, 5 years old and up, as far as post COVID, to build a community for families to put the conversation about money at their family level. Oh, I just sorry, that glitched a little again. So I'm going to flip to that, because I think that's really, when I thought about, and I talked to Eric this morning, influence to income, what's really created it. So living corporate life and building databases, I think, is the core and the basis of it. And then held in trust. And so you build the infrastructure of your wealth. And what I know about this industry, the influencer industry, the speaking industry, is they don't set the base up properly. I know so many speakers, they've made so much money. I know many of the older ones. I was with Zig Ziglar to the end of his life. Tom Ziglar is a dear, dear friend of mine. Sharon Lecter, Bob Proctor, the greats. I'm going to call Jim Rohn the greats. And what we built were platforms that could be monetized and followed. A lot of people don't build a platform, they build a following. And if you change your tune, change your talk track, changes whatever, the social following may or may not come with you unless you have put them into and know how to monetize a database. So when I think influence to income, I'm going to jump to tech stack. I'm going to talk about tech, and what I would say, having done this now for 30 years in the financial literacy space, Learning to make money will be one of the most critical things you do on your own, and not leveraging. I'm saying leverage later, but you learning to make money in whatever the skill set you have is one of the most vital things that you begin. And having the tech stack now to actually build it proportionally. I have so many clients, they'll come to me. And by the way, I'm industry agnostic. So I've, like I said, been a millionaire in 8 industries. My goal's 10. So I have 2 going right now. One will be the blockchain space, and the other will be the cannabis, the legal marijuana adult use space. Those are my goals, not yet there. My point is I start with corporate structure, get a platform, and here's how I would build. So I'm just going to jump to those of you who want this kind of a life and career. It's surrounding yourself with mentors and coaches. We're all in the marketing business, but so many people will come to me and they'll have an 8-week masterclass already built. They'll have a book already wrote. They'll have things already built. And I don't believe you build it, then they'll come. I think you ask people what they want. Again, back to what Dante and I were saying earlier, you find the problem, you create the solution and the platform for the problem, and then initiate. After that, and you cash flow monetize after that. So what I mean is whatever your idea is, whatever your thing is, I would do this in the progression. I would start doing social posts. I would get a database. We use we use what we call rapid marketing systems, so we know how to get that in. And the reason I speak to the tech stack so vividly, and I know Eric, you do too, because I mean, what makes us work and be so successful, the eZWay family, what I've built with the Millionaire Maker family and community, over 10,000 millionaires, is the infrastructure of our companies, whether it's the corporate side and then the tech side. And what I mean by the tech side is you've got to have a database and pull people from social media platforms into your database and segment them clearly and then give them what they want. So not everybody, for example, wants to be a millionaire. Some people want to learn how to manage debt. Some people want to learn how to be your own bank in life insurance, like Joseph knows how to do. We have teams of people. It's a brilliant strategy. We also have people in the crypto space, blockchain space. So all of those spaces allow you to diversify once you build a following off of what it is you do. So in order, I'd start doing social posting and get a following based on your content. Ask people what they want, and again, solve their problem. From the social media space to your database, the first thing I would do for all of you is start interviewing people. And I'm talking to those of you who want to be coaches, mentors, build an educational influence platform. Because when I think influence, I'm thinking influencer and internet. I know the conversation here is broader and wealth building, but I want to speak mainly to the content and the content creation space. So in order, I see people again doing it completely out of order, and they can't get runway. They can't become a bestseller. They have some great content. And like Les Brown says, most content dies in graveyards because it never really made shelf space. So I would start interviewing people, and this isn't my trajectory. This isn't how I did it. But looking back, if I think the fastest pathway for you to become influential and get a platform, you start interviewing people, number one, move that into some sort of a newsletter, online blogs. So you become comfortable with your own content. Host your own hour, 2-hour platforms, whether you do it here on StreamYard, Zoom, Rlink's a new blockchain technology that's coming out. That's it's coming hard. It's coming fast because it's a really protective platform that does, again, group learning. But learn your content. So put groups together online, interview people. Then I would do a podcast. So in order, I would move to a podcast. From the podcast, again, get more clients, then write your book. So I'd put your book down the pipeline a little bit. Launching a book without a lot of people asking you to have solved the problem, I think is very problematic. I didn't write any of these books until I had at least 10. I'll give you my range. I had 10,000 sold of one book, and my Yes Energy book, I sold 35,000 copies worldwide before I even took it to print. This didn't go to print until we had 13,000 books sold. And so why do it that way? Why pre-sell all of your ideas? I did a crypto class. I pre-sold my crypto class. I made almost $100,000 pre-selling it before I even executed it, even built it. So I have a saying, if you want to be a very successful entrepreneur, once you find the problem, make sure you know the problem, make money pre-ordering or on contracts of the problem, then initiate the follow-through and build it. A lot of you do that out of order. So again, I would do your interviews to newsletters, to blogs, those kind of very simple progression, quick, short online 30 minutes to 2 hours. I do an 8-hour class once a month now. So build and know your content really deeply, then go podcast, then go book. Then I would go to all social channels. I'd initiate your content on all social platforms, including eZWay. Make sure you get your profiles out here. He's got an amazing marketing machine here through the eZWay platform. And then I would go to a YouTube channel, because YouTube is your ultimate, I believe it's done right. It's going to cost you the most to get up and out. It also can pay you the most. But if you really don't have an enormous amount of content, 5 days a week, 10, 15 minutes of new content, you're going to have a hard time maintaining those kind of channels. Now you can sustain and maintain them after, but to build them, you've got to build them with an enormous amount of content. And what I see with a lot of folks is they're building their income to, or their influence to income. They don't create enough of that, the flow from the beginning of where your marketing can really come from. So again, we built from a podcast to the books, like I said, all social channels, and then to the YouTube, where we have huge sustainability there. So I wanted to just speak to that, give you some order to that for those of you that are listening, that are wondering, how do you get just initial content? Now I want to switch a little bit to this isn't just book content. Let's talk to the Josephs of the world that sell insurance, to those of you that are real estate brokers, to even RIAs. All of you need the same similar kind of marketing to make it in this kind of tech environment. The more you're out, if you want a worldwide audience, even if you want a geo-targeted audience, you still need to have, in my opinion, these levels of platforms where you can build a database. The database will follow you. I mean, my database from 1996 to 2000, which was the Rich Dad Poor Dad cash flow database, it still follows me today. I made millionaires in that era. They've come forward. When the folks that I did all my exercise physiology that I mentioned earlier, a lot of those Chevron executives followed me, came into our millionaire community, and have stayed with us and became real estate millionaires, gas and oil millionaires, and then on to build their own businesses from there. So again, maintaining all of your database throughout your life, even if you change your narrative. Like I said, I went from the Rich Dad Poor Dad, went almost exclusively to real estate for a while, then to business flipping, M&A, did a lot of business acquisitions. And then from there moved into, obviously, when the Millionaire Maker hit, The Secret hit, Dr. Phil hit. So 2000, I'd say 6 to 10 was a runaway, train for us. It was brilliant. And thank God we maintained a database through all of that. Even when 2008, 9, 10 came, we still maintained a database. We pivoted. That's when we went international. And I think there's times for that. Right now, I love that Sam Wells talking about the African markets. I've been in the African markets, much more challenging to do in this kind of a world. But the stuff he's talking about in blockchain will change that economy, I believe. So I don't know if Eric, if you want to come live, or someone's back there wants to come live and answer. You know me, I have such a range. I can go from making money at the simplest stuff to all of the tech stacks to being influencers online, being paid online. But there is
Laura, we could build an income to influence summit just for you. You could host it. We'll switch the two, income to influence. But no, and if you guys want to get connected to Laurel, she is on the eZWay network, and we actually did put your profile link on all social media platforms, on pretty much everything. But we're gonna actually show your profile, and if you guys want to get connected to Laurel, she has her offer on her profile as well. So you can simply, and I want everybody to do this, click on the review. If she gave you some good gems today, if you like what you learned from Dr. Dante Sears' panel and what Laurel was saying, make sure you give her a 5-star review, and Laurel can go and look at all those different reviews. You can see, obviously, Laurel has a lot going on. And then if you scroll down to where it says personal details, that giveaway that you have, Laurel, is actually right there. So people can actually just go.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
The other thing, too, if you want, Eric, my Ask Laurel is on fire. It's one of my greatest campaigns. So just treat the eZWay that profile right there like an Ask Laurel, the platform. Ask any question, make a request. We'll keep our team in there answering questions, because I truly think to start any of your ventures, you got to get incorporated immediately. And people put that off. Women put that off. Women love to be sole proprietors, and there's so little advantage in staying a sole proprietor when you are on the run. and protect your assets, protect your growth as you continue to make money, keep it diversified, all of the things everyone on the panel said. But I wanted to focus, really to the education, the publishing and the content creation side of this, Eric, with the tech, because so many people, as you know, get that wrong and they stay stuck. They stay stuck for a long time. And and I know, and I do have to say this, don't play the technology and the team that you hire to support you. I have a great team out here today with me. Don't try to do all this on your own. When people say, oh, I do it all on my own in a proud way, I think if you're doing it solo, you're suffering because you don't have enough help. And I have a lot of help.
I second that. I raised my hands on that one. Shout outs to your team, Chrissy and Steve. And I will be honest with you guys, a lot of this was done last minute. Me and Laurel are really good friends. So she called me up. She's like, well, what's going on? Should I be on the stage? I'm like, yes. Okay, I'll be here. So but we pulled it off pretty amazing. And I think the information really, we're doing ourselves a dissatisfaction if we don't follow up on how amazing this stage was and actually creating some sort of mastermind for people to come in. I think that's kind of what you're talking about, for people to come in, ask questions and get involved. Yep. So if you go to Laurel's profile, you review, you download the eZWay interactive app, look for her profile, let us know, post on the app, hey, loved Laurel's thing, this, that. If we see that you guys are enjoying this, then we're going to create opportunities for you to come in personally and learn that much more. But you guys got to interact with us and let us know, hey, I love this, Laurel. I love what she had to say, and I want to get more involved. I know so-and-so. That's really what we're doing with this platform, is taking interactivity to a whole nother level, because we really want to give you guys the chance to be involved with major successful people like Laurel and myself and Dr. Dante Sears and all the people that you've seen on the panel today, Don Green, because people just don't give you enough access to high level people. We want to change that. We really want to change that, to give the chance to really get people to learn. And yes, of course, your value, you have to be paid. Everybody has to be paid because you deserve the hard work that you've done and the resume and the accolades that you've built. But at the same time, I think people should get the access to learning why it makes sense to invest with you as an expert. And a lot of people just don't get that access.
Well, and Eric, don't you find a lot of people, don't want they want to give their opinion or their information, but they don't have access. So one of the things, I've changed this probably since COVID, but I think around 2015, 16, I started giving all my clients my cell phone. I watched Bob Proctor do it, and I said, Bob, you're crazy. They're going to drive you crazy. You're not going to have enough time. He said, no, you'll be amazed how respectful they are. And it is. But I'll tell you that transparency of having people have direct access to me versus, there's a ton of the gurus that are still out there that they have to go through layers and layers if they even never get to talk to the guru behind the brand. And so I think it's really important you keep the transparency, you stay up front. If you're really going to say you're helping people, then help the people, not just your brand. Yep. So you really have to have that connection. And with blockchain, it's going to be so transparently held. It's awesome. I don't know if you're involved in very many blockchain, but our link is a big one. Connect is a big one that I'm into. The one that I really, really want to move from a farm is called Farm. Actually, it's a token. So you can go to a Washington farm. There's one, I think, there's one in Puerto Rico. There's about 5 or 6 right now that you literally, if you have the token, you can buy meat, milk, cheese, groceries. You buy what's on the farm. And I want to take that for the first time in Nevada to the cannabis space. So that's what has me so interested in the blockchain side of this whole conversation. Oh, I love that you're about to. Yep. So I would love to participate in that, because blockchain has not hit the marijuana space yet because it can't link to the technology, or it's having a challenging time. So anyway, there's a lot of topics.
What's my name? What don't I have a hand in? Yeah.
I know. You and I are similar. We have a hand in lots of things.
Exactly. And I wanted to bring Dr. Dante Sears back on too, to actually talk a little bit about this. This is actually a perfect segue to talk a little bit about the eZWay Pay program, because we do have a program for all of our eZWay family members to build sustainable wealth and to get involved with Dr. Dante Sears and her Wealth XO company. and she is running the crypto side of things, the eZWay coin, the blockchain. We're on the Solana blockchain, and because there's only so much Eric can do. Eric does the internet and connecting stuff, and you got to trust and rely. Like you said, you got to rely on your team. And so, baby, I wanted to bring you in and let you talk a little bit about the eZWay coin, and also make sure that on camera here, I want you guys to watch the networking happen. You know, Laurel and Dante have never really connected yet. And on the Influence to Income Summit, I am that master connector. I've been waiting for this moment to happen because to get a hold of Laurel is like pulling teeth. You know, we finally got her on stage. I'm making it public that Laurel's going to get involved with the Wealth XO movement, which I'm the chief marketing officer for.
Yeah.
So this is a major movement we're getting ready to release.
That was a good assumptive close, Eric. Really good. But it's true.
Well,
listen, I do need to transition. I'm going to transition back to you and Dante and let you guys roll.
Dante, go ahead.
All right. So everyone, thank you. So back in 2018, actually, when crypto was really coming out, I started getting just super excited about it. I literally shut down work for 3 months to learn crypto and created our eZWay token as well as our prosperity token. And we did really well selling that. But at the time, the space wasn't ready for us. I mean, Facebook was shut down my profile for it. But we already knew what we wanted to do. We wanted to make a token, make a currency where you can invest in it and it could actually be worth more than what you paid, because those dollars in your pocket, they're diminishing. They're really, $1 in your pocket today is $1 in your pocket 10 years from now, and it's not really doing anything for you. So with eZWay token, we're able to leverage capital, and Wealth XO, we're all about making it easier for you to have a better life. This is our new platform that will be a complete at your fingertip wealth launch pad for you to be able to connect with high level finance, fintech, leaders like Laurel, who we would love to have to come on and lead our money segment. And with your token, you're going to be able to buy into all these different experiences. So it's almost like ownership in a way, because, you'll have a little bit of ability to vote on what we do, which is great. And you also have this asset that's sitting there that's just growing in value. So you can check out different services from the eZWay network with your tokens. And I believe we even have a program right now where if you share, you will get more tokens. So our team is working on that day and night right now to integrate everything into the website. So pretty soon, once it is launched on the blockchain, on the exchanges, then you will be able to use your tokens to either trade them in for money or go right onto the website and exchange for services. So even your $10 can become $100, your $1,000 can become 10,000 and more. As I said, make money multiply, make money work for you. You've been taught to slave for money, but you need to make money your employee. Hey,
so
Karen.
Dante, we're going to put your phone number now so everybody can get a hold of you. And so if they're interested,
I love it. Eric's like, let me just put your phone number on live television.
I'm putting the other phone number. Don't worry, I'm not putting your main phone number. I'm putting your business law phone number. And so if people can, if they're interested, and you guys want to learn more about the eZWay pay program, the token, all the wealth related stuff that we're doing,
you can call setting up your wallet.
Yeah, you can call that number 949-396-3087.
You love how the men do it. There's like no spaces, no dashes.
This is like a last minute trying to get it done here. There you go. There's your space. The dashes.
There we go.
949.
Connect with me.
949-396-3087. Reach out to Dante. Thank you so much, Dante. I'm gonna we gotta get back to the program here. And Karen, oh my gosh, man. We should really recap yesterday. I think we really need to make sure we recap yesterday. And now let's compare it to today. Like, wow. Like, I mean, the fact that everybody has shown up. I don't think there's anybody that hasn't shown up yet. Let's hope. Let's pray to the summit gods that it continues to be like this. But no, it's
well, right. The thing is, Eric, the word's getting out, and they're all like, "Wait, can I still join? Can I still join?" So, yeah, the energy is there, and there's excitement is building.
Well, I'm going to give the stage back to my two wonderful. You guys are my favorite hosts, by the way. You guys are now the official hosts for our summits that we do, the Influence Income Summit. Andy, go ahead and unmute yourself, and I'll let you guys get back to the program. And guys, come on, post your comments and press the share button. Do not forget to press the share button. Do not forget to download the eZWay interactive app. Do not forget to comment. The more that you guys interact, the more it excites us to give you guys more rewards. And remember, we're looking for whoever is the most interactive to be able to win a chance to be on the stage at the end of the show, at the end of day 2, as well as day 3. All right, back to you guys.
I love talking about wealth, which, maybe that makes me a little bit shallow, but this is why I say this, people, and Karen, you're my people, is because, listen, wealth and money is a tool. I mean, that's what it is. And however that, with all the, ladies and gentlemen that were talking about it, like, those things are really critical. And the reason I love this topic is because they bring new ideas to people who have not been exposed to all of this stuff. And they're like, oh, I didn't think about that. Or, oh, that's another way. Or, oh, how, I taught, this is a little secret. I told my son at like 4 years old, I'm like, everybody has a job, baby. What's your money's job? And he's like, my money's job is to make more money. I'm like, absolutely. Not because it's the money, but because it's a tool. It's a tool for better, this is not meant to be political, but it's a tool for better healthcare. It's a tool for a safer neighborhood. It's a tool for having more nutritious, meals. It's a tool for going to the college that you want to go to. It's a tool for meeting people of influence. Like, it's a tool.
Yeah, I gotta stop you real quick, Andy, because
Absolutely.
You're talking about tools. This is like a perfect segue because I completely forgot to show everybody this. But this is if you guys don't know about the eZWay network and how everything works, because I know you guys have been watching all these amazing people, and you're probably like, how do I network with all these amazing people?
Yes.
How do I use this
I'm
for my own business?
you mentioned this.
My own business. So I'm going to actually show you guys the tool part of eZWay network. And this is a lot of partners and people that we deal with. So first and foremost, what you're looking at is the money that you make. That's the first step. Okay. You make a lot of money when you tell people about us. Okay. That's just an idea of what's behind my affiliate account, but what's behind door number 2? If you go down to tools, we have a bunch of partners. We're going to continue to build our own little Amazon little store of tools and services and things.
Amazing.
I mean, we have video email. I got to tell you guys what we have coming up.
There's so many things. I love that platform. The platform is amazing.
So we have video email tools coming up. We have a new and improved Zoom that gives you interactivity to buy real time. We have cryptocurrency type of tools. We have texting tools. I mean, we have so many amazing things. I mean, we have to do an entire event.
Training tools, blogging tools, CRM tools. I mean, I don't know how many of you actually have subscriptions to multiple platforms, but anybody who has them knows, like, they add up pretty quickly. Even if it's only $20, it's like $20 times 10 platforms, and ones are 20 and some are 50 and some are 89 and some have Canva and so and not that yet Easy can replace all of them, but a lot of them. And I'm not related to tools specifically, but I just want to say this because I think it's really important for people who don't know, is that before I joined Easy's platform, and I'm not much of a social media person, I would get between 50 to at the most 200 audience reach on my social media post. Instantly, as soon as I got on Easy's platform, we're talking 2,000 to 8,000 people per post. Like, it's no joke. And that's me, who anybody who knows me knows I'm never on social media. So when I post, it's a big deal. Like, and it's directly related to influence, right? Visibility, reach, marketing, eyeballs.
Absolutely. That is just the perfect message, because that's how you get influence, is you have to be able, otherwise you're influencing yourself in your closet, So influence.
A closet influencer does not count. There's no, that does, no, you don't. I'm not going to go to you guys. I'm going to make a closet influencer badge for the people who are not on eZWay platform. So when you get it from me, you're going to know why you got it.
You're going to need to create a closet influencer group on the
I
eZWay
know,
Interactive
I
app, right?
totally am.
Where are my closet influencers at?
I mean, it's all important. You know, we need to influence ourselves first, but then we got to get it out there. That was funny. Oh, well, Andy, our next guest is here and ready to rock and roll. And so we are going to bring up Joe Petrosky, and he is an intuitive healer. And so, Eric, I saw that you had his eZWay profile ready to show. And so if you would like to show that now, and then we'll bring him up.
Profoundly Living to me is more than a company name. It is after all the struggles that I've gone through, after defying death numerous times and seeing the light numerous times, I know the Creator wants us to live profoundly. But I want you to be able to feel this way about your life and about your health. Profoundly Living and myself want to support you in feeling that. Want to support you in feeling terrific, eliminating all of the allergies, the migraines, the headaches, the aches, the pains, all of that. With the guidance and the coaching, it's my desire to be able to support you in feeling your absolute magnificence. You get to feel that magnificence. You get to feel your greatness. You get to feel your awesomeness. You get to know this is why I was born. I feel and understand and know I am living my purpose. Every single one of my clients has said that after working with me through the 90 days, every single one has felt the greatest self-acceptance and self-love that they've ever felt. They've felt physically, emotionally, and spiritually healthier. And then a wonderful added benefit is that every client that I've coached since I began coaching in 2012, every single one has had financial benefit as a result of that. I look forward to speaking with you, and if there's any way that I can support you, whether it's with me or somebody else, I welcome that opportunity. Thank you, and the very, very best to you.
Hey there. All right.
Welcome. That was the best video. I love that.
Well, thank you. Yeah. What I see, and especially on summits like this, you see these people that have created such wonderful wealth. They've really achieved a lot in some areas, and yet they're still thinking, "Oh God, there has to be more to life than this. I hope there's more to life than this." They've been
Joseph,
living.
not to interrupt you, but it's one of my biggest pet peeve when you're on our stage. You look like a little head. Can you move your camera down a little bit so we see your body?
Okay, let me see.
The head talking.
Okay.
There you go. That's so much better. All right, Joe Petrosky, everybody.
Okay. So there. Okay. So yeah, that's better. So yeah, what I was saying, Karen, is that people have worked so darn hard. They've done the mindset work, they've done the self-development, and they've done other healing modalities, and they're still stuck. And especially women that have gone through abusive relationships and sometimes sexual abuse. It's something where it's just like, okay, where's my life? What is my life? How do I really connect with my desires? And that's why I love the coaching aspect. The healing aspect, yeah, that's cool. I can help people eliminate really serious pains and illnesses, avoid surgeries, all that kind of stuff. That's fun. But to see people really come in and throw their arms up and say, yeah, you know what? I truly, truly love who I am, and I love my life. So that's what I do. And I just really love it. And we need to be able to have that because we work so darn hard for what? If we're not feeling that, if we're not feeling, and it's really wild because when I ask my clients, one of the things that I ask them is like, okay, what are your desires? And it's echoes. They're like, I don't know. If they can't say their kids, if they can't say their spouse, or even their career, they don't even really know what their true soul desires are. And then I ask them, it's like, okay, cool. What's your purpose in life? And they'll say, it's like, well, my purpose is to raise a family, have a wife, or have a husband, whatever, and make a lot of money. And I'm like, okay, what's your purpose? And that's the part that, as an intuitive, I can see every single person's specialness. I can see your greatest talents, your gifts, how you learn, how you communicate, the things that you love. And then I see all the subconscious blocks that prevent you from being that. And so when we dial into that, we make these shifts really, really quickly. And to be able to see these people that are struggling. And there was one of my clients, she had literally 3 levels of awards across her office. And she looked and she goes, Joe, I don't know why people like me. She goes, I don't like me. And she goes, I've done these things, and how come I can't like me? How come when I think about liking myself, it feels so, ingenuous or so egotistical? And I was like, oh my God, because she has won humanitarian award after humanitarian award. And so when we got her to that, when we found those subconscious blocks, and all of a sudden I started to hear her laugh, I was like, ah, and there was another client, and she was astronomical in CEO world. She went from 3 different companies, the highest that they had, and she helped each company. And they didn't want her to leave, but they could understand that she needed to go higher and higher and higher. But she would go and she goes, Joe, and she just didn't have anything to say. She goes, yeah, when I get to be with my grandkids and stuff like that, yes, I enjoy my grandkids and I enjoy my kids. But as soon as it's done, as soon as it's over, she goes, there's nothing. I don't feel it. I can't feel it. And she had also suffered a lot of ritualistic sexual abuse in the church that she was in. It was a cult, and very widely known, by the way, the cult. And I helped her be able to overcome that, because here she is. She's a beautiful woman. She's done yoga and she's done Pilates, and she couldn't feel her own pleasure. She couldn't feel that. And when she was trying to be in relationship, she couldn't feel that connection either. Mm-hmm. So being able to really tap into that and being able for her to start to feel it, she goes, Joe, my body's doing this, my body's doing that. I'm like, yay! I'm like, thank God you get to feel this. And then as we went deeper and deeper, it was wild, because all the anger started to come up. And as she started to progress and she was ready to date and stuff like that, all this anger started to come and just cripple her all over again. I'm like, fantastic. She goes, fantastic. She goes, I'm ready to kill. She goes, I could kill anybody that's in front of me. I said, I understand that. And all of those abusers deserved that. But let's get it out of your body. And that's one of the things when we do the energy healing, this is something that's way more important, way better than regular talk therapy or any of that kind of stuff. And I'm not a doctor, so can't even comment about that. But with the energy healing, we can actually take the sting out of that trauma. So people can actually remember the issues and remember the instances, but it doesn't kill them. It doesn't bring them back into their shell. They're not afraid. They're not afraid anymore. They can actually start to feel like, wow. And they start to feel this experience, and to see this woman to go. And it was so wild, because we got done working, and 2 weeks later, she shows up at her birthday party that they were throwing for her. And as she's walking towards her, I get emotional thinking about it. Her daughter just starts to cry. And she goes, what's, and she goes, Mom, you're really here. You're really, really here. You're happy. You're really happy. And she sat there and they cried together. And she goes, I'm happy for the first time. And it's amazing, because she had raised her kids, done super well with raising her kids. Her kids are successful on every level of life, financial, with their own kids. But here she was, and she was just feeling so darn empty. And so being able to connect with that, now she feels this purpose. And when I throw my arms up in the air, I was sent home to die in 1999. And 9 of the best doctors knew that I had less than a year to live. And when my daughter and we went to the library, and it was the first time that I was able to go anywhere without using oxygen. My 5.5-year-old daughter never knew me healthy until then. She threw up her arms, Daddy, no oxygen, no oxygen. And so that's what I do. I try and remember that every so often we really, really get to celebrate life. So I believe you had questions for me, Karen, or do you want me to, what would you like me to do?
Well, you are, I love to hear your stories. And so I'd like to just allow you some more time if you'd like to tell us more about, but if you want me to ask a question,
sure. No, I can, so, I'm working with a woman right now, fantastic, again, professional, very, very successful. Again, she went through a lot of religious abuse and then also sexual abuse. And it was something that she always had to live. She always had to put up a facade because she never really knew how she felt, because she was always told that she was wrong and she was bad. There was something wrong with her. And she knew early on that something was different. And she liked girls, but that was, she was going to go to hell if she liked girls. And so she put that away like it was literally something that she could stick way back in the sock drawer. And when we started to work, she had a really serious physical issue that had been plaguing her for months. And literally what it was, I talked with her this morning. She says it's okay to share with her. She actually had a reoccurring bladder infection. And no matter what happened, the doctors couldn't get rid of it, even with Dumanos, which is a fantastic thing. Couldn't get rid of the bladder infection. I said, yeah. I says, because you're pissed off. You're pissed off, but you haven't been allowing yourself to really experience that part of being pissed off. So we started to pay attention to that. We started to, look at these things. And she had all these things. Well, it's an elder. I can't be upset with the elder. And it's just like, oh, but it's this. And it's like, oh, it's a friend of dad. She had all these things that she couldn't because of. And she had to be this different kind of person. And so during the process, she actually, came out. She came out as bisexual and lesbian. And for her to make that leap and just realize it's like, okay, I really, really am lesbian. And because there was so much, the level of peace that came was unbelievable. And for her to see this now and for her to be able to talk about it and for her to be able to live openly is amazing. And some of the other things, the simple and the easy things, people have surgeries, they need to have joint replacements, disc fusion, all that kind of stuff. And, I was like, this is my admonishment. The success ratio that I have doing the energy healing and eliminating back pain, elbow pain, shoulder pain, literally is up into the 90, 95% percentile rate. So 95% of the people that come because they have back issues, within 1 or 2 sessions, it's usually all gone. And when we can't get rid of it in 1 or 2 sessions, and when I say we, it's the work that I do, it's amazing. But it's through Creator and the angels. I just simply set out the prayer and the intention to see what I need to see, hear what I need to hear, feel what I need to feel, and then only say the words that the client needs to hear. So if we can clear things without the client having to relive it, I'm all down for that. And go ahead.
I said, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because why go through the trauma again if you don't need to?
Yeah, because it can be re-traumatizing.
Oh my God, yeah, and for people and to go over it and to go over it and over it, and then to counselor and beating the pillows, it's all those kinds of things. This is, instead of or in addition to, because as I began, most of the people that I work with are high achievers. They've done the mindset work, okay? They've done the personal development. They've done a lot of healing modalities. But they're still, for some reason, they haven't been able to break through. And this is the part, it's like, yeah, you can't, no kidding, because it's not your fault. You don't understand it. It is the subconscious mind. And there's a fantastic movie, The Cure Is, and it talks about the fact that the subconscious mind was formed by the time you were 6 or 7 years old. And the subconscious mind, you can't understand. It speaks a different language, and it's 95% of your working mind. So if you have a team, for example, you have 100 people on the team and 95% of them have their own freaking ideas. And it's just like, you're going to go in there, just think of it, it's like, okay, if you're going to remodel your house or you're going to cook and you got 95 people in the kitchen and somebody's making chocolate chips and somebody's making cake and somebody's making gazpacho and somebody's over here making pasta. I mean, are you ever going to eat? And if you do, you're going to be sicker than a dog. Well, that's the same thing with the subconscious mind. You come in here and you do the mindset work. You take all this and it's like, I'm going to do this and all of a sudden you get jammed. Why do you get jammed? It's because of those subconscious blocks and those subconscious patterns back here. And that's where I come in. I can see those. And as I see them and as we name them, I support you, the client, in being able to reframe them. And when you reframe them and write something stronger than those, and that's the part that's the really, really particular, because people say, oh, I know that I'm bad at this, and so I'm going to just do, I'm bad at black, so I'm going to do white, or I'm bad at white and I'm going to do black. Well, I wish it was that easy. Again, because you have 95 of those going back there. You got 95 messages, and from all of these different things. So how do you get them all to come onto the page in the same way? And that's with the intuitive healing. And it's so fantastic to be able to see somebody that's been struggling, that spent hours and hours and hours and years in counseling and therapy. It is just unbelievable. There was one woman that, it's really interesting. You have to be careful when you go to energy healers. You interview them, talk to them, see if it makes sense. Because there's some energy healing out there that people have learned in 2 or 3 weekends. And like, okay, they get their attunement in 2 or 3 weekends. It's like, no. Can you pick up the flute or even the guitar and be completely proficient in 2 or 3 weekends? Baloney. There's no way. So there's no way that you're going to be effective and safe to work with somebody in energy healing in a couple of weekends. I had dedicated my entire life for 3.5 years studying full on energy healing. And then also during that time, I was blessed. A friend of mine was Native American and took me to a reservation. And an elder there called me over. My buddy's like, well, this never happened. And the elder says, you come sit with me. And the elder was a healer for the reservation. And he was incredibly empathetic and sensitive. And he could see in me that I had this gift. And I was still, it's like, what are you talking about? These, first it was this 35th generation Shaolin master that picked me out of a crowd of 150 people. And he said, you can do this. And I'm like, what, me? and then the Native American does the same thing. I'm like, oh, okay, what do you mean? And the Native American said, let's just sit. So he would look at the people, he would look at the animals, the trees, the rocks. And as he did, he would feel the energy. And I could start to feel, it's like, oh my God, that lady's got a really, really bad headache. I could just see that, I could feel it. It was like, oh geez, that one, and this one's got a lot of grief, really, something. I could start to feel it. And so between the Chinese way, the Shaolin way, and the Native American way, I combined those two. And after 5.5 years of working with my main teacher, the Chinese, he said, hey, Joe, you got to go start teaching what you're doing, because you're doing differently than I taught you. And that's what I've been doing. I've been doing the healing work since 2001 and the coaching since 2012. And I love it. And I truly, my first CD, meditation CD, was Being Your Magnificent Self. And I tell people, it's like, you were born a miracle, and you still get to feel and know, but especially feel the fact that you are this amazing miracle. We forget it. We plow through life. We pretend that everything's okay. We put on the good face, especially when we're going to an event or the red carpet. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. And I work with people that have 2 or 3 homes, that have the airplanes, that have the helicopters. And, and they sit on there. And I talked with one of the guys, and he says, you got to guarantee me that you're not going to tell a soul. And I said, hey, dude, it's like, okay, I know that my gift comes from Creator. I'm not about to screw him. So I certainly can't screw you. Okay. And so I said, whatever you tell me is completely confidential. And the reason he told me is, he said, this person, this person. I'm the CEO and owner of each of those companies. So the people that that I've heard that you've had dinner with, that you've gone on the boat with, that you've gone fishing with, that you went scuba diving with, they know me. And so I'm going to bare my soul. So can I bare my soul with you? And I said, yes, you can. I said, whatever we say is completely, totally safe. It has to be. If I betray your confidence, I said, I break the number one rule between me and Creator. So you're safe. And so and as we sat and we talked, he shared all of these things that he felt made him weak, felt made him a bad dad. And, he says, if people knew this about me. And so we worked on that and we cleared all that. And it was amazing, especially with 2 of his companies, just see how they absolutely skyrocketed, because he no longer had that nagging stuff that he had to fight through in order to be able to get through his life. And that's the part where it's like, everybody deserves to feel and live that profound life. Everybody deserves to feel physically healthy, emotionally healthy, and spiritually healthy.
Yes. Oh, Joe, that's beautiful work. And I know that it's because of the life that you have lived. It's because of the inner work that you have done, and because of the transformation that you have had within your own self, that you are able to help others to create that miraculous life, to remember that they are a miracle, and then to feel that they are a miracle. It's one thing to hear it. It's another thing to, believe that that's true. It's altogether different to feel it, to believe it in your core, in your being. And I appreciate so much what you were saying, because not only does that shift, your perception of yourself, but it increases your joy to remember and to feel that you are a miracle. And there's so much coming at us, and so much that we're dealing with. And like you said, all of the subconscious that we aren't even aware of, let alone all the trauma that we are aware of. And yet for you to help people heal, what a magnificent gift. And not only the gift that you have, but the gift that you give to everyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And that's the thing, that I tell the people, especially in the corporate world, this is truly the trickle down theory, because however you are is going to affect everybody underneath you and everybody around you. So the better that you can be is going to be the best for your family and best for every single one of your colleagues and all of the companies you own. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Andy, did you want to ask anything for Joe?
No, but I do know Joe, and we don't spend a lot of time together, but every time I hear him, every time I see him, every time I just like, there inside of me, I'm like, oh, I'm safe. Mm-hmm. And what's really, for those people who have never had energy work, it's not just in your mind, like, oh, I'm a good, I'm not guilty, or I'm not shameful, or I'm not, like, it's physically to your core, like you breathe better, you sleep better, you like, it's not even just a mind shift, it's like an embodiment shift. Like, it's
all of this that you're talking about is scientifically proven.
Absolutely.
There's a movie, The Heal. They have stuff in there where they talk about it, where they have the healer, and the healer's undergoing, scientific measurements and all around the body and everything. And then they have the client, 1,700 miles away, and another one 3,200 miles away. And they have the client hooked up to things. And as the healer is doing what the healer does, the client's experiencing it too. So you can see it with the scientific data. HeartMath.org, they've been studying all this stuff for decades. Dean Rodden with the Noetic Sciences and the Ion Center as well. And so, yeah, we have this inside of us, and it's like we have to be able to get it out of us. And that's where, all the talk therapy and everything like that, that's great. That serves a purpose, helps tons and tons of people. And for other people that are still dealing with it, it's like, okay, this is the part that can actually rocket you and pull you out of that mud.
Absolutely.
And to see that kind of shift, it's amazing. I had a guy that I worked with, and goodness, I got to clear my case. He's in a huge group for men, and you cannot get in there unless you're vetted. And they're all multimillionaires. Now they're billionaires and everything like that, because this has been a long time ago that I worked with him. And so these are all super high achievers, men that have done all kinds of stuff. They've gone to ashrams, all these different things. They've done plant medicine, all kinds of stuff. And so all of a sudden, after he worked with me, 3 sessions only, he goes to this group of men, and they'll say, hey, and he wasn't into plant medicine. Like, hey man, did you journey? It's like, what did you do, man? It's like, I can feel you, I can see your aura. And people actually can see their aura, just you can see it with Curlian photography too. It's like, damn. It's like, and they were talking to him, and it's like, man, you got some gonads. I was like, what's that? And so, well, I finally did that energy healing stuff you said.
I love it.
To have 12 other guys come and say, dude, I mean, that was pretty cool. I mean, that was really, really cool to hear that. Whoops, where'd y'all go?
Oh,
we're hiding, I guess.
All of a sudden, a commercial came up, and I was just like, okay. So I was like, earlier you guys had that technical issue. So are we being shepherd hooked off the stage?
We might be shepherd.
It was like a hint.
That's our version, Joe, of giving the hook. Don't you feel the hook?
Okay, I thought so. I was going that way.
There you go.
Thank you, Joe.
guys, just so you know, the influence to income stage is not just boring business. We're an entrepreneurtainment stage. So you will be laughing as you're watching for sure. Make sure you download the app so you can continue to laugh. Ooh, there's a good little slogan. Download the app and continue to laugh. But no, great, profound information, Joe. I mean, obviously, Profound Living, that's your company. And just great information. And I will say too, guys, that Joe did a healing session for me. And afterwards I felt better. And he actually told me that the spirit told him that I need to meditate more. I need to be with the spirit more. I need to talk to God more. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I am nothing but God. I tell people about God all the time. Like I'm Mr. God. I'm eZWay is God's way. Like how can I'm like, that's all I do. And he's like, no, you need to really take your own time, morning, afternoon, and evening, 5 minutes a day, and nothing else. And when he said nothing else, I was like, oh yeah, I do a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, that.
But thanks, Joe. I mean, and by the way, real quick before we let you go, how are you enjoying being a platinum member of eZWay Network? Would you recommend that our viewers watching become a platinum member?
Well, it's nice, yeah. Connecting with really, really good people and being able to have it consistently where you see similar faces. And so the relationships that I'm starting to make as a result of being there is really good. And then again, the pitch party that you have all the time, as I know very, very well, and other people too. I let other people win occasionally. But the prizes and the content on there are really amazing. But more importantly, like Robert Butt once said, he says that every single week that he shows up, he said, your net worth is going to be equal to your net work. And for me, the network's got to be people of caliber and people of consciousness and people of heart. Networking, I don't enjoy going in where it's just money aspect. It's like, we got to talk about the heart. We got to talk about the feelings, and people have to matter. So.
Thank you so much for that share, Joe. I appreciate it. Well, we're gonna give you the hook now. Okay, it's time to get off of our but great information. I love it. And Andy, you've been such a great host, such a gracious host. But I also want to point out that you're also an influencer. You're a speaker. You and I are partnering up with we have partnered up already with the Trailblazers TV. Hence why the Trailblazers TV was on the screen. We were kind of like segueing into that, as well as you being a corporate level coach with Fortune 500, working with Monster, working with so many high quality people. I want to give you the stage a little bit while we're waiting for our next speaker coming up. But I just want to take some time to just give you the stage, let you just tell everybody who Andy Monet is as a platinum member as well. If you want to say some good stuff about eZWay, you're welcome.
Always. Eric, when you say jump, I ask how high. And I am serious about that. When I joined eZWay family, which it really is a family, and I was like, yeah, mumbo jumbo family nonsense, but it really is. Like, the people are amazing, the network is amazing, the opportunities are amazing, and just the level. And again, like what Joe said, is I don't do network events. I don't have time for them. I don't have time for the integrity to be less than I want it to be. So the caliber of people are the people that I want to be around, and I want to be around them. And so anytime there's an event, I want to go, whether it's a pitch party, which is amazing. For so many reasons. The platinum membership is amazing. There's, if you do blogs or training or have a TV show or have a podcast or want to expand your network or build a more quality filled network, I can't even say enough about how amazing it is. And part of why we have the Trailblazer TV channel is because we want to, how do we bring more visibility? How do we bring more, with visibility comes credibility for those, a lot of us hear that. And that, of course, media brings influence, it brings income, it brings better networking possibility. It also brings better revenue because people understand that you actually really do have something important to say that's going to benefit people. And Trailblazers, for one example, I have a lot of examples that I can't think of course, right now, but, super brief background about me is that, I was 16 years old when I was homeless. My mother abandoned me. And I had to figure out really quickly what I was going to do with my life. And I decided at 16, I was going to graduate high school early. At 16, I was going to start college. And at 16, I was going to start my first business, not because I wanted to be an entrepreneur, but because I needed to feed myself. And so a lot of people ask, well, were you scared? Yeah, of course I was scared, but what was it that made me successful, which I don't really like that word that much, but what made me, what made me accomplish what I accomplished. And it's really a simple answer, and nobody really believes me that much, but it was because I didn't think I could fail. Like, I just assumed I was going to be successful. And it sounds really simple, but it was. If there's no questions about something not working, why would you not do it? Right. It's really profound, but that really was the biggest thing of how I ended up doing all the things I was doing. I started college at 16. I graduated by the time I was 20. One of my biggest clients was the biggest management consulting firm on the planet, that they were my client at 20. I worked in Hollywood. Celebrities were my clients, actors, actresses, producers, musicians, of people who were old enough to know would not believe me. I mean, famous people were at my wedding. And the reason I mention all of this is not because I think I'm great at it, but because I was never really afraid to step forward. And there's not much that I can't do. And trying to tell a new person this information can be scary for some people. Like, you have to own your amazingness and your superhero-ness and your strengths. And my strength was problem solving. It didn't matter what it was. I mean, it could be engineering, it could be marketing, it could be sales, it could be business development. It doesn't matter. That was always my strength. And so me showing up to say, this is my strength, and if you don't believe me, that's okay. But there was so much conviction and confidence that it's almost like they didn't have any choice but to believe me. And so all that to say, with the consulting and the Fortune 500 companies and Coca-Cola and Walmart and companies you guys have heard of, it was all because I knew that I could do it. And those opportunities lead to other opportunities, which, in this particular case right now is a brand new TV channel and a brand new network for, the whole influence thing, right? Trailblazers. If the whole concept of trailblazing is you're leading, people are following. You have a new idea, you have a new method, you have a different way, a unique way. Eric has introduced me to so many people, one of which was like the first streaming, online streaming, OTA stuff from traditional TV stations. Like, that's crazy, unbelievable, awesome. And I get to meet these people through Eric, and we get to do new things together. And, going back to the whole competence thing is, I have a software company because I was like, I want solutions for myself. And so I built a software for myself, and then everybody else wanted it. And so now I have a software company doing that. But it's like going back to the whole value thing. What value am I bringing, whether the values to myself or whether the values to a client, whether I'm saving somebody's company, whether I'm saving somebody's finances, whether I'm showing people different ways to look at things. Because at the end of the day, you can make a choice to design your life however you want that to be. Whatever that is, it can't happen unless you take that first step to make a choice to design it that way. And as an example, when I was in grad school and my daughter was really young, she was 2 years old, and I did not want to put her into daycare, but I was also in grad school. So I decided to take her to all my business meetings. And before that happened, people were like, don't do that. No one's ever going to want your child there. You're going to ruin your business. And I said, well, it doesn't matter. Not that it doesn't matter that I ruin my business, but it doesn't matter what people think about me, because there's going to be a way. And in that entire time of grad school, one person had a problem with it. with me bringing my daughter to my sales appointments and to my client appointments. And I mention that because of this. How many people do you think told me don't do it? Right? I mean, anybody who has children knows that's a ridiculous thing to do. But I said, there's got to be a way. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell them that if they want to work with me, this is what it comes with. And it happened. And that's one of my many examples about how, what do you want your life to be like? Do you want the jet? Do you want 2 houses? Do you want financial freedom? Do you want lifestyle freedom? Do you want to spend more time with your family or children? Like, those are choices that you can make, and then designing a business or a life or a career around that. And I'm not saying it's easy all the time, but I'm saying it's possible. And possibility is part of success. It's also part of your influence. If this is what you want, then the influence, in my opinion, influence is me saying, this is possible, and this is possible for you too. And even though I may not say those words, my influence is being able to show other people what their influence is as well. I mean, there's many levels of influence, but I think the majority of us want to make a difference in the world. I mean, that's my rainbows and ponies and bubbles opinion, right? I mean, yes, crazy things happen. And yes, I've been homeless twice. Once at 16 and once at 40 when my husband took everything from me. That's okay, because it can always be rebuilt. And I know that. And so, sometimes part of the trailblazer thing is, sharing our stories and giving people the fuel to know that the possibilities are there in life, no matter what that looks like. I mean, whether it's, relationship, or whether it's money, or whether it's, COVID, like, we can all get to where we want. And it's just that first step is the choice to know that that's what you can do with it. I don't know how many minutes I get, because I can talk forever, but I'm super excited about the Trailblazer channel, because I think it's really going to change people's lives. I really do.
Oh, Andy, I love your passion. I love your excitement. And when you said that your influence is showing other people what their influence is, I think that is a superpower, to be able to see that. And it's a beautiful thing, because first of all, you're edified when you see that. And it's so exciting when you can help someone else.
Oh, absolutely.
See who they really are.
I mean, it's about empowering people. And I mean, a little bit of a tangent point, but along the same lines, is at the end of the day, I want to love people. That's just me. I love people. I care about people. I want to support people. I just happen to do it in business also. Like, it's not about, for me, it's not, hey, I'm a business consultant and I'm helping you with your business. It's, hey, I love you. What do you need to get where you want to go? And let me empower you to get there. That's how I see it.
Hey, I love you. And what do you need? And how can I help you to get there? Who doesn't want to have their mentor feel that way about them? I mean, talk about feeling safe. When you were talking about how you feel so safe with Joe Petrosky, I feel so safe when you say that, Andy. And it's the combination of feeling that safety with Joe and feeling that emotional safety.
Oh, I love it. I mean, and this is the truth. Anybody who owns a business knows it's scary. Even if they make millions and billions of dollars, which I've done, you don't know who to trust all the time. You don't know what strategies to use all the time. Sometimes you have to pivot. Like, those are new things. And if you can find somebody that you can brainstorm with that allows you to be emotionally safe, those decisions are easier.
Right.
I think that's my opinion. And I'm going to stand on a rooftop and say it.
Good, because we're going to be standing on the rooftop echoing back, we love you too.
I tell my clients I love them. And I mean, obviously it's an awkward thing, but I'm like, hey, I can only be me. And you don't even have to say it back. It's just how I feel.
I totally hear what you're saying. I do the same thing. I can't help it. I'm just like, when I just feel it, I just say it.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, they won't say it back, and they don't even have to receive it if they don't want to.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing. I read this, I heard this in church and I really loved it. It's like if somebody gives you a gift and it's wrapped and it has a bow on it and it's super beautiful and you never open it, have you actually really accepted the gift?
Right.
Right? You actually, it's not just physically grabbing it, it's opening it and accepting it. And you don't even, it's not about liking it or not liking it. It's about accepting it. And that was one of the lessons that was really hard for me personally. I don't know how many minutes I have, but let me just say this. I didn't, being homeless at 16 and struggling and creating my own success and having a lot of trials and challenges. And I'm not the only one who has trials and challenges, obviously, but it really made it hard to rely on people, to ask people for help, to accept, whether it was accepting help or whether it was accepting a referral or whether it was accepting a compliment. Like that was a hard lesson for me to learn. Like I was probably in my 40s at that time. And it's so powerful. Like it puts you on a whole nother level of success to be able to accept the gifts that are given to you that you're uncomfortable with, that eventually, hopefully, are not uncomfortable eventually. But like, it's very profound.
It is profound. And it's an interesting, energetic experience because when you give and someone else receives, the giver receives joy.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
The receiver does
Yes.
too.
Yes. And one thing I heard too about that exact same thing is how, I mean, I'm assuming the majority of people can understand this, but it's like, how do you feel when you are generous to somebody
Mm-hmm.
and you feel really good? Okay, well, if you feel that good, you're denying somebody that same joy to share, to be generous, to give, to support, to empower, to be present, to, you know, all of those things that I believe that we all want. And some of us are afraid to admit it, but we all want that love. We all want that support. We all want to feel seen.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's so simple to be seen and empowered without the financial piece of it. It's just that the financial pieces comes naturally after that.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying because it is an interesting process. And even when somebody says something like, you know, you're so beautiful, and if someone says that to us and we say, oh no, my hair is a mess or whatever, well, it actually is like a form of rejection to the person saying, and it blocks.
We think we're being modest,
right?
But we're actually, dare I say, being kind of rude. I mean, and I don't want people to feel rude, but it kind of is. It's like, no, I don't want you to feel joy for giving me that compliment.
Right. It's a block. There's just a barrier there. And we don't necessarily mean it to be a barrier.
Of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a journey. And I just happen to believe that even that topic is a form of influence to income. Like
Absolutely.
I'm accepting a gift because I see your influence on me and I accept the influence that I have to accept it and empower other people's with my influence. I'm getting a little tired. Anyway.
Well, you know what? It's fine. And we have Tina D. Lewis.
This is a perfect segue into the women's circle. I want to make sure we because we have so many amazing women on here. We had Laura Langmeyer, we have Dr. Dante Sears, we have Andy Monet, we have Karen Hall, and yes, now we have Dr. Tina D. Lewis about to come on, which is the next speaker. So we gotta give you the hook now, Andy. It's hook time for you, and we gotta move on. And this is a good friend of mine I've known for a very long time. I told you guys about some new tools that we're getting ready to tell you guys about, and talked about a little bit of video emailing. I'm sure she'll be telling you about what we're getting ready to do with that. So Karen, I'll let you go ahead and make that introduction. And hey guys, I hope you're enjoying. Get your emojis ready, get the clapping done. You know, we're going to be looking at your comments. And as I always say, smash that share button. Tina, look at the top right, click on, share to your social media. Everybody share. Smash that share button, because what Tina She's a professional speaker. She knows what she's talking about, and she's going to give you some serious golden nuggets with honey, barbecue sauce, sweet and sour, and the hot sauce, baby, when it comes to influence and it comes to income. All right.
Well, so Eric, are you going to put like a video up, or would you like me to just say it on my own?
I thought you had a bio or whatever. I mean, if we're not, no, I don't have any videos ready or anything like that.
Okay,
but
I never know. Sometimes you do, and so I don't like to start talking when you're going to start the video playing. So Dr. Tina D. Lewis is the bottom line queen, and she is the founder of the Global Women Speakers, a platform empowering women to speak globally and scale their businesses. And she should know, she's a 7-figure entrepreneur. She leads events worldwide from Dubai to New York and offers media exposure, mental wellness support, and global networking. Her mission is to help women grow their influence and income with confidence, strategy, and purpose. So welcome, Dr. Tina D. Lewis.
Get ready for a transformational experience at the Influence to Income Summit, where some of the most prominent thought leaders and trailblazers come together to share powerful insights on turning purpose into profit. Featuring legends like Jeff Hoffman, Senior Executive from Priceline, Dr. Tina D. Lewis, founder of Global Women Speakers, Don Green, The 2025 eZWay Awards Golden Gala televised event was held at Voco Laguna Hills Hotel, hosted by actress Kate Linder and actor Trey Ireland, was an undeniable success, benefiting better vision for children and uniting purpose with prestige. Held before a sold-out overcapacity crowd, this Gold Tie Affair honoured NBA Ironman AC Green with the prestigious eZWay Lifetime Achievement Award, alongside actor Ken DeVishen, actress Bai Ling, Henry Tillman, and Harlem Globetrotter Harold Lefty Williams and his family. With a 40-foot golden carpet, live band, Oscar viewing experience, and a 3-course dinner with wine and champagne, the evening dazzled.
Music legend Kevin Dorsey received the BBC Lifetime Achievement Award, while A-list presenters, TV executives, producers, investors, and philanthropists graced the stage. Covered by Comcast,
Welcome to eZWay, we cheer. eZWay family, we're strong and bold. Together we rise, our story unfolds.
All right. So without further ado, Tina D. Lewis, if you're ready, I hope you are. If you're not, we're going to go ahead and bring you on screen. And there she is, Dr. Tina D. Lewis. There she is. Okay, now we got you. All right, so welcome to the Influence to Income virtual stage. The one and only Dr. Tina D. Lewis, founder of Global Women Speakers. You gotta unmute yourself, Tina, and then hey, the keynote's yours. Let's talk about influence to income and with the Dr. Tina D. Lewis perspective. Gotta unmute yourself really quick. Press the unmute button on the top right of your screen. All right, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but we'll get her back. But we got Dr. Dante Sears and Karen in the meantime.
I'm so excited. I was all ready for Tina to come with all the energy.
But like I said, when you're like a really superstar, you on the Influence to Income stage, powered by eZWay Network, you get 1, maybe 2, 3, maybe 4, 5 introductions, whatever it takes to get you on the stage properly. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for her to come back, we were talking about the eZWay Women's Circle, and so many powerful, amazing women. So I'm going to let the women speak a little bit about that and the influence effect that the eZWay Network is creating with.
Okay, well, I think that Dr. Tina D. Lewis is back. So shall we bring
Here,
her?
she's back. Okay, great. I was going to say all this energy we have, it tends to shut down technology. Some of us, when we walk through the room, the lights flicker because they're like, ooh, get a load of her. So that's all that happened here. Dr. Tina D. Lewis in the house.
Every tap brings us near, building our dreams without fear. Our community's love, it's crystal clear. Welcome to eZWay with you.
We can't hear you, Dr. Tina.
Dr. Tina, press unmute on the bottom of your screen. Bottom left side of your screen.
Yeah, there's a microphone thing. You got to get the sound going. So maybe go to your audio settings and see if you can test your sound. We'll bring you back on, Tina. Oh my gosh. But,
There should be a button right there at the right here.
This is live. This is real live. Like, like this
real time.
I almost want her to go like or like that, the little thing we hit with the little
whack-a-mole.
Groundhogs. Not this time.
The whack-a-mole.
Is that what it's called? Oh, there we go. I think we got her. So we're gonna go ahead and do the intro one more time because I think she got it on mute.
She's so fabulous. We had to introduce her to right.
We're the eZWay family, making a mark with connections and trust. Our bond is tight, turning every moment into pure delight. Got the eZWay verse right in our hands.
Unmute yourself, Tina. I thought I saw the go ahead and click the microphone. I thought I saw it was unmuted. No, might be an internet thing too.
You might have it on full screen. Tina, you might have your screen on full screen. So reduce it from full screen so that you can see the controls at the bottom. And there's literally a microphone next to a camera. And you just click that. Just right down here at the bottom. It's like a white bar.
Yeah. We'll get it. We'll get it. If we can get it, we can get it.
It's just a countdown because y'all aren't ready.
So baby, I'm gonna let you and Karen take it. I'm gonna try to help Tina get in here.
All right. Well, that just gave us more time to segue into eZWay Women and why it's such a fantastic job for us women to click together in the eZWay family, help each other, uplift each other. Like amazing. Hold on, I'm going to point over. Karen, it's always backwards on screens. I'm like, hope I got it right. Great idea. Like, let's make an eZWay women's group. And it was so on time. Karen, what made you want to do a women's group with eZWay?
Well, I have always felt that there's more power when women support each other. And it's becoming more common now, but in years past, it was less common that women would support each other. And there was a definite feeling of competitiveness that didn't bode well for women. And it kind of reminded me of the crab in the bucket. One was getting up high and then they just pull each other down. And it always bothered me. I was like, let's celebrate each other's success, because when you succeed, then I succeed as well. And you give me permission. And when I watch you succeed and I celebrate you succeed, then I am literally celebrating myself as well. And a lot of people don't realize that is what happens, but it's celebrating the possibility for myself in the future when I celebrate you, and it brings me joy to celebrate you. Why?
I think we got it. It's on this stage. I'll interrupt you, Karen, but I think on this stage it's fifth time. Fifth time is the charm. All right, so
5 times the charm.
Five times the charm. Exactly.
Without further delay, here's Dr. Tina D. Lewis.
We are the fire in the dark of night. With eZWay, we shine so bright. Together we elevate, fly so high. eZWay, community touching the sky. Leaping through the future, break the mold. eZWay, spirit strong and bold. Every click, every move so alive. In this eZWay verse.
Okay, so Tina is gonna mime her speech. So Tina, just do some mimes, and we'll We'll figure it
Oh,
out.
she just got it. I thought the microphone just went off.
That's what it looks
Technology
like.
is playing with us today. Even Eric was like, "Hey, come back on the camera." I went into StreamYard off one of the links, and I was sitting there in an empty StreamYard. When am I coming on? And I was like, "Oh boy."
I think she's on.
No, it seems like it might be a signal thing. Tina, try to come out. Go out. There you go. Do some mimes. You talk to us in the mime language.
She can do sign language.
Yeah. So try to go out and then come back in and go to your default Mac Pro microphone. Don't use any microphones. Just go to your default. Like go out, like leave, and then come back in and just use your default microphone.
Baby, I'm gonna say you should go coach her off stage again, and we'll keep talking about eZWay women.
I thought I did. I thought we had it.
Tina just wants to hear us talk more about eZWay women. You know, every time that we come up with a new program, I hear Tina on the phone. She's like, Eric. So that's what's happening. She's just like, I need to hear you talk about the women and the women folk, because when I was younger, Karen, women were mean. Like girls were mean to me. And I was like, why are you mean to me? I actually am the person that if I see a beautiful girl, I will say to her, God, you look amazing, because I think maybe no one's told her. Or if I see a woman who's not smiling, I'm like, has anyone told you, like, you're shining? We have to help each other. It is not a competition. And that's something that I've been really embracing and also letting other people know is you are in competition with yourself. Like there's literally not going to be another Dr. Dante Sears. There's not going to be another Karen Hall. I don't need Karen to be like me. We kind of look alike, right? Except for a tan. I don't need her to be me. I need her to be Karen, because she's been designed biologically to be exactly what I'm not, to make me what I need to be. Like the energy that is the earth, it calls us forth in all these different beautiful ways so that we can impact each other, so we can be that. So like, don't try to be the next Dante, the next Karen. Come be the you that we need to shine together, because, you know, that's what makes it all beautiful. In fact, when I first met Eric, he was doing this event called Like a Mosaic. And it's exactly what the eZWay family has become. We have become this mosaic, this tapestry. Karen, I'm not going to leave you there with your mouth open. You go ahead. I know you have something to say.
Well, you know, one time I fly, you know, and one time I was on a flight and I sat down next to this woman, and she was like you. She just was drop dead gorgeous. And I just couldn't stop looking at her. And I said, you are just so gorgeous. And she just kind of like was shocked that I said that. And I said, do you hear that very often? And she said, never. And I said, I remember. I said, you must hear that all the time. And she said, never. And I said, you don't? And she said, no. She said, no one tells me that. And I just was blown away, because I couldn't help but say it, because it was like so obvious, like you know, it's just, she was just so beautiful. And yet people had withheld that from her because she was so beautiful. And
they're intimidated.
Yeah.
They're afraid to say, oh, you're beautiful. And she say, oh, well, you're not, or something. But these people, they are not thinking that. They are all in here. Where am I going? What am I supposed to do? And you just bring them out like, hey, welcome. Hey, I'm here with you. And I'm witnessing your beauty and your amazingness. That's what we're coming to do with the eZWay Women's Circle.
Exactly. And I think that it's so important that we do, because, you know, a rising tide lifts all boats. And
that's
so
right.
We all are elevated together, and that you have that energy so clear, and I appreciate that so much about you, that you do want to lift other women and men, and I appreciate that you care about others, that caring energy comes through you, and you just feel it when I just see you. Even on the screen before I knew you, I felt that from you, so I appreciate that so much.
Well, thank you. And I saw the Queen of Empathy, and I was like, that's me. And I was like, that's Karen. How awesome is that? I love the name. I love the heart. Thanks for bringing the heart visually into eZWay. I love that. You know, when I first came into eZWay Network, it was called eZWay Broadcasting. And it was a man-run situation. You know, we had bikini models in centerfolds in the magazine and along with business people. And I was like, okay, hold on a second here. I'm going to bring the nurturing woman side in here. And Eric was like, these are my fans. And I just kept hearing everybody like, family. This is our family.
All right. Sorry to interrupt you, Dante. I love you so much. I know you're telling that story, but it's time to properly introduce Tina D. Lewis one more time. 5 times the charm. Here we go.
Here she is. I heard her.
With eZWay, we shine so bright. Welcome to eZWay, where dreams ignite. Families come together, we got our light. In our community, everything feels right. We're building the future, starting tonight. eZWay, first a brand new land. Interactive habits in your hand. Making connections.
Go ahead, Tina. The stage is yours. How do you create influence and how do you create income?
Wow, influence and income. I love that. So first of all, I just want to say thank you for being here, because we know you could be anywhere on this beautiful Saturday afternoon, but where else would you be than the Influence to Income Summit? I am Dr. Tina D. Lewis, and I am stoked out of my mind. I want to share something with you. First of all, I want to say a huge shout out to Karen, the beautiful beauty queen, Dante, as well as the creator of eZWay Network, Eric Zuli. You guys, he has authored a book called The Butterfly Effect, The Influence Effect. I want to make sure that you go to either, oh, hi, look at Dante. She says we love, okay. So listen, either you go to Instagram, Facebook, you go to YouTube, or simply subscribe to this channel, you guys. I had actually a death in my family, and Erica's like, it's okay. And I'm like, no, I'm coming in. We got in and the Wi-Fi was Ari, but guess what? Nothing will stop us. Enough of that. So we're going to take 2 and we're going to get into literally influence and impact. So ladies and gentlemen, number 1, influence. It is the new currency. Influence means simply the power, right? The authority, I would say the act of simply, we'll say moving other people or causing someone to take action. And so my hope today is that despite technical difficulty, despite what's going on in your life right now, that you will actually learn to be influential, because there's a difference between influence and influential. And so that's my hope. And so I am Dr. Tina D. Lewis, you guys. My background is actually medicine. I left medicine, became an entrepreneur because it was extremely important. My first monies in entrepreneurship outside of medicine was a 6-figure income. I created a program called the 6-Figure Incubator so I could help small businesses, women-owned entrepreneurs create a 6-figure income. And this is kind of like turbulence. If you're on the plane, put on your seatbelt, because I promise you, we're going to hit some pockets of turbulence, but it's going to be absolutely amazing. I would like to introduce you to the world's first ever video email system. It is explosive. And so regardless of what happened in the beginning, I want you to grab a pen and paper. I want you to take notes. Why? Because video is skyrocketing like never before. I want you to ditch the boring black and white emails, and I want you to say hello to video email. Think about this. How many of you have gotten an email today? Raise your hands. Yes, we all have. How many of you have sent an email today? We all did. And so just imagine a platform that you can actually get paid from sending emails, promoting your brand, your business, when your style, your images. Is simply called video email. It's simple, it's fun, it's social, it's innovative, revolutionary, and cutting edge. Yes, yes, and yes. One of the things that I like about the video email system is how many of you have sent a video inside of your, with the link inside of the email, but you don't know who watched it. I know I have. We sent out hundreds of thousands of email and we had no idea who was actually watching the video. Now, guess what happens? You get to see not just who watched your video, you get to see for how long and when they watched it, because it allows you to literally follow up with the right person, at the right time. You get to see who's hot and who's not. What about who's serious or who's simply curious? A true prospect versus a suspect. This system is absolutely amazing. You will have a customized template with your brand, your business, your dealership. If you take a look at the video that Dr. Eric is playing, it's simply saying, are you being seen or are you being read? And we want you to refuse to be average, to stand out in the inbox. And that's exactly what the eZWay network will allow you to do. We didn't invent email. We simply reinvented it. And it is video email, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're promoting your brand, whether you are wanting more conversions, more replies, whether you are simply skyrocketing the sales in your business, video email is it. It is the future. And I'm going to tell you like this. I was not in that dorm room with Mark Zuckerberg. I was not in the garage when Jeff Bezos was thinking about Amazon, right? I wasn't there. But I'm here now, and I know that video is the future. If you remember back in the day, we didn't have Facebook. Like, listen, we did not have Facebook Live. It wasn't a thing. It did not exist, and we were happy with that. We were comfortable. Facebook Live came out. People were like, oh my gosh, I don't know. I don't want to get on video. I'm not going to do it, right? We were all that way. We wanted to be perfect. We had to have the perfect background. Your face had to be beat. Your hair had to be this literally combed, period. That was when Facebook Live was implemented, ladies and gentlemen. And now you can't get people off of Facebook Live because Instagram created Instagram Live video. When the implementation of Instagram Live happened, people's sales, influencer sales, they skyrocketed like never before. And then TikTok. I know a couple of friends that are highly influential, that word again, right? They were literally at wit's end. They were like, oh, I gotta have my TikTok. They can't take it away from us. And they were willing to do whatever it took to make sure that they did not have access, to TikTok. It's video, ladies and gentlemen. It is video. And so I am simply inviting you to take a look at video email. Video email is unbelievable. It lands in the inbox. It is for your brand, your business. You can use it for personal. What about happy birthday, gender reveals, I love you, I miss you? What about special occasions, graduations? You can use it for personal. You can use it for business. There are several, Fortune 100, Fortune 5,000 companies that are using this technology already. Now, what about you? Applebee's. So if you have a restaurant, you can use it to promote your menu. What about a car dealership? Toyota, Ford, Lamborghini of Tampa Bay uses it. What about cruise lines? We have Norwegian Cruise Lines. If you're a realtor or a broker, any business, you want to have a competitive advantage. This sets your business apart from the others. We literally help you stand out in the inbox. Video marketing is not dead. Video is just simply on the cusp. And I'm going to pause for a minute because I just had an epiphany. You guys, this is real. This summit, this conference, it's live. And I love them. They're not recorded, so they're not pristine and perfect. And you get to see the flaws. I share with you that, we had, a loss. Someone very close to me, my aunt, transitioned. And I'm still here showing up. So I want to talk about, influence, because I could have easily said, you know what, Eric, I can't do it right now. I'm emotional. Or I could have said, you know what, I made a commitment and I'm going to show up, because that's what influence is. It's commitment. It's the commitment to influence people to leave them better than they were than when you found them. I simply want to say, listen, it's video email. That's all it is. I don't need to talk for 40 minutes. I don't need to talk for an hour. I'm simply going to say this. If you are a brand or a business and you want to skyrocket your sales, I'm asking you to simply put interested in the comments, and eZWay or one of his representatives are going to get with you immediately for multiple reasons. We want to help you skyrocket your sales. We want to help you get more replies on your emails. We want to help your emails land in the inbox. We want to help you have more conversions. We want to help you have more fun with your marketing. It is simple, as easy as 1, 2, 3. You pick a template. We have over 1,500 professionally designed, ready-to-use templates that you can choose from. You simply upload your video or record your video inside of the app, and you press send, and that is it. And I'm going to let you know that we're in 12 different languages. 12 languages, ladies and gentlemen. Spanish, German, French, Italian. We're in 12 different languages, but we're also in 180 countries. So you get to build a global business, and you don't have to leave your home. And it's only offered here at the eZWay Network, because in order to get it, you have to tap into Easy. You have to tap into the man with the master plan, or him or any of his affiliates, any of his collaboration, strategic alliances. That's why we're here today, because we simply know that the market is changing. The economy, the industries in which you serve are changing. And we actually just simply want to be the one that says, hey, get in front of this wave, because it's going to happen. If you missed out on crypto, if you missed out, on stocks, or you missed out on bonds, or if you missed out on investments, it's not, I want to read a quote to you guys. It's out of the book, Outwitting the Devil. I love this quote. I'm going to find it. I'm actually going to read it. I did not commit it to memory, but I want to read this quote. It is extremely powerful. It's powerful. I don't know if you guys love Napoleon Hill. I know Don Green is going to be on either today or tomorrow, but I want you to listen to this powerful quote from Outwitting the Devil. It's unbelievable. And in the meantime, I want you to tell me, what's your favorite book? Drop your book in the chat. Drop your book in the comments. I want to know, what's your favorite book? Which book truly changed your life or impacted you in a way that caused you to want to impact the lives of other people? Anyone? What's your favorite book? Which book impacted you in a way that caused you to want to listen to other people, that caused you to want to make an impact? Because here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. We all can make money doing anything. All of us. We can make money doing anything. But at some point in all of our lives, we must get past the point of simply making money and being successful, and start living a life of significance and contribution. And that's what we do here at the eZWay Network. That's what we do here on this Influence to Income Summit. We simply want to make an impact. We want to leave you better than you were than when we found you. Period. Point blank. And so, Starting Business War. Oh, good. I love these books. Wow. Business Wars. I like that. The Bible. Okay. All right. Okay. Any other books that have changed your life and been transformational? Right. Absolutely. Okay. So the book by Napoleon Hill, Outwitting the Devil, it says that, opportunities, and this is just me paraphrasing, right? It says that opportunities, they are not sparse. Like most people say, oh, opportunities only come once in a lifetime, all of those things. And I just am a firm believer that opportunities are happening every day. They happen around you every single day. However, only the bold, only the courageous, only the ones that have tenacity and have vision are the ones that take advantage of those opportunities. And so I'm asking you to be bold. I'm asking you to be courageous. I'm asking you to step out in faith and say, you know what? I know that I have a product. I know that I have a service. I know that I can make a difference in someone's life, in someone's business with this product. Yes, unlock the keys to your success. There we go, eZWay. That's why, you guys, he is the tech king. He is a beast when it comes to this. He is not new to this. He is true to this. He's been doing this since the 80s, you guys. I'm talking about decades. So tap into eZWay for your technical support, your digital support. He is a beast when it comes to literally giving you what you need in your business and on how to scale your business, increasing your visibility and your exposure. So in essence, I just want to say this. The name of this summit is Influence to Income. So those of you who have influence as a creator, as an expert, as a master in your field, you are positioned to reach out to others and help them create an income. When I left medicine and became an entrepreneur, and when I made that 6 figures in only 45 days, I didn't keep it to myself. I created a program called the Six Figure Incubator, which I still have today. And we are skyrocketing women-owned business to a six-figure cash cow. Yes, cash cow, because that's what it's all about. God only gives it to you unless he can give it through you. It has to come through you. I love that book. Yes, by Wayne Dyer. I love it. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. I love it. So they're dropping names of their favorite book, their favorite, I would say, transformative tool that they use, whether it was a book about meditation, about working out, etc. I want you to grab one of those books. And I know you're time starved, so you do not have time to read a book, but you can listen to a book. You can also listen to Cliff Notes. It's a synopsis of the book without you actually reading. But I want you to increase your influence. And one of the books that I will recommend that I totally enjoy is How to Win Friends and Influence People. That book is hot. He has the art of influence. And the more influential you are, the more income you will be able to make. You know why? Think about who you admire. Think about a role model that you have, whether it's, Oprah Winfrey, whether it's Mark Cuban, whether it's Omar Perilu, whether it's Eric Zuli. Think about those people who influence you. The people that are highly sought after, highly paid, the people who are multimillionaires and billionaires, they have influence. I mean, Oprah's show, no matter how long ago it was, the reality is she influenced people's decision, not just in their lives, in their business, in their finances, in their relationships. Influence. She's a billionaire. Mark Cuban influences people and helps them make a lot of income. Any of the sharks on the Shark Tank. Wealthy, they have influence. Damon Johns influenced an entire culture to wear FUBU, for us, by us. Influence to income. Let's take Sarah Blakely. She is a billionaire. She influenced women to tuck in that gut by wearing the spandex that she created called Spanx. Influence to income. It started in her living room. Think of someone else that's extremely wealthy. What are they known for? Are they a real estate mogul? They are wealthy, but they started off by having influence. It is a roadmap. And it's always people over profit. So for those of you that say, hey, you know what, I have an influence, I don't care. I'm just going to go for the income. You cannot. That is not the formula. The formula is people over profit. Yes. When you impact the lives of people, when you change the trajectory, when you help them break generational curses, you, my friends, then you will become wealthy. Because income is not just about finances. It's about holistic, meaning your mental. Are you wealthy here? Are you creating income here? Your IP. Go, like if you do not have your domain name, which is your name, like tinadlewis.com, if you do not have those things, I want to ask you to go and get that right now, because you're going to be influential. You're going to create income. And I want you to brand yourself. Incredible things for branding. eZWay does ridiculous things with branding. You got to tap into some of his network. I know you guys see him on social media all the time, but you really got to stop looking at the person that you see up front and start looking at their gifts, looking at their talents, and see how they align with you and your goal. So in closing, I just want to say this. I want to thank you for listening. I want to thank you for not allowing the distractions to prevent you from hearing the message that I had today. And the message was video email. It is the future. It's here now. And you have been invited by the eZWay Network to partake in it, you guys. Keep me in your prayers. Keep me lifted up. We can say that here on the eZWay Network because we don't look for people that are just like-minded, but like-hearted. And so I thank you so much, Eric. I thank you, Dante. I thank you, Karen. I thank you, my daddy, James Zuli. I appreciate all of you. And my prayer is that God will continue to bless you, this network, exceedingly abundantly more than you can ever ask or imagine. Get with the eZWay Network, #video underneath this video, #video, and we will get back to you guys. Listen, Say bye-bye to email. Hello, video email.
Love, it's crystal clear. Welcome to eZWay, which here. eZWay family, we're strong and bold. Together we rise, our story.
Are you ready to scale your business and grow your income? Life is a journey. You've got to discover your true path and target your results. Don't just dream about it. You've got to do it. At WealthXO, we're here to help you create your dream life. Turn your dreams into a reality. It all starts with a great plan and a great coach. I'm Dr. Dante Sears, and I'm here to help you turn your dreams into reality. Are you ready? Let's go. WealthXO.
All right. And we are back with the Influence to Income Summit. I hope you guys are enjoying this entire day. Man, I hope you guys are getting a lot of good takeaways. So coming up next is our distribution panel. This is the part of eZWay where we explain to you in detail when we say that we reach 350 million homes and mobile phones. We're not just saying that lightly. We really actually do reach 350 million homes and mobile phones. You're about to meet our partners and the people that we work with to show you how we do that. So this is the Influence to Income by eZWay Network distribution panel, which we're proud to bring on Maureen Cooper, my partner Maureen Cooper, and Mark Beelan with On the Mark Television. Hello, guys. So glad that you guys were able to make it. And let's get right into it. So, Maureen, let me go ahead and let you introduce yourself here. And by the way, guys, while we're doing this, if you have any questions, because this is where you make the money when it comes to content. Okay, you want to learn how to turn content into currency. This is really the income portion of this stage. You're going to really learn how you turn content into currency and how important content is. So, Maureen, go ahead and tell them a little bit about your story, who you are, and what your background is in distribution to start, and then we'll go to Mark.
Well, my background began with distribution of film.
Your sound is a little off. It's yeah, like
maybe I'll just hold it close.
Okay, there we go. Now we can hear you better. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, yeah, my background is started with distribution in films, and I actually solicited independent productions around 100K or so and up, and I was able to define certain areas that they would fit best, and I sold them to HBO. I sold, multiple times. I sold to HBO probably 25 times just in Europe and Germany and Poland. I sold in Albania, and I sold Stars here in the U.S., Shutter, AMC, and then I started in the networking programming business because film to distribute. We started thinking, let's put it on TV, and we jumped. We learned the course. We jumped from satellite to internet. We were the first company that actually distributed broadcast signal networks over IP to broadcast stations. There was only one other one at the time, and that was the Walk. And so we're really pioneers in that sense. But we along the way we made a lot of relationships with TV manufacturers, to distributors in Africa, Netherlands, China, Asia, of course, Germany. Right now, we probably have 180 territories. We're with a global leader that we've been with for 6 years, and we're on smart TVs. So when our app comes up, the networks that are on there pop up on the TV stations right on the screen. Like when Roku opens and you see their main channels like Hulu. We're between like Pluto and Sky. You have to excuse my voice. I got a little tickle all of a sudden. And so, you know, we've finally found the model. You know, you can have a lot of distribution, but we found that model to monetize, and it works. So that's what we're into now. We're into, you know, making this model work, you know, and work for us, and just align, you know, everything up, and, you know, keep on that cash flow. Once you start making cash flow and you figure something out that works, you try to, you know, focus on that and, you know, increase your ability to do more. So that's what we're doing. But we very much endear our relationships. It's very important to work with people that you trust and are, you know, God
And
fearing.
going on that topic, and Mark will bring you in a second, but going on that topic, relationships, guys, I'll give you a little bit of a background story on how we ended up meeting Maureen and how this all ended up happening. And the reason I'm sharing this story with you is this is how God works. So I ended up meeting Maureen about 10 years ago, maybe more. It could have been 14 years ago. We worked with her previous company with another lady, and we were rocking it like crazy, distribution and money and advertisers, and we were rocking and rolling. And then you know, things fell through the cracks, and different things happened. I went my way, Maureen went her way, and 10 years went by, right? And now going into where you guys are at now, and why you see Maureen on the screen, because of Mark Beelan, which you guys are going to hear from him in a second, and because of Robert Butwin. Actually, I want to give props and credit to Robert Butwin for bringing Mark Beelan to the table, which is now a upgraded member and big time partner and supporter of ours. So I'm looking on the Mark television, and I look on the cable TV guide, and I see Holyfield TV, and I see She TV, and I see all these recognizable channels, and I'm like, wait a minute here, Mark, you don't work with Maureen, do you? And he's like, yeah, that's who I work with. That's who does my TV and stuff like that. I'm like, oh wow, you're kidding me. And so anyway, long story short, he put us back in contact. Now she's on the big Influence to Income Summit stage, and going into the relationship, Maureen, I want you to tell everybody, what is the actual relationship between your company, your distribution, your syndication, your media buyers, your advertising agencies, and really ultimately your reach, your content? I mean, you guys have like the Scrooge McDuck of the DuckTales. You know how you have like a vault with all the money? Yeah, that's what you have. It's full of content. You know, so tell them a little bit about that, and what is the relationship between eZWay and your company at this point?
Well, to just touch base on the content, we had been acquiring, you know, for 24 years. So we've been acquiring for a long time. And we have a library that, you know, we don't even have it really all, you know, airing, of course. It would take 5 years to air all what we have. But we have quality, you know, prime time, A-list star networks with that run, you know, maybe older shows like Heart to Heart or Queen of Swords, maybe 2000 shows. Like, you know, we have every Spielberg series, you know, miniseries series, you know. We have a lot of content. But we have a lot of content. But me and eZWay, me and Eric, we decided, to forge this thing together on this digital end with the smart TVs and create, you know, a convergence where I had launching a channel called iVod, you know, for VOD. And we named it iVod the eZWay. And we're taking that to the smart TV, the global leader, which I spoke to this morning, and we've already started the app process. So that will also be on the smart TV deployment, which they will be the global leader because they're in over 400 manufactured TVs, and now they're moving into the U.S. as well. But the advertisers, of course, they've been knocking at my doors, and I've been kind of just, I wanted to line things up, strategically, and not just slap things out there like spaghetti. And I wanted to make sure the model that works is going to work for the right people. And because I've given a lot of stuff away to different people that were not as worthy, and so we're hoping that this is going to be such a good fit. We both have a lot to bring to the table, and we bring content and tons of it, and footprint. Footprint's a value. I've also a value, and we bring what else do we bring? Advertisers. Top
Yeah,
rated paid
we
ads.
are you guys saw on the screen. You guys saw on the screen all the different cable channels, all the different content. What we're working on moving forward is the ability for you guys to make money with your content, with eZWay TV, with iVod, the eZWay, with the 40-something channels that Maureen has. And now I'm going to bring in Mark Beelan with On the Mark TV. Mark, I'm going to give you a chance to introduce yourself. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Introduce yourself, tell everybody a little bit about On the Mark TV. And then I have one particular question that we're going to go to when it comes to distribution in general. I'm going to ask both of you guys. But go ahead and introduce yourself, Mark.
Okay, Mr. Eric Zoli, because you're going to get my name right. It's not Beelan, it's Balin. So let's get that right now. Okay, so for now on, it's Mark Balin. God bless you. So, of course, I'll start calling you Eric Zoli. Ha ha. No, seriously. I don't even know how to explain the relationship I have now with Maureen and Eric. I mean, Eric left out one part. I was actually on the phone with Eric, and actually when I was in Indonesia for a wedding, and I was talking to Eric on the phone real fast, and what happened was he was just saying really good things, and we were building this relationship, and everything was in. I told him all the stories, and he was a lot of empathy, a lot of sympathy, and he knew the people I dealt with, so he had a lot of sympathy towards me and empathy, and he understood where I was at and where I needed to go, and he was just unbelievable, And then I was on the phone with him, and all of a sudden Maureen called in because I've been friends with Maureen for a while, and I'm like, Maureen's on the phone, and he goes, what can you do? And I said, I don't know. And all of a sudden he goes like this. He goes, Mark, God brought us together. And I said, wow, that's pretty deep, and then I hung up and I go, give me a minute. And so Maureen gets on the phone. She goes, you know what, Mark, God brought us together. And I said, what did you say? And she said, God brought us together. And so I said, wow, that's pretty impressive. Because Eric Zuli just said the same thing. She goes, what? I go, yeah, I swear to God, not 2 minutes ago, Eric Zuli said the exact same thing you just said. And this was like less than 5 minutes apart. And I go, can I get Eric on the phone? She goes, sure. And it had nothing to do with Eric. There was people there was third parties that were involved. It had nothing to do with Eric personally, nothing to do with Eric. It was a third party that was not a good person. And so past is past. And so I all of a sudden I put them on the phone together, and 3 hours later we were a team. Literally, we were doing things together. Magic was made. Everything was, like Maureen just told me the other day, like you're now part of the Holyfield family, which is not a bad family to be part of. Okay, I was a big fan of Evander Holyfield most of my life, and so we brought in Anthony Sorelli from Nonprofit TV, and we've created his super team. And now we have televisions all over the world. We have televisions in Texas. We're going to have 100 televisions in Denny's across Texas and beyond. So it's amazing what we're about to do together. And if you have content and you want to be seen by millions and millions of people, here we are. So come see us.
Thank you so much and thank you for bringing that up as well, Mark, because I did forget the God part, which shame on me. Shame on you, Eric. So we're going to get into the panel portion, and I'm going to ask you guys one particular question, and I want to answer from both of you guys. The number one thing that everybody is doing nowadays is creating content. They either have a YouTube channel. This is more of a question that's generalized to the general public. That's really for the public to monetize and benefit off of their content. So based upon your guys' experience in television versus podcasting, television versus having a website with content on it, like actually having a streaming channel on an OTT, over the top platform, which nowadays is television. Streaming television is television. So what would your suggestion be? I'm going to ask you first, Maureen, because I'm a gentleman. We're going ladies first, and then we're going to go to Mark. What is your suggestion and best, as far as best practices and best ways to monetize your content in today's digital age? Maureen, do you first.
A lot of people are saying, they want to do a niche, tight, narrow events, or tight and narrow, paths. But I think to really diversify, have variety, because that makes your demographics wider. And what makes you advertiser friendly is how many demographics do you reach? Do you reach the people they want to reach? And also, when you're going to affiliates that, you're saying, will you air my network? I'll give you a revenue share or whatever. They look at it like, is this going to be something that my whole community will want to watch? So I think somehow to bring things together, add even filler content that's common to people that they'll recognize, like, oh, the Bill Cosby Show, or oh, In Living Color, or something like that. Add a few things in there to make people feel comfortable at home, like, oh yeah, I know that show. And then do put the niche things, the variety, the music. I have special music shows I air on my primetime network that is totally conservative. And I have a black singer, jazz. Oh, he has the Dream Girls, one of the ex-Dream Girls. And I have that on every weekend, and people love it. A diversified, mixed thing is really advertiser friendly. And, your bread and butter is paid ads. That's where you're going to make money. It's hard to get subscriptions unless you're Tubi or, well, they're free, right? Never mind, like Disney or Hulu. But, the more people you get, it's unbelievable how much money you can make in ads. It's a lot. It's a good business. It's king.
So I'll just kind of add to that, guys. There's advertising, there's product placement, there's licensing, there's pay to play, there's repurposing content, there's doing events around content. But advertising is probably the most comfortable and less stressful way of making money, where you don't actually have to work. I mean, you're at a point now where, I saw one of the back ends. You were making $5,000 on one channel, $10,000 on another, $20,000 on another. Like, you're just sitting back and making money. So thank you for sharing that with us, Maureen. Guys, if you want to learn more, we are going to do more masterminds. We're going to do more stuff as far as this topic goes. If you have content, same question to you, Mark, in your experience.
I think the biggest word that you guys are missing out on, you're talking about revenue, and you should talk about revenue because people want to make money. But I think the most important part is control. With what we're doing, you have control your content. Okay, we are over the top. We don't answer to the FCC. We don't answer to a lot of people that normally you have to answer to. With YouTube, we can't take you off television. If you're doing the right thing by us, we're doing the right thing by you. We're not going to take you, if you're bringing in viewers, if you're bringing in doing exactly what you're supposed to do, we don't take you off television. You control your own content. So that's what we give you more than anything. So I've seen people get their shows kicked off of YouTube, podcasts, everything. But what people don't understand is television is television. The actual television is that box that we grew up with, that we watch TV on. That's television. But television is just a console itself. everything, whether you're watching on your phone, you're watching in your computer, you're watching on your laptop, or you're watching, or you're doing a podcast, it's all television. It's all, the key word is media. It's all media. When people are watching your presentation, that's called media. So when people say I have a podcast, but I don't have a TV show, your podcast is a TV show. when people say they have a YouTube, that YouTube is television. YouTube television is television. So all these streaming televisions, I mean, we all remember that if Netflix, people, I was telling people a story the other day, I'm old. Netflix used to come in a disc on paper in your mail. All right. And you used to pay $2, $3 or $2 for premium. And that's how Netflix came to you in an envelope. And then Redbox came and then they put it on television. But it all started out with that I'm a TV holic. I'm an addictive TV holic. That's why I'm a Jewish kid who owns a television station. Guys, I'm going to tell you right now, it actually makes sense. Michael Eisner, all these guys, we were supposed to be in television. So what I'm telling you is, get on our channels because we care about you. It's not just about shoving you on a box and having people watch you. It's about having people that care about you and give you the control of your content and have you feel the way and feel good about what you're doing and have a purpose. Mark Balin on the Mark TV. It's not reality television. It's authentic television. And that's why I'm working with Maureen, Eric, and Anthony, because they're all authentic. They're real. That's the difference between what we do and what everybody else does. We're not just television. We're your family.
I love that. Well said. And, you know, guys, this is something we're getting ready to make some moves with for all of you guys. And remember, too, this isn't just television. It's interactive television. The app that we have, eZWay Interactive, allows you to connect to these people that you've watched on the summit yesterday and today. So if you guys haven't downloaded the app yet, if you haven't created, you know, your access that you see into these incredible influencers, make sure that you do so because they're waiting for you. So Mark, I know that you have a special giveaway, a special gift for the eZWay family members, Maureen. So everybody that's tuned in, we want to put you guys on TV. If you have YouTube channel content, you got to let us know, and you got to email us at eZWaypromotions@gmail.com. And we will put you on television because you were viewing today, because you supported. But you got to prove to us that you shared this broadcast. So I want everybody to smash that share button. So Mark, go ahead and tell them real quick about your special gift and giveaway on how they can get on your channel. Maureen, tell them really quick on how they can get on your channel. And then we're going to let you guys go. We got to get to our next segment.
Okay, Eric and Maureen have blessed me with a very special, which, guys, I'm telling you right now, it's more money to get on their channels. But because we're all friends and family, and we're part of the eZWay family, they gave me this special real quick. So what I'm doing is you get 4 half-hour shows. That's once a week, half hour per show. You just share it if you to the podcast. What do you got? I put it on the show. We got to put on channel, and it's only $100 for the entire month. And if you want to run ads, I'm running 10 ads at $200. That's $20 an ad. So for $300, let me get 1, 2, 3. That's like okay, the New Jersey education. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's $300. And you're and there you go. So $300 gets you on the Mark TV, gets you on Maureen's TV, Eric's TV, Anthony's TV. We get on not for profit, and they're going to put it all on channels for me because you know why? They're just earth angels, and I don't even know how to explain it. I'm surprised they're not wearing halos. Seriously, I'm surprised their background should be halos because as far as I'm concerned, they're my angels.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, eZWay is God's way, so that is fitting.
Amen.
Maureen, same question to you. You know, how does one get on your network, our network, collectively, iVod?
Well, we're gonna run some commercials. Our commercials usually, like Eric was saying, if you look at it like a sheet, you can see just like $1,000. That's just one ad, you know. So to be 20% full of ads, you'd have probably 10 or 20 different ads. So we would not charge you anything. We'll run you for 8 weeks. We'll run you for 2 months, a 30-second ad. Or if it's a 60-second, we'll take a look at it. We may run a 60-second also, but we'll run it for 2 weeks. All you have to do is be a member of eZWay, of course. And I don't know the whole process of doing that. I could barely get on the phone today. I code and everything, but I can't get on the phone. So they're gonna, Eric, you're gonna have to explain how to do that.
Okay, no problem, guys. Well, thank you so much, Maureen, for coming on today, and we're going to keep you on as well for our special media panel moving forward. Mark, we're going to keep you on for the special media panel moving forward, which is going to be hosted by one of my very good friends. Let me bring you on, Karen, here as well, which is on our advisory board, and I've known this lady for probably going on 17 years. I don't even know how long I've known Casey Thomas for, but Casey Thomas works with all the biggest brands from Porsche to Coca-Cola to some of the biggest A-list celebrities. We've produced events together. We did the Los Angeles Children's Trust Fund together. We've done major impactful events, and I met her actually running the BET Awards. Casey, I don't know if you can remember that or not, but I met you at the BET Awards when you were running the BET Awards, and she is one of the biggest superstars in the industry, and we're very blessed to be able to get her on the stage. But we're going to take a quick intermission break to make sure we get everything all straight. We're going to bring you guys back on. So Maureen, don't go anywhere. Mark, don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for sharing your amazing insights and how you have learned your influence and how you created your income. So we're going to get you guys off the stage for now, and we're going to bring you guys back here real soon. And Karen, oh my God, I got to go back to the Karen, because like this stage is unbelievable. Like the people that we have in place. Okay, we got the panel starting to formulate in the background here. We're kind of waiting for all the panel to come in. So let's recap what's happened today. I mean, and what's happened yesterday I don't know about you guys, but my head is like, I'm pretty savvy, but I've learned a lot. I mean, I've even learned a lot on having influence, creating influence, maneuvering influence, positioning influence, and then turning it into income. We've had the best of both worlds. And like, this has been so much of just golden nugget after golden nugget after golden nugget. Like I always say, with the honey, barbecue sauce, sweet and sour, and even hot sauce, from all the biggest juggernauts and superstars and giants in this entire industry. Wow.
Yeah, it's spicy, isn't it? We've got so much going on here. It's very exciting. And, the messages just keep getting more and more amazing. You think, wow, we've had so many great ones. Is there anything left that people can say? And yet there always is. And it's a beautiful thing to hear people share. So, we started the day off with Don Green and all of his amazing stories and how he came to love Napoleon Hill as a young man and went on to be a very successful banking executive. And then to hear from Aditya Satsangi and talking about a soul in business and higher consciousness, which led right into what we were talking about with Michael Adam Cohen and really loving people and serving and building those relationships with people and having empathy. And then you were very gracious, and I was grateful to be able to speak and talk about emotional intelligence, leadership, and empathy as well, and reframing failure and looking at it differently. And we just have had a great day. We've had women that have been on. We had Andy Monet was able to speak to us, which was absolutely fabulous. We had Dante, who brought her wealth panel, Laura Langemeyer. We had Steve Aust and Mario Gallo and Sam Welly. It's just been incredible, the wealth of knowledge that has been shared on the event, and to be able to hear so many people share not only in theory but in practical application. How have they come to understand these concepts? How have they come to apply these truths? A lot of this information, when I was reading, Think and Grow Rich and Outwitting the Devil, I've been amazed at how long this information has been around in modern day society. Of course, we know that it's been available in the ancient writings as well. And that's what Aditya Satsangi was talking about. And that's what he does, is he combines ancient wisdom with the modern day. And he has satology, which is the science of truth. And the truth has been around, but it's just been reformatted, and you think that it's new, but it's actually not. And so, but to be able to be at a point in your life when you're ready for it, it feels like it's new. And sometimes you absorb it, you apply it, and things change, and then you read it again and it means something different to you. And it's like, oh, wow, have I heard that before? But you may not have heard it for this situation, or you may not have heard it for who you are today. So it's always great to hear the information, to be able to apply it, and to be able to sense what resonates within you. A lot of people take notes when they're listening to messages, and that's fantastic. I take notes a lot. And what I mostly do is I feel what resonates within me when I'm hearing that message. What is resonating within you? What are you feeling? And what is the divine message that is coming through to you for right now? Because we could all tell you a certain thing, but what does it mean for you, and for what you are doing, for what you're involved in, for what you are ready for? Because help is available. Heaven wants to help us, and heaven wants to open up and just pour out unto you. And so reach out for help, connect with people, connect with the divine, and you will be guided, and you will be given that information that you need. So I wanted to just share a couple of the thoughts that I really enjoyed. Oh, and then we had Joe Petrosky, and he spoke on intuitive healing. And he said that one of his superpowers is helping people see their greatest gift and their specialness. And I loved it when he said that. And he helps people figure out what is blocking our ability to see that in ourselves, and to be able to recognize that we are a miracle. He wants us to be able to feel that. And I feel the same way. I love celebrating what a miracle each one of us are, and to be able to have you see, to be able to have you believe, and to feel that you are a miracle, because you need that understanding to help guide you in this world. And he talked about the book, the movie, The Heal, and about healers. And I can't wait to go and look that up. And when Laura Langemeyer, I know most of you know Laura Langemeyer from The Secret, when she said that she wrote The Millionaire Maker, I was impressed when she said that she wrote it at a 5th grade level so that it could be financial literacy for everyone. Because this is a topic that for most people feels like a foreign language. Many people that, like doctors and things that are brilliant, it's like a different part of their brain. And so to have her make it at a level that everybody could understand and everybody could apply, whether you're a left brain or a right brain thinker, whether you're an expert in technology or medicine or whatever it is, she made the concepts in this book available so that we could all have better financial literacy. So thank you, Laurel, for all the work that you have done to help us all create wealth.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Karen, and the great recap about how amazing this event has been yesterday and today. So we're going to bringing up our media panel, guys, which is going to be featuring myself, and you heard from Maureen, and then we have Mark, and then we have Marvin Williams, or anybody else that we don't have. Karen, you go ahead and call them up and get them in the backstage. But it's time to get this rolling, and man, you guys are going to learn. You guys are going to learn how to monetize. I mean, this is going to be off the chain. So without further ado, we're going to bring in our events and media panel here on the Influence Income Summit stage.
Morning to moon, we were strong and bold. Together we rise, our story unfolds. In the verse, we got tales to be told. eZWay, life is pure gold. From morning to moon.
All right. Here we go. We are now on day 2 of the Influence Income panel, and we have some total superstars with us here, guys. So I'm going to start from my right. to my below, starting with Casey Thomas, a very good friend of mine. I introduced you earlier, Casey, but we go way back. You are probably one of the biggest giants in the industry. You got to unmute yourself there. Unmute yourself, Casey. So you're one of the biggest giants in the industry when it comes to events and sponsorships, brand inclusion to income, really, and influence to income. I couldn't think of anybody better to bring on our stage on the panel. So please introduce yourself, Casey Thomas.
Hi, I'm Shy. I'm Casey. I work with, I've been in the industry for over 25 years, and I started off at the record label with Universal Music Group and within Interscope Records and Geffen Records. And through that, I made my way logistically, doing everything from event production, talent management, sponsorships, curation, brand deals for the artist, and which then prompted me to just start my own company. All the labels then became my clients. And then I catapulted into working with networks, working with major radio stations, putting on festivals, and so on and so forth. So that's basically it in a nutshell.
All right, thank you so much. And Mark, we're going to keep the introductions less than a minute. Go ahead and introduce yourself, a little bit of your background in media, specifically media and events.
My name is Mark Balin. I'm the owner of On the Mark TV, and I help people get online and get your brand out there to be seen by more people. I also represent a company called Inspired.World, where you help you get your funding for yourself, your brand, and your business. Look me up at Inspired.World and use Mark Balin's referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And Maureen, less than a minute. I know we just had you come on stage, but introduce yourself specifically to media and events.
My name is Maureen Cooper, and what we do is we distribute networks, we provide content, and we provide ad monetization and a model to make revenue and a lot of eyeballs. That's about it. We in the world, we put you on TV, we put you on any device, anywhere, anytime.
That's an understatement. Thank you so much. And Matt J. Doyle, who has been with the eZWay network for over 20 years. I mean, that's worth some emoji clapping emoji, right? Matt J. Doyle, go introduce yourself. Not hearing you, Matt. I don't know what's going on with the sound. So play around with your sound, and we'll go ahead and get back to the panel, and let me know if you get your sound going. I mean, hey, this is live, but it's you're gonna have technical difficulties when you do live. So we're gonna get right into the panel. And my first question for all three of you is, when it comes to content, what is the best way to monetize that in whatever form, whether it be events, whether it be television, whether it be social media nowadays? What's your best opinion, starting with you, Casey, on how you can monetize content, sponsorships, perhaps? What's the best way to monetize your content when you're in today's digital age, owning a business?
Well, sorry about that. Oh, sorry about that. In today's digital age, what I've always done is made sure that I can connect with the audience that I'm targeting. And there's a thing what I use called marketing on emotion. As long as you are able to tap into your audience and reach them through emotion, then it'll definitely be able to be monetized.
That's a great answer. Yeah. And Matt, did we get your? Let's see if we get your introduction. Go ahead and talk. Let's see if we got your volume.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. All right, great. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Less than a minute, Matt. Tell everybody who you are.
Hey, everybody. Matt J. Doyle, actor, producer, and entrepreneur. My experience in media has been for my two shows, The Artist Process and Tap Interviews. They are both on eZWay TV. So I've had good results from that. My website, mattjdoyle.com, is where you can find out all about me. And and my shows. Thank you.
And Matt, I'm gonna also give you a little introduction. Your skill set and expertise is also monetizing YouTube channels. and you've done a very good job in doing that, as well as IMDb, which after the first question is going to be my next question, going into to IMDb. So Maureen, same question to you. What's the best way to monetize content nowadays in this digital age?
In the digital age, I'm into the fast channels, the AVOD, the VAS tags. You know, getting your looking for an application that has drivers, or get at least up to 100. Once you hit that, that's the magic number. And if you're already connected into advertisers, if you have agents already and representatives, like we do, Eric and I would have a group that those are paid, those are fixed rate, and the floor price. You can make $7 every 1,000 views all day long, 24 hours a day. And you'd be surprised how that adds up. And you wonder why they say people are making $1 billion out there, in digital ads. You're thinking, well, how are they doing that? But the numbers they're just so incredible. You don't even want to talk about it. But I do like our bread and butter, which are traditional paid ads in television. You have agencies, and you have to have a reach, and they supply you paid ads. And once you get to that level, it's such a good feeling, because it took me like 10 years on a road to get paid ads. So, but now once you learn the model, like, gosh, why didn't I get that before? It seems to just click. So, I don't mind sharing a few secrets, but it takes a little longer than, the minute or two I have.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Maureen.
Any questions?
Great answers. I mean, hey, who doesn't want to be able to monetize in their sleep off of paid ads? Mark, same question to you. What's the best way, in your opinion, to monetize in today's digital age?
My answer is much shorter. It's only there has two things to it. You make sure you're friends with Eric Zerley, and you make sure you're friends with Maureen Cooper, and you let their genius minds work for you, and you do all the sales, and they do all the other cool stuff, and that's how you make money. You become friends with Eric Zerley, and you become friends with Maureen Cooper, and you become friends with Anthony Sorelli. That's all you need. Done.
Great answer.
Sorry.
And you guys are gonna love my second question, because I'm gonna do something very unique to all of you guys. And I want you to really be prepared and be ready for this next question. But Matt, same question to you. In your opinion, with YouTube especially, what's the best way to monetize in today's digital age?
Just with that, putting as many ads as you can on your content.
Just put as many ads as you can on your content. I love it, short, sweet, and right to the point. All right, my second question is, Casey, starting with you. If you were to ask yourself any question that you wanted to ask on a panel like this to give people the information that they truly need in media and content creation, what would you ask yourself, and what would your answer be?
Well, that question, because I work across so many sectors, I'm just going to isolate it, let's say, to influencers. What is your purpose? What is your purpose? Once you identify your purpose, then after that is, what is your goal within your purpose? So that would be the question I would ask myself. And of course, my purpose is to enhance brands through AI influence with a global imprint, which I've been doing for over almost 15 years. And my goal is to, of course, provide results based on their investment, which I've been successful at. So that's pretty much it.
And Casey, going off of the topic of monetizing content, I want to go straight to events and sponsorship.
Okay.
Please talk a little bit about best ways to get the corporate, the higher ticket, the higher level, bigger sponsors for an event, because I think everybody wants to know that.
So everyone thinks that you just go to a brand and say, hey, I have this event or I have this project and I need money. But what has to be incorporated in that is a marketing plan. And you have to show them stats as well, as far as who is your audience, what is the reach, and putting together basically a marketing plan for them. Not that you're going to do it for them, but just showing them that you know what you're doing. Also knowing the jargon and the vernacular to the brand that you're speaking to. So say like if you want the NFL, being that they are one of my clients, if you want them to sponsor something or to partner with you on something, you have to understand their language in that space. Same thing with music, same thing with food and beverage, and so on and so forth. So that is the key, understanding the brand's market overall.
That is a great answer. I love it, and thank you so much for that share. Matt, my second question is IMDb, going into IMDb, and this is the same to anybody who wants to answer this question. But I think nowadays, to monetize content, you need to have a digital footprint. You need to have a visibility and a credibility to that visibility. And that comes from IMDb. IMDb is a really, really strong platform that really gives you the credits that you deserve when you produce a project. And for those that don't know about IMDb, anybody that wants to answer this question, what is your suggestion as far as IMDb goes to be able to properly position yourself for monetization?
IMDb is going to drive traffic to your websites and traffic to your TV shows, etc., by high rankings on the search engines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also making sure that your information is up to date. All of your information, all your contact information. Please make sure it's up to date.
Yeah. Well said. Yes, you have to, especially when it comes to what's going to be coming on Google, because IMDb actually will pretty much control what comes up on Google when people look you up, because it's owned by Amazon, as well as your Instagram now. And Instagram seems to be taking over nowadays on a lot of stuff. Google search engines, how people are even communicating and networking. So I want to get on the top of Instagram now, because it seems like Instagram is the wave of the future. Instagram is the platform. Instagram is the most influential way to monetize. And does anybody want to just talk about the topic of Instagram? Any tips and tricks, any ways that we can help our audience to better themselves with their Instagram account? Mark, to you.
Well, I've been doing content for a while, and I'm getting pretty good at it. And I find that using ChatGPT Plus, and most people, like everybody likes the videos and flyers, make stuff that's eye appealing on IG. Make sure you're constantly sharing stuff, but don't just share stuff. Don't just randomly share stuff. It's like, don't collect people who, make sure you meet the right people and not just collect people. It's the same thing. Just don't share content just so you're out there getting followers and everything like that. Share content that matters. Share things that come from your heart. Share things that people want to read and listen to and follow. And that's what I've been doing. And I've all my followers, all my following has been blown up like crazy. I added 3,000 people in the last 3 months, because it's not about just sharing. It's about sharing the right things that people actually care about. And that's what I think is the most thing about any content, IG, TikTok, all of them, social media, Facebook, LinkedIn, it's all the same. If you're not sharing content that matters, no one's going to care.
Yeah. And it goes back to, the marketing on emotion and making people caring, as well as using the Instagram platform, being that now it's become its own Google search engine in partnership with Google, to make sure that you let people know who you are in the process of whatever it is you're sharing, and don't just put out spam. And make sure whatever audience you're going to, you understand that the alphas and the Gen Zs they have a longer attention span than the millennials and the Gen Xers and the boomers do. So whichever market you're targeting, make sure it's meaningful. Like Mark said, make sure it has a message, and make sure you use it as an opportunity to be not only visual stimulating, but paint a story based on your target audience.
Make all your messages come from your heart, not your wallet.
And that really great information. I hope you guys are writing this down and keeping track. And Marvin, I see we're able to get you on now. I don't know if you can hear us. You seem like you're driving. Want to make sure that you're as safe as possible, but I want to make sure you get a chance to introduce yourself as well. And please talk a little bit on that topic on Instagram and basically how social media is kind of basically taking over as far as people's business success.
Well, yeah, thank you for putting me on the call. And of course, I'm happy to be involved, of course, with from the mainstream standpoint, the lot space, the Sony and the Foxes. I can definitely echo the sentiment that, social media is not only taking over in ways, the topic it's mandatory. I think one of the key points that I would raise is also to be consistent with your messaging. You want to, I'm hearing all the great points for all the genres and being specific to your audience. But at the same time, when you are building an audience, you want to make sure that you have a consistent flow of information, kind of like back in the day, old school, when we had monopolized television with the major networks, how we had, whether it be the Cosby Show or the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, they were consistently there every week by week, to give us our water cooler talk. Right now, the social discussions, of course, are based on social media. So you want to be consistent, but it's also tough. I mean, you're talking about a very saturated environment that everybody's playing in. You got your average Joe who can just jump on the phone and stream, and then at the same time, you got the majors who are out there trying to get eyeballs as well, and everybody's competing almost for the same eyeballs, right? I mean, and matter of fact, not almost for the same eyeballs, we are competing for the same eyeballs. I think when I was looking at Spotify data as well, if we looked at music, there are about 100,000 uploads every day. So even whether you're a major network guy or a brand artist, how do you fight through? I think I echo also the sentiment of being genuine, being real, because the audience can identify with that more than some kind of like kooky play for the pocket. And at the same time, if you resonate, it will benefit the pocket. There's a lot of competition out there. There will be more. I think being genuine is better than trying to come up with something that everybody's not doing, because everybody's kind of playing in the same wheelhouse. And now I'm speaking from the level of the majors too, because they're also, when you're dropping a major film or dropping a major album, you're still competing for the same consumer.
There we go.
Did you guys get that?
Well said.
Yeah, we got that.
Sorry
well
about
said,
that.
Marvin.
My computer was choked up. Great answer, Marvin. And speaking on a mainstream perspective, I'm sure that so I'm going to close this panel out by asking you guys all one question. What is the best advice you guys can give our audience as far as growth, scaling, and success in media, or just in general, from something that you've learned from your mentors, or something that you've learned on your path to success? What are 3 pieces of advice that you can leave our audience with? And thank you again so much for your time, starting with Casey or Matt. Okay. Mark, go ahead.
Oh, no, I just want to say one thing, and it's 3 things. Spend $100 and join the eZWay family. Spend at least $100 and join the eZWay family. Spend at least $100 and join the eZWay family.
I think you get the reward for the best answer possible on that one. I love it. All right, Casey, to you.
Pursue your passion with a purpose.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because I'm trying to
be
give
consistent. When you pursue your passion with a purpose, you're going to be consistent. Like Marvin said, it's going to resonate because it's going to be genuine, which means that you're passionate about it. And then as far as your purpose goes, it goes back to what I said, what you're going to be able to then identify what your purpose is in those 3 spaces. Pursue your passion with a purpose.
Thank you so much, Casey. Great information. And Matt, same question to you.
Yeah, well, I started acting in 2008 when I was in America, and it's been difficult for me to make it with the accent that I have. and some other things. So I created my own shows, and if I can't make it through them helping me, I'll make it myself. Set up my shows. Now they're monetized on YouTube. They're on eZWay TV. They're getting a lot of views, and I have some great creative ideas to put stuff on my YouTube channel and make money that way. And one way or another, I will make it, whether I have to do it myself or with the help from them.
Great answer. Thank you, Matt. And I love how you took initiative, and you did. In fact, we sat down and we talked about what's the best way that we can get you to monetize within the eZWay network. And you had the artist process. And then we said, hey, let's create an interview show for you. And that's been life-changing, right?
Oh, absolutely. My shows have changed my life. Absolutely. They're wonderful. It's amazing. I just absolutely love them. And I love the fact that I got the YouTube channel monetized. And now you have all these other ways to get our shows out there. Thanks to Maureen and Casey and Mark and Marvin and all these kind of people, we can get our shows on more TV programs and get more visibility. And this is another great way to make it.
So my advice to all you guys watching is pick up a microphone and follow our movement and learn how to leverage, resource, and repurpose what that microphone really does for you. Marvin, same question to you. Three pieces of advice.
I think everybody covered all the main ones. It's an honor to be with such a well-versed and educated panel. If I was to echo one thing, of course, is to join the eZWay network, because that's where you can stay informed and stay innovative. You want to stay nimble, and you want to. My biggest things are always stay educated, be nimble, and watch your own game film, meaning you want to look at yourself and be honest with yourself. I'll use the word honesty here. Be honest with yourself and see how well you are doing and are not doing, because that's what honestly the networks do. They call that Nielsen ratings. And that's why every time when you see a show go up and down, they're monitoring the ratings to see how good they're doing. So I think if anybody wants to be a network, then you got to act like a network. Look at your data, be honest with your data, see what you're delivering honestly to your audience, and if you're doing well, that number will grow, right? Take trips from people who've been in business for years, making billions at it. Watch your data, stay honest with yourself, and be nimble.
Very great answers, and thank you for your expertise and your share. And Maureen, we lost you for a few, but the question was, can you give us two pieces of advice on from your experiences, especially in distribution, on how one can be more successful that you've learned from your journey and from other people, from running a business as long as you have. Give us 3 pieces of advice that we can leave our audience with, please, Maureen.
Well, when it comes to running a network and having your content on there, to be consistent, with your audience, to be consistent with your scheduling, so people know when things are coming on. You have to be able to be transparent with your affiliates. So if you're rev sharing with advertising and making sure that everybody eats at the table, then your business will grow. There's sometimes a big word, it's called greed. And then a lot of people, they get sucked up in that. And then the attrition of affiliates start going down and their numbers start going down. But content is king. You have to have the demographics you're serving. You want to, keep it polished, make it, HD brilliance, whatever year it is, and basically be consistent and, keep transparent.
I love that.
Consistency.
Consistency, transparency, integrity, all the E's. But thank you so much, everybody, for taking your time today on the media event panel. You guys have so much expertise. I'm going to give everybody a chance real fast to say their social media or any last closing words, starting with you. Name of your companies, websites. Casey, go ahead.
I'm a behind the scenes person. I'm really on social media like that. But I am a partner of, I have my
The
own
eZWay.
company.
Tell them to go on the eZWay Interactive app, then they can get.
Yes, go on the eZWay Interactive app. But for me, for myself, I'm just behind the scenes person. But you can go to my website. I have a couple companies that I own. So one is BeckfordHuss.com. Another one is Global Incorporated Group, which is into investments and financing. And then there's CMT Solutions. So that's basically it.
The companies you work with and the compliance won't let you talk.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. On the Mark TV. Go ahead. Yeah, unmute yourself there, brother. There you go.
Okay, so on the Mark TV, you can find me on everywhere, social media. I'm everywhere, LinkedIn, Facebook. You can find me everywhere. I'm out there constantly. I also want to let you know that I do represent a company called Inspired.world that's helping people get free money on your brand, yourself, and your business. And there's a lot of great spokesmen, including a Maureen's beautiful granddaughter. And we're bringing in maybe Mr. Holyfield, Evander Holyfield, to the fold. And a lot of people are believing in this because it's free money for people. And it's called Inspired.world. Use me as your referral. And if you want to boost your brand, I just made this quick chat GPT that says, join the eZWay family. It's the best $100 you will ever spend. God bless.
I love it. And Inspired.world is amazing. So yeah, guys, I definitely recommend you pursue and follow up with that. It will be on the eZWay Interactive app too. Everything that you're watching, we can post on the app and you guys can follow up with. Maureen, go ahead and give us your closing, words, statements, and you can get a hold of Maureen. I'll tell you guys right now, I know Casey, I know Maureen, and I know Marvin. Most likely they're not going to give you their direct contact information, but because we do it the easy way.
Yeah. Well, let me just say this. I don't mean to interject. You can't, I'm not completely a ghost. You can find me on LinkedIn though. If you find me on LinkedIn, you'll see some of my very high clientele. So, and it'll explain everything.
With you, so yes, you can be found on LinkedIn. So I just connected with you. So yes, you can. Yes, you can be found on LinkedIn.
With a lot of
You're not completely hiding. Okay, you can be
I'm
found.
not completely hiding, but you will see me with some of my clientele who are major A-listers and clients who are Fortune 50 and 500 companies. So I'm not completely like MIA.
If you spend as much time on social media as I do, you can find everybody.
Yeah. So I guess we lost Eric real quick. And I know Karen came up for a little while, then we lost her. So we were leading with Maureen.
There we go.
Oh, there she is. There she is. Look, if you decide to grace us with her beautiful presence.
Thank you, Maureen. Were you the last one?
No, she wasn't. It was Marvin, and then also.
I think.
Okay. Has everybody?
There's a lot of love in this room. A lot of love in this room.
Lots of love in the room. Yeah, Eric was having me call someone. So anyway, thank you all so much for being with us. Thank you for sharing your media expertise.
There we go. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
You're good, brother. You're good.
But we still have Matt and Maureen, and we lost Marvin, which wasn't that still need to share.
My favorite part. My favorite part is Zoom. My favorite part of being on all this online stuff. My favorite part is when the guy who claims he's the best tech has bad tech.
No, blame the internet company that we use that just I'm on my data.
You remind my kids. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's the other guy. It's the other guy.
I'm on my data from my phone right now. That's why I'm back. Wait, I'm so choppy.
We're just picking on you, Eric. You always pick on people we love.
That's how tech savvy that I
am. Join you.
And so Matt, same question to you. Go ahead and tell people how people can follow you, and then Marvin, and then we're going to go ahead and bid you guys adieu. Thank you so much for all of your guys' amazing expertise today and being a part of this panel.
All right, well, thank you for having us. Thanks, Izzy.
Thank you, Eric.
Did you want me to go ahead, Derek?
Yeah, Matt, please tell everybody how they can follow you on eZWay as well as your Instagram or whatever you want.
Well, I'm going to say it. Download the eZWay Interactive app from your Apple or Google Play Store and just go there and follow Matt J. Doyle, or go to mattjdoyle.com, my website, and everything there from 2008 till now is on there.
All right, Marvin.
I would say find me on the eZWay app if you can, but I'm pretty simple. I'm on IMDb, Marvin Williams. I'm one of the first two that pops up on IMDb. And then from there, there's pretty much a list of my credentials. And then, of course, Google Marvin Williams, Big M Entertainment, and I'm there as well. And then if you can't find me there, just call Easy.
I found you. Nobody can hide from me. I found you.
I love it. So stay tuned, guys. We got a lot coming up on media. We're going to get you guys that distribution, that reach, as long as you're making a difference in this world. I appreciate you guys so much for everybody's time. And we're going to go to commercial break now. And when we come back, we're going to have Shyla Day with Women of Purpose. Shyla Day is the Miss Women of Purpose. And I go so far back with Shyla. She was like 13 years old. She was little tiny, mini Shyla. And now she's all grown up Shyla, doing amazing stuff. And we'll be right back.
eZWay Interactive. Start connecting the eZWay. Are you ready to connect like never before? Introducing the eZWay Interactive app, your ultimate social solutions network. Whether you're looking to network, collaborate, or simply share ideas, eZWay makes it easy to engage with like-minded individuals and organizations. Discover innovative solutions, join exciting discussions, and expand your horizon, all in one powerful platform. Don't miss out on the future of social networking. Download eZWay Interactive now and unlock endless possibilities.
All right, so we are back, and we're going to bring Shyla Day to the stage right after we pull her video up here. And man, you guys are going to really be in for a treat when she shares her story of influence to income. Can you guys hear it okay? Karen, let me make sure that we did this right. Let me just double check one more time here. 1 second. My computer's choking. Try this one more time. Make sure that you guys can hear it good. All right, here we go. Just want to make sure. Yes, I wanted to. All right, there we go. I wanted to make sure you guys could hear the sound. That's super important. And here we go. Shyla Day.
Oh, man. She's right. She's right. I'm going to invest.
You use your celebrity status and your stardom, and you use that for a really good cause.
Human progression in 150 countries, ultimately affecting 40% of the world's population. 40%.
Shyla Day.
Shyla Day.
Shyla Day.
Shyla Day.
Hello. I am Dr. Shyla Day, and I help experts close 5-figure plus deals on and offline by leveraging omnipresence. From influence to income with undeniable omnipresence, the omnipresence engine. How to convert your expertise into undisputed market authority and premium income. After 15 years building a follower base of over 1.25 million followers, #1 international best-selling books with my brand, Women of Purpose, and 54 global recognitions, I wanted to share with you the importance of building omnipresence in order to multiply your wealth in the age of technology and AI, because today, humans are doing business with humans. And I wanted to touch base a little bit about what Marvin was saying about how the market is saturated. Well, omnipresence is about the opposite. It's about saturating the market. You're at this summit because you are an expert, a master of your craft, but let's be honest. How many of us have a knot in our stomach at the thought of a keynote or presenting in a media interview or even a live podcast? That fear isn't a flaw. It's ingrained in our DNA. And for centuries, standing out from the tribe, it was a risk. We would literally be ostracized and it was life or death to fit in. But today, standing out is the only way to thrive. Let's talk about the definition of omnipresence. It's the state of being widespread or constantly encountered, saturating the market. And let's redefine it. It's not about being everywhere in like a frantic, exhausting, burnout kind of way. It's strategic, it's cohesive brand unification that works for you 24/7 across platforms. It's about being so undeniable that your influence compounds for you while you sleep. Google says it takes an average of 7 to 13 touch points across multiple channels for a lead to become a client. But here's the secret. You can drastically lower the number and accelerate the journey to purchase by getting strategic. It's an unfair advantage. I see it every single day. The more media adept competitors are effortlessly capturing your ideal clients, seizing premium opportunities, cementing their status as the unchallenged authority, all because they grasp the power of integrated and omnipresent visibility. Here's the catch. It's not about showing up more, making more content. It's about showing up strategically where it matters and how you're showing up there. Somebody in the summit previously to this, we were talking about high trust and low trust media. Social media and podcasts build low trust, but high frequency relationships. This is where we're connecting to the human within our potential client. They're incredible for building community, but a traditional media outlet or a recognition, they offer something priceless. High trust, high impact validation. Standing on the shoulders of giants is what I called it, because these outlets have already built this know, like, and trust factor. So when they advocate for you and your brand, you borrow their authority. After all, this is where humans stay up to date on their world news, local tsunami warnings, et cetera, et cetera. The trust is built in, and you need a blend of both high trust and low trust media. So let's go over some different high trust and low trust media opportunities. Social media is low trust, but this is where you live and breathe your brand. It's the engine of your daily relevance. And then traditional media, this is where you've been advocated for by trusted journalists. It's external validation at its finest. It's where you're releasing this decision and research fatigue for your client because they trust that that journalist, that media outlet has already done all of the research for them. So this lowers their guard because at this point, if a brand that they trust advocated for you, they already know you're the real deal and they don't have to do the research any longer. And then publishing and recognitions. This is where you're independently recognized as the world's best, the definitive authority, the thought leader, the expert in your field. So I want to see those pens and papers out because I want to talk a little bit about how you can leverage a media opportunity in order to generate sales. Because getting the opportunity will create more risk in your business if you aren't prepared to show up as the expert that you are. I call it the pre-sold sequence. So when you do get your moment in the spotlight, you should always be prepared to guide your audience through this sequence. I'm an expert. Establish that credibility. Then second, this is my core message. Clarity is key here. So keep it plain, stupid, simple. This is the pain point I solve. You want to connect with their struggle. And then 4, this is the true desire. This is the outcome that happens. Paint the aspirational picture of what happens after they work with you because you're a world class. And then number 5, the last, is really honing in on this is how you find me. A clear, simple call to action can make or break whether a potential client can even find you if they're even interested in doing business with you. But here's a moment of truth. The third quarter trap, landing that keynote, securing that interview, that's just reaching the third quarter. But the most crucial part of the game isn't your performance. It's what happens after the applause. It's the Google moment. What happens when that potential client, that partner, that person with the golden opportunity in their back pocket or up their sleeve, Googles you? Do you even exist beyond that single appearance? Is your brand consistently living and breathing across platforms? What are the press and the media consistently saying about you? Have you solidified your expertise by publishing your research and your life's work? Have you been recognized as the world's best? This is why I keep on telling everybody that omnipresence is the shield and the sword. Because omnipresence acts as a crisis defense, but it's also the ultimate tool for negotiation. A fragile, inconsistent presence crumbles when unexpected challenges arise. Think a PR issue or a Coldplay concert or a team change, right? A market shift. This is why when omnipresence exists, it's not just a growth tool, it's your most powerful defense and your quickest path to recovery when something does happen. Omnipresence is a tool that allows your ideal client to arrive pre-sold because we've already let go of all of those decision-making factors, lowered our guard, and we understand that you're the world's best when we arrive. So it enables you to confidently negotiate premium level 5-figure plus deals and higher paid opportunities, but it also mitigates any risk that comes with being unprepared and under the microscope. So if you haven't started building your omnipresent brand, then even if you do get that big break, streaming on 350 million different, you will be wasting your time. Do you understand what I'm saying here? You will be wasting your time. All of that compounded work that you've done with your social media, your traditional media, your recognitions, it's not doing the selling for you on the back end after you show up, after you say goodbye. So you'll be wasting your time. You can continue to play a local game. You can continue to hope your expertise alone is enough, or you can commit to building an omnipresent brand that ensures that your brilliance is seen, felt, but also monetized globally. The choice is no longer about if you're good enough, if you can show up, et cetera, et cetera. It's about fighting through the fear and whether you're ready to stop leaving this money, this impact on the table. So my advice to you from here, actionable advice. Begin a signature series on social media. Get media trained, learn how to represent your company the best that you can. Seek opportunity to be recognized as the world's best. And seek traditional media outlets like eZWay so that you can play the global game. You don't want to leave your influence, your income, or your legacy to chance. So I'll leave you with this final thought. If you don't feel like you can represent your business, your lifetime of work.
Well, once again, we're live, and you always got to be ready for those technical difficulties. But Karen, let's pull you back up on the stage here, and that, I think that's internet. You know what that is? Is we have the evil, the dark side, because this is a godly stage, right? We're about spirit, we're about the present. Do you feel the evil, the dark side coming in and just like, just like stabbing at us and like, this isn't going to work. That's not going to work. But you know what? You shall not beat us.
That's right. It's what we were talking about, opposition in all things.
Yeah, but hey, I really love what Shyla was on point. She was really on point there. What she was talking about. She was giving you guys some game. I hope you were listening. I hope you were writing it down. What do you think, Karen?
Yeah, I mean, when she was talking about, that every sentence was so meaningful, about establishing yourself and being omnipresent and making sure, is it high trust or is it low trust? And social media is low trust. And that is so true. Where'd you read that on social media? Well, then it doesn't have a lot of value, but, you published a book. Well, then, it has high trust. I thought that was a very critical factor to encourage us to establish ourselves in publications as an authority. And then we have that credibility that we can use.
Well, let's get into our next guest after this commercial break, which we're excited about. So this is someone that I have been mentoring. He's been my my Padawan for quite some time, and I'm just very, very, very proud of him. But hey, we're gonna go commercial break, and you guys pay attention, because this is gonna give you guys some inside information on how we can interview you and take you to the stars, take you to the next level just by being a member. It's called Meet Our Members, and we'll be right back.
In the digital space where dreams ignite.
Are you a member of our eZWay networking community? Get interviewed so our members can get to know you. Welcome to Meet Our Members Interviews. This interview platform ensures you to get spotlighted to thousands of our members. It will raise awareness for your business and your clients, to entrepreneurs, influencers, coaches, and more. If you want to be interviewed on our Meet Our Members podcast, subscribe to meetourezwaymembers.com. Network with our 3,000 members and growing.
eZWay shows you how.
Well, we were going to go to Matt, but Charlotte's back, and I don't want to be rude and let her not finish. But we were, Charlotte, we actually are transitioning to Matt, so we're gonna let you definitely finish up your wonderful talk, because I would never do that to you, but the internet would. So let's all say bad internet and bring you back on stage. Let's just have you finish up. And I just got done saying your words were so insightful. Game recognizes game. You were given some really good advice, and I loved how you were really sticking to the topic of influence and income. So we'll go ahead and let you finish up. Thank you, Shada.
Yeah, monetizing your influence, it's not just simply about when people think influence. You know, we're thinking about Instagram, TikTok, and those are really great pillars, really great tools in our toolbox, but it's not the full package. Like somebody like Easy, right? He does the TV thing, but he's also on social media. And this is really important. You have to play the global game in 2025, or you'll be left behind. And here's the thing about playing the global game online. We have AI, we have tech influencers, right? But how you're going to stand out in a saturated market is by saturating the market. We can't sit there and say, oh, it's too saturated to make a difference. If it was too saturated to make a difference, I wouldn't have created a signature series that achieved 100 million views across social media. That is not the saturated market. That was me saturating the market. So if you're ready to play the global game, feel free to contact me. We'll do a free omnipresence session for you for free for anybody on this call here right now, only for the eZWay family. Okay? And I'll leave it to Matt. Thank you so, so much.
All right. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Shyla Day. Great information. All right, Karen, so I'll let you introduce Matt, and he's backstage waiting to give his insights on influence to you.
Yes, so Matt was born in Australia. You probably have heard his accent just previously on the media panel. And he has built a dynamic career in Hollywood, both as an actor and a producer. And he began in the 90s when he studied at the Actors Center in Australia. And he began training in kickboxing, went on to earn a diploma of modeling, and he has received intensive acting training at prestigious studios, including Aaron Spicer, Margie Haber, and Ivanka Chubuk acting studios. This high caliber training laid the foundation for his work in the entertainment industry. And so he has a lot of expertise in media and also AI. So we're grateful to have Matt be with us, and I will bring Matt up.
Hey, Karen, how you doing?
Hey, great, Matt. We're so glad that you're here. We're so grateful for your expertise with technology, helping us with all of the eZWay and onboarding issues. So when you join eZWay, Matt is the one that will help you learn how to use the app. And he teaches classes each week. So I'm going to let you take it away, Matt, and tell us about you.
Yeah, absolutely. I do the classes every week, Monday at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I'm going to attempt to share the screen, if that is okay with you guys. All right, and first of all, I'm going to go to talk a little bit about YouTube, which is something I was able to get monetized. I'm also helping eZWay TV worldwide as well. And as you can see here, you need to have around 500 subscribers, or 500 subscribers to become a partner, and then 1,000 to be able to put the ads on your YouTube videos. You need to have 3,000 watch hours or 3 million shorts views and 3 video uploads in the last 90 days. And so, yeah, that's what you need to do for YouTube. I was able to get my channel monetized. I was able to get my first paycheck. So it's been absolutely amazing. I'm very happy about that. And then also I wanted to let you know that I'm also the IMDb director for IMDb. And you can see now that I set up eZWay Network, and you can see all the shows that are on there. So we encourage you guys, if you want to get your show on IMDb and then be able to credit people, which helps you with your show, especially if you have a show where you're just starting out and you're not able to pay people, you can give them credits on your shows. And you can see all the shows we've set up on eZWay Network. We'll put your show on there as well. And then you will have extra creditability. And then the other thing I wanted to do was just go to tap interviews. And you can see there as well that you can see that I have that page all set up. This was a program that I was given the idea to start by Eric Zuley. So it's produced by Eric and myself. It's currently on the internet and eZWay TV, and it's been doing very well, getting a lot of views. Some of the videos have had thousands of views, and you can see I've included all the links and a subscribe page. This was another idea from my mentor, Eric Zuley, was to set up a subscribe page, and I do have over 500 subscribers now. The more you promote that, the more subscribers you will gain, and the more subscribers you will gain, you can send them emails about your shows coming up. You can send them emails to keep in touch, newsletters, to buy your products, and things like that. And also, you can contact me on my page, which is the contact page, and you can see that there. It has my name, my Google Voice number. You can do that, or you can just fill out the form. And then I have another show called The Artist Process, and I have a shoot coming up this Sunday for season 5, episode 3. And you can see that I did a scene with the late Retha Gray as well. That's available for purchase. And then I have my full playlist on there as well. And you can see that that has all the episodes. So that's set up so people can watch it. I encourage you to do this if you set up a show, is to put it on your own website. And once again, it leads back to YouTube, which you will get monetized. And then the more people that watch your videos, the more money you will make. And once again, I have received my first paycheck, and I have been making good money on YouTube and looking to grow in the future. I also did an interview with one of the eZWay Platinum members, Joe Petrosky, and then one of our very popular videos on there has almost reached 500,000 views. So that's a great milestone. And then some other things that I do as well. I'm also a real estate broker, and you can see that there. And you can see that people can fill out the forms to make appointments. And I've set a couple of forms up on there. So these are just ideas, for you. Like if you want to get into creating your own shows, like the ones I have, The Artist Process and Tap Interviews, you can set up your website, then you can set up your YouTube channel. You can get them on TV. Once you get them on YouTube, allow as many advertisement options as you can. They give you all, they lay those all out. You can put, like, for instance, you can put an ad at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end. And that's usually not too much. If people watch a video, you get paid more for that. And then when you put them on TV networks, you can put ads on there as well. And they can also help you out with that, with their different ways of monetizing their channel. And eZWay, if you want to find out more about eZWay Network, just go to eZWay.com, and you can see that I have my page set up, and I have over 1,000 and friends on there now, and I post all my posts on there on a regular basis. So I use that as much as I use Facebook. It's very user friendly. And you can set up groups, you can do all kinds of stuff, you can text people messages. Once again, going back to the training I do at 2 p.m. on Monday, that is how to use the eZWay Network platform. And I encourage you guys to go to eZWayNetwork.com and set up, your profile. And I'll just share this tab and just quickly show you how to do that. You just, how I've done mine. You just log in there. And I encourage this to all the people that are watching this online or on TV to get this set up and learn how to use it. You can see I've made some money on there as well. I've had 26.7K profile views. I have 5,746 points. And you can do things like, you can blog on there. And I'll just show you my blogging. And I'll just make sure that you guys can see that. Yes.
Yeah, we got it, Matt. We can see it. You got to get to the dash.
Yeah, okay, great. All right, so yeah, so that pretty much wraps up what I wanted to say today. I'm going to stop sharing now and come back to you guys. All right, I tried to stop sharing. Yes, okay, great. Okay, good. All right, so that's pretty much it. If you want to get in touch with me, just please go to my website. If you want us to help you with your IMDb, please do that. If you want help with eZWay Network, please get in touch with me. If you want help to get YouTube monetized, if you want help to set up a website, anything, if you want help with setting up your IMDb profile, we can help you with all that. We've learned as much as we possibly can, and we're always learning more. And we're learning to share this with you guys. Thanks a lot, Eric, and thanks a lot, Karen.
Thank you, Matt. We were pushing the same button at the same time. Thank you for all the training that you do for us, Matt, because it's exciting to have all of these features and then to know how to use them so that you can implement them. And that's incredible to have an IMDb, but all of us who are in media should do that. So thank you for all of your expertise. All right, our next guest is Scott Kendall. And I think that Eric may have something that he's, I don't know, Eric, are you ready for me to just keep talking, or do we want to bring him up and you can start the clapping?
Just trying to do the engineer thing, have some music in the background, keep the introduction going. Like I know, but see, what you guys don't realize is this is all planned, right? This is the suspense for each guest, each speaker. You don't just get the speaker, you got to get the suspense, the comedy, but building up the suspense. But I will say this next guest is a partner of ours. We ended up, remember I told you guys about the tools that we have and all these amazing ways that we can help you monetize and scale your business. This is one of our biggest and best tools for LinkedIn. I'm going to let Karen tell you.
All right. So Scott Kendall is the founder and CEO of My Most Trusted Network. And it's a groundbreaking referral networking platform that is revolutionizing digital trust and relationship building. With a background in entrepreneurship and behavioral science, Scott has empowered thousands of professionals to build authentic, meaningful connections that drive real business results. So he's going to teach us how to increase our network on LinkedIn. Scott, welcome to the stage.
Thank you, everybody. Great to see you. So Yeah, interesting little story I'll begin with. So a couple of years ago, I was actually lying in the bath, picture it if you will, and I came up with this idea and I thought, what if we could like just make LinkedIn better? And it's interesting because both you guys were saying, how to grow your LinkedIn network, etc. But actually, it's not about your LinkedIn network. It's about people you know and trust. And over the years, you guys might have noticed something, and that is, how do you get in front of the right people? Because the right people are not going to respond to a lot of your spam kind of messages. The best way to get in front of somebody is through a personal introduction. Now, you would be out of your mind if you did not want to get into Dr. eZWay's incredible network. I mean, this guy knows so many extraordinary people, right? So you're not going to meet these people by spamming them. But if Eric says, you need to meet Scott, the chance of you getting that meeting goes through the roof. And this is what we created. So we created the eZWay Network Chrome extension, which is a plugin to LinkedIn, but it works way beyond LinkedIn. And I want to make one thing clear. It's not actually LinkedIn. The eZWay network itself is itself its own platform. And the Chrome extension that we built plugs into eZWay. It's under the eZWay brand, not LinkedIn. So what's happening quietly is we're building our own micro version of LinkedIn. But the only way you could meet somebody is through a warm introduction. So there's no spamming, there's no automation tools. It's real connections and real warm introductions. And that is what is going ballistic. Now I'm going to share my screen quickly and I'm going to show you a little bit about it. But the key here is that through the eZWay extension, you can tap into Eric's network. And if you think that's not enough, which it should be, you can tap into other people's networks as well, my network, etc. And what is happening around the world is people are going in and they're building what we call 100-100 networks. If you build a 100-100 network, you don't have to look for business anywhere else. Because 100 people that you know and like and trust in your inner circle of people you know, they know 100 people that they know, like, and trust, and they've added it into the eZWay extension. That means you've now got access to 10,000 people and you're one handshake away. The doors that will open are second to none. And then we use AI to match them. I'm going to share my screen just very quickly. And it all starts with your ability to upload 30 people you know and trust from LinkedIn. Getting this going here. Yeah, hopefully you guys can see that. Hopefully you guys can see my screen. So this is
Yes.
easy work. If you go into the Google Chrome store, now this is the Chrome extension. If you just type eZWay, eZWay network pops up immediately. But what it ends up looking like, there's no forms to fill out. There's no registration process. You put it on your LinkedIn, you click a button, and basically you're logged in and ready to go. And what it does is it starts to tell you about the trusted network. So here's Eric's trusted network. This is not people that are just randomly associated with on LinkedIn. He's meticulously, one by one, started pulling people he knows and trusts out of LinkedIn. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add Eric as a trusted connection of mine. So we are first degree LinkedIn connections. I'm going to pull him out of LinkedIn and put him into the eZWay extension, but it's under my name. Now, every person under your name is data private. So in other words, nobody can spam my members. If you upload 30, 40, 50, 100 trusted connections, no one can spam them. No one can reach them. The only way they can reach those people is by asking you for an introduction. And that means you've got to learn to meet them and get to know, like, and trust them as well. So this is a chance for me to get a glimpse into Eric's network and other people's networks around the world. Now, interestingly, we have a lot of growth on this at the moment. We're getting between 150 and 200 brand new trusted connections every day. And if you have a look at our current stats at the moment, you'll currently see that we're currently sitting on about 66,500 in the entire network. Now, that network is real people added one by one by each particular user. So if you want to reach people and get meetings that are going to change your life, the best way to do that is through a warm introduction. And we've got some extraordinary people on here. This is my live community activity page right here. So a few minutes ago, so I know Susan, I don't know Judy, Dave McFarland, and you'll see these scores out of 10. What's happening is behind the scenes is the AI is going and it's matching people for me. So a 6 out of 10 match is not a bad match. I've programmed the AI to tell everybody who I want to meet. So there's a 7 out of 10. So I know Carl really well. He's a good friend of mine. I do not know Nora, but the AI says, hey, Scotty, 7 out of 10, probably worth looking at. You might want to reach Nora. I can get a little summary of her profile. I can click the request introduction, and I can ask my friend Carl to introduce me to Nora. He doesn't have to, but he will. Boom, there's a 10 out of 10. Guys, this is live data. I'm in Japan at the moment. So this is not long ago. So my connection, Lynn, she's based in Canada. She added a guy called Charlie. I've never met Charlie before. Don't know who he is, but I know Lynn. This is a 10 out of 10 match, right? So Charlie is the founder of a business mindful mastermind, and he also works with HubSpot as a HubSpot partner. I'm looking for people who run business communities and work with CRMs. This is a perfect match for me. I just found the perfect match. If I used a lead generation company, they're going to charge me minimum, if I'm lucky, $300 to get a meeting with Charlie. Usually these days it's $400 or $500 a meeting. If you and they piss off. Am I allowed to say that on eZWay TV? They irritate 99 people to get that one person because they're out there spamming and bots and automation. This comes from a warm introduction. I can just click that request and introduction. But it all starts with me adding a trusted connection. I'm going to show you how easy it is right now. All I do is I go onto Eric's profile with first degree connections, and I click this little button over here, add Eric as a trusted connection. I can tag him and make notes if I want to. I'm not going to do that now. I say, yes, I trust that person. And then there, it's done. He's in. Boom. So there's one. So if you start adding 30 people that you know and trust into the eZWay network, you're expanding your personal network. Now, a lot of people ask me, the first question you're probably thinking is, do these people you're adding, Scott, do they know you've added them to the eZWay network? And the answer is only if you tell them. You don't have to tell them you're adding them to your own. It's your own personal private Rolodex. So there's a little temporary message that comes up. You can edit it if you want to. You don't have to send it. I'm just going to push send to Eric. And what now is Eric and I are now trusted connections. And I can see into Eric's network and Eric can see into mine. We even have a leaderboard of the top users around the world. It's under bonus features. I'm not going to show you all the features of this now. I don't have time. But we have
not to stop you. I just wanted to show everybody that I got a notification the second that you clicked that button and told me about it.
Yeah.
That's powerful.
Yeah. So what you're doing is you're telling people about eZWay and that you've built your own private network. So if you haven't met someone for a while, you want to reconnect with somebody and you want to do this. Guys, for some obscure reason, we don't look after the people we know and trust in business. The real genuine people. You might have 10 of them. You might have 20, 40. Most people have between 50 and 100. Someone like Eric's got thousands. You know, I've got over 1,000 as well. But most people, these are the people that are going to help you succeed. What if you could tap into the 30, 40, 50 people they know and trust and in an authentic, genuine, non-salesy way? The meetings that I booked through this are beyond anything you can imagine, guys, because one meeting can change your life. I've now built my 100 network. I have over 10,000. In fact, I've got a reach of about 30,000 now. I book 8 to 10 meetings a day if I want to. I definitely don't always want to. But I did a blitz month where I booked between 10 and 12 meetings every single day. 100% of those meetings were introductions through the system. And it's all trusted connections. It's like a trusted version of LinkedIn, and it's all under the eZWay network brand. So if you want to start tapping into 66,477 people connected to the eZWay network and through other networks around the world that we tap into. If you want to tap into these people through trusted connections and introductions, growing at about 150 to 200 per day, anywhere in the world, this is it. And the beauty is that this is free. You can just start now. You can, even if you're not an eZWay member, you can download the eZWay extension. You can add your 30 trusted connections and start using it, and it's free. Obviously, when you become an eZWay member, it gets better. You can access the network, tap into Eric's network and some other incredible people. So you're going to grow your network, but you can still grow your network for free. That's how powerful this is, because we want you guys to succeed. This is about helping each other around us succeed. Eric, do you like to help other people around you succeed?
Always. I live to hear people's success stories.
That is why you and I got on so well when we first met. And Eric goes, we need to do this, Scotty. We got to do this. And it's that helping people around you be successful, not just yourself. That is everything. That is the essence of what we do. That is the heart and soul. If you are the kind of human being that wants people around you to be successful, to go out there and serve, to go out there and uplift others, then this is the tool, and eZWay Network is for you. And this Chrome extension is going to help you do that. So all we're asking you to do, guys, if you take one thing away from this with the eZWay extension, all I'm asking you guys to do is go download the eZWay extension, install it on Chrome or Edge, add 30 trusted connections out of LinkedIn that you genuinely know and trust. Just do that. Once you've done that, we will then start showing you how to tap into all the other people that have done 30, 30, 30 and tap into that 65,000 member connections. And we can, man, the introductions you can get are incredible. I don't know what else to say.
No,
just get in front of people through a warm introduction. It's beautiful.
Well, let me say this, Scott. I mean, first and foremost, thank you. What time is it there where you are?
It's now almost 9 a.m. So it's not too bad.
Okay, so it's not too bad for you. Okay, but and where are you speaking to us from?
Okinawa.
Okinawa, all the way. I mean, talk about influence to income internationally. I love.
Yeah, I've traveled. I've been to over 200 cities and towns since COVID ended, since 2021. I've been to over a dozen countries. I have traveled the world. That's what I do. And I do this because, and my key focus is just connecting the right people to the right people through warm introductions.
I mean, so let me tell you guys something. That when I met Scott and I first saw this software, when I first saw what this thing did, I mean, I'm a matchmaker. I'm a master connector. I'm a people person. And I was like, wait a minute. You're telling me that, for one, I can look cool, like I got my own software on LinkedIn, number one. Number two, I can press one button and tap into 66,000 people pretty much. Number three, it makes it easier on me, no pun intended, but it makes it easier for me to endorse other people and say, I trust this person. Yeah, I'm in. And so it's as simple as just looking up eZWay Network Chrome extension or eZWay Network. It actually comes up just by typing in eZWay Network. This is a powerful stage right now. These two people, that guy right there and this guy right here, are ready to help you guys network your way to success. And that's exactly what Scott just talked to you about. We're literally giving you a free, you forgot to mention, it's a complimentary free to use tool. There's upgrades and there's other options and stuff, but for free, guys, I want everybody that's watching right now to go get that Chrome extension. It is in the chats. Your profile is also in the eZWay Network, so you guys want to reach out to Scott. If I want everybody to get this thing.
Just on that free, it's thanks to you that it is free. Now, a lot of people go, oh, it's free, but yeah, I'm probably going to get so far and then it's going to tell me to upgrade or pay or something like that. Guys, like, it's actually, the free version is really good. We got tons of free free users, because we want people in countries that can't afford, or people in difficult circumstances, to be able to network their way to success. So we want those people to be successful. Now, of course, if you become an eZWay member, you become a premium user, you get more. But I just want to let you guys know that this is about you networking. I'm using your line, networking your way to success. Eric, you know some extraordinary people. Like, you can put people in front of incredible people. I can, and so can the other people in your network. Just imagine if we had a tool that allowed us to do that. And thank you for allowing eZWay to become part of the of this magnificent.
Well, thank you for welcoming me into my most trusted network team as well. Now, before I let you go, Scott, I want to show everybody my favorite tool, my favorite piece to this whole thing. Hopefully my computer will allow me to and doesn't start choking, because every single time I seem to share the screen, it starts to choke. Okay, so this is my LinkedIn, guys. Okay, and this is day 2 summit. Okay, this is the event, which I'm hoping that I can click on. And I don't know if it'll let me invite or not, but everybody wants to bring people into an event. Yeah, well, okay. So I'm on LinkedIn right now, and I set up an event. In this case, this is our live broadcast that you could watch, right? So I want to bring more people in here. Now, that was what I was afraid of. It won't let me because the event's already done. So hold on.
It's already gone. Yeah, it's got to be a future event.
Yeah, let me just get a future event going here real quick. And if you guys don't know how to make an event on LinkedIn, here you go, crash course. So you go to LinkedIn, you go to events, you click on create event. I'm just going to do this really quick for purposes test, and hopefully I can. What else do I need to put here? What else is it asking me for? Okay. Should let me create the event now. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Put a link in here. There we go. All right. So we created the event. Now I'm going to go to the event. It was just created. Oh, come on. Don't make me post it. All right, fine. You just made me post a nothing event on my profile. But okay, so here's the event, right? So now say this is your event and you want to get people to your event. Let's say you have 1,000 people or 2,000 people that you want to invite. Now, most social media does not let you do that by clicking one button, and it's actually a pain in the rear end to click each box one by one by one by one. You'll notice that there's the eZWay Chrome extension, okay, already built into my system. So I just simply download that Chrome extension and I have it on here. So because the computer's recognizing that Chrome extension, I'm going to click on invite and watch this. Tell them about it, Scott.
Yeah. So it says, I see you trying to invite your connections. Would you like me to scroll for you? So what it's doing now is you go off and you have a cup of organic herbal tea. And what it's doing, normally when you try to, you can invite 1,000. A lot of people don't know this. We might as well do this as a crash course now, like you say, Eric. When you create a LinkedIn event, you can invite 1,000 people from your LinkedIn profile to attend that event every week. And it changes on a Sunday night. So you can do 1,000 on Sunday and 1,000 on Monday. So you can invite 2,000 people to your event on LinkedIn, all legitimately. This is a LinkedIn feature that a lot of people don't know about. The problem is you've got to scroll down to do it, and your mouse wheel, and you've got to click all the boxes, and it's a pain, right? So you've got to scroll down, scroll down, scroll down.
No, really, hold on, Scott. Let me stop you really quick. So literally, I clicked one button, and all of these people were automatically selected, and I can send an invite now if I wanted to. Okay, go ahead, Scott.
That's what I wanted to say. You just demonstrated it perfectly. So all those little tick boxes and the scrolling down that you got to do manually, that can be a real pain. This little button box does it all for you. And if you go to other members of your network who also, because if you've got a good 100 network, so if Eric comes to me and says, listen, Scotty, can you just quickly promote my event for me for next week? I can go onto my network and I can invite 1,000 people from my network to his event. So he's invited 1,000. I've been invited 1,000. Eric knows 20 other people. That's 20,000 invitations to that event.
That is beyond. Especially
that's the extension.
Especially when people are trying to promote the events. And that's why I wanted to make sure on the Influence Income Summit stage, we showed you guys how that works. It's my favorite tool. And here's a little tip on how you make income. Okay, because we're giving you all the golden nuggets with hot sauce, sweet and sour, honey, barbecue sauce, ranch dressing. This is the ranch dressing of the golden nuggets, okay? That tool that we just showed you, you can make income just by having access to that tool. By telling other people, hey, I'll get more people, more butts and seats to your event because I have this amazing tool. And you do. If you have people that respond to you on LinkedIn and you have a good engaging fan base and you have more than 500 people are going to go to that event because it's automatically selecting them for you. And then you're clicking one button. And what happens is every person that is selected, they're getting notified on their LinkedIn account. Just like eZWay Interactive, we have the same exact feature. So I just wanted to make sure we showed them that, Scott. So I think it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's a good way to make money as well, especially if you've got if you're an influencer and you've built a strong network, then you can use it for that. But the most important thing, guys, is look after the people you know and trust. For some reason we don't do that. Get them into eZWay. Look after those people you know and trust because they're going to be your success in the future.
Yes. And I have done that where I've invited people and had to tick and scroll and tick and scroll. And then it was like, couldn't go any further. And so to have one button that you click and you can have, 1,000 people invited, I think that's really incredible. Ingenious innovation there, Scott. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody give Scott Kendall, the owner and partner of the eZWay Network Chrome extension, And let's give them a round of applause. And everybody put in the comments, put the emoji clapping sounds and say, yay, Scott. Yay, Scott.
Wow.
And you know what's funny, Karen, is I've had a bunch of people hit me up and say, hey, can I get that crowd clapping thing that you keep putting on? I want to use that. No, you can't. That's ours. That's eZWay.
That's eZWays. That's right. I don't know. I just kind of want to wake up to it in the morning.
And it's actually not a crowd. I don't even click a button. That's how many people are probably watching this thing right now, or maybe more.
Right.
You know? But man, this has been one spectacular summit. It's been a long day, but I want to give a great big shout out and appreciation to all the people that stayed with us. And as we said, guys, certain people that stayed with us, we're going to select some of you guys to come on stage. So we're going to actually put the link to getting on the stage in the comments. And I'm hoping that this is a smart move because it's going public, and you do have those streaming bombers as you call them. And so like once it goes in the public, it's in the public. But the link is now in the chat. It's in the public to all of you guys. Anybody that clicks on that link and joins in, that still stayed with us, that's still here with us today, at the end, we want you guys to come into the studio, and we want to get your opinion. This is called the Eye to Eye recap for the Influence to Income Summit, and we still got Maureen with us. She's hanging out. She's like, I don't know how to go on social media and watch this thing, so I'm just going to stay in the studio.
You're so cute, Maureen.
I'm sorry. I'm just learning how to use this stuff, and I really, really would like to learn how to get that Chrome extension and put it on my LinkedIn because, I've been on there since it started, and the things we could do together with some of the people I know would just be like, so
exponential.
awesome.
And actually, Maureen, since you're here with us, I want everybody to hear. I mean, we can take a commercial, obviously, for that Chrome extension. Aren't you excited to put it out on all the TV networks we have? And actually, one thing we never got a chance to talk about while we're waiting for people to come into the studio to do this recap is we never talked about the eZWay network fast channel, the eZWay fast channel network, and how you're helping us build. I mean, first and foremost, explain to everybody what a fast channel is and how powerful this is really going to be for everybody's content in the eZWay family.
A fast channel is it's a hybrid. It includes it could include television ads, digital ads, and then your VAST tags. VAST tags are an easy way to start because all you need to do is pump your numbers, bring your viewers to where your monetizing, flag is, or it's like a prepaid ad. You just have to bring them the numbers, and kind of like Google, but it's totally, like transparent. Like you can watch your graph by the hour, like, oh, good. We put eZWay on Limax Broadcasting, and they had a blanket ad. They gave me a blanket ad, which allowed me to look at all the numbers on the channel. So I'm like, because they had ads, they have apps that, have a couple million downloads, and that's good. That's darn good for a mobile app, to have that, because you could really utilize those numbers. Well, the first couple days, it was like 20,000 people, 20 to 30,000. I said, oh, that's pretty good, but it's not that magic number. We need, once you get to 100,000, the VAST tags start popping off and start, you get a bottom floor price like $7, per 1,000, but you can go up to $45, dollars if you're, the more people you have. So we looked at the graph and it was 20,000. Then the next day it went to 30,000. I'm like, wow, this is really doing good. And then it went to like 40, then it went to 67, and then it was like in 1 week it went to 465,000, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's just incredible. And
So let me say this, Maureen. It pays to do it the easy way. The
oh
numbers just like a volcano, they just erupt, right? I,
yeah,
thank you for sharing that. And I also, Boss Curtis, I'm so glad you were able to make it on, man. I know how busy you are. And Maureen, I've been wanting you to meet Boss Curtis actually, so I'm glad we could do it here on the big influence to
hi boss.
income stage. So, Boss, do me a favor and go ahead.
How you doing? Yeah.
I'm doing good, brother. I want you to introduce yourself. I'm gonna give you a little. The stage is yours. I want to introduce yourself and tell everybody who you are, how we know each other, and what we're getting ready to do in the future, the easy way.
Yeah, I'm Curtis Ellison. I've been doing distribution for the platforms on streaming for like 8 years through Tubi, Pluto, Amazon. Even before people knew what Tubi was, I was already streaming on those platforms with my own distribution deal. I'm a filmmaker also. I do a lot of different stuff. I'm up in Seattle right now. I just got internet service again. Yeah, I take my granddaughter, drop her off to camp. And I'm just getting back where I'm getting service. So I chimed in late, but I had to chime in. Me and Eric been friends for a while. Got a lot of bright things going on. My business partners opened up his own fast channel. We just doing a lot of things to bring value to filmmakers that need it.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, and we are doing some
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. It's just a little background noise there, but no, we heard everything that you said, brother. And so and we have Wendy Weber, who's been with us the whole time. Wendy, let's bring you the songbird lady on. Go ahead and unmute yourself there, Wendy. And we're gonna do the eye to eye recap. So you've been here the entire time, Wendy. I'm sure that you and your buddy, your little parrot buddy, have been enjoying the show, right? So we're gonna go ahead and give you the stage, Wendy, and tell us what you think about day 2 of the Influence to Income virtual summit.
I should write a song about it. I'm not. The information, I did have to take a couple of breaks, but the information was amazing, and I did introduce most people. I sent it to my Facebook group. The generosity of all of you really touches me. That you want to raise, one of the things I like to do with the music and energy healing is raise the vibration of the world, so there's more happiness, there's less violence. And all of you have that in you. The energy that comes through the computer, because I can feel it, is so awesome. It is amazing. And I want to thank you all for that.
Very well said. Thank you so much for that share, Wendy. It was very, very well, very amazing share, and I think you hit the nail right on the head on what it is. And Curtis, have you been watching the show, or did you just pop on?
No, I just popped on because I was I'm up in Washington. I was in a no service area dropping my granddaughter off. So when I got back and I was able to get service, I was able to get on. So no, I'm just tapping in right now.
Okay, well, I'm glad we were able to get you on the stage a little bit. We'll get you tomorrow too. We're doing this whole thing again tomorrow with some other amazing superstars, more panels. You want to tell all your friends, and I got to tell all you guys, you got to tell your friends and bring some people in, because I did promise yesterday, whoever shared the most, whoever went off, they'd end up being on stage. They'd end up getting airtime. Hence why you see Wendy Weber on the stage. We're also going to be contacting you guys afterwards, because we're looking at it like this. We're like, hey, you guys are part of the eZWay family. You're pressing the share button. You're supporting what we're doing. And we want to support what you're doing. We want to spotlight you. We want to showcase you. We want to appreciate you. And that's what the Influence to Income Summit is really all about. I mean, you want to talk about influence. That's true influence, is when a community comes together and supports one another and clicks the share button. And when somebody can get somebody else to do that. So ask yourself, can you get somebody else to press that share button? That's true influence. And Maureen, I'm going to go ahead and ask you the same question, and then Karen, I'll let you finish it off on what you think the recap should be, in your opinion, of today's summit. Maureen, what did you think about today's summit? What was your takeaway? What would your opinion be on day 2 of the Influence to Income Summit?
I was really blown away by actually, the numbers that people are getting, and and then as we were all speaking on, the actual models and the way to make those numbers, make money, and just be able to bring all that together, to converge. And that's what's going to make it happen, because it's teamwork, and we're all, seem to be, you know, um, so, in our heart, wanting to help each other. And that's what it's going to take, because no, you just can't wear every hat,
An incredible 3-day journey.
And we're also give backers. So I think, God is looking over us. But, if we have a model, one person has the distribution or the content or the advertisers, someone has the numbers, someone has the personality to, keep the people happy. If we could just bring all that together, we would just be a powerhouse. That's all. Oh, and please drop into iVod on Roku, and check out on LimeX Broadcasting on TV Stream app, eZWay channel, because we're trying to bring some numbers in to blow away these advertisers, to show them what we could really do. So stop in, say hello, click on some channels. eZWay, be on there.
Right. So
and Mark too, on the Mark and his channel.
On the Mark TV and iVod, IVOD. So yes, thank
just
you.
type it in there. It's real easy to remember, and then you'll see it'll be big screen. It says iVod, the easy way.
We like easy. So thank you, Maureen. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for your wonderful panel. Thank you for all you are doing to help us be able to be more visible with Eric. And I just want to let you know how much we appreciate you with your time, because I know you're a very busy woman, and to make the sacrifice to be with us means so much.
I love it. I love being here. I'm honored, very honored.
Thank you so much. So I didn't know, Eric, did you want to allow Curtis to have some time right now to speak? Because we didn't get to hear from Curtis earlier, so I wasn't sure if you wanted to give him a few minutes now.
Sorry, I was my computer was choking again. If I'm not in, you just got to keep going, Karen, because my computer doesn't like. Yeah, sure. I'd love to have Curtis talk a little bit about the importance of where the transition's going in his opinion. We did this panel earlier. Yeah, can you hear us? Yeah, I figured this internet signal might have been not the best. Can you hear us, Curtis?
Yep. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead and tell. Yeah, Curtis, tell your story a little bit, and teach people the best way of going about getting distribution on a very major platform like Tubi. And I heard you say that you started in the beginning when Tubi wasn't bought by Fox, like the beginning when Tubi first started. You should share more on that.
Yeah, and I was one of the first ones when they was Tubi out of the Bay Area. They started with a $4 million investment. They sold it to Fox for $440 million 5 years later. And like everybody was saying, strength is in numbers. If you can get the numbers, you can definitely get the strength to make money. I had a nephew that had a series out on Tubi. He did 40 million streams in 1 month.
When he first came out with his show, it was a series called Let Me Be. He did 10 million streams in 3 days. So the numbers are real. You just got to promote. You got to get it out there. And a lot of people think once they get on the platform, go automatically have organically. That's not true. You got to promote. You got to put share, like, send it to your friends. There's a lot of Tubi rooms on Facebook. There's over 700,000 people in some of those rooms. You just got to get somebody to put in the work or do it yourself. So we do a lot of organic, just advertising in those Tubi rooms because a lot of people are in those rooms and they'll share your films. They'll critique it. They'll view it. They'll give it a review. You just got to go in there. I belong to over 150 rooms on Facebook, and they're Tubi this, Tubi's the best movies, Tubi. And they're starting to do it. I see now with Netflix and Amazon. But you
Yeah, and your signal is kind of
gotta
dropping
go
a
in
little
those
bit,
rooms.
Curtis.
I just find I just find like
the signal's
can y'all
dropping a
hear
little
me?
bit. So I'm just trying to keep it moving. Thank you for that share. And Curtis, you're a filmmaker. Okay, and I want you to talk to all the filmmakers. And guys, we're getting ready to do a group on the eZWay Interactive app with people like Curtis, with these giant superstars that you're seeing on stage, to give you guys the opportunity to get your films going, to find people that can mentor and shadow you. You could shadow them. Talk a little bit, like tell them like 3 of the biggest films you've done, Curtis, and let them know that you're going to be in that group. And
3 of my
here to help.
biggest films is for me. Yeah, you can go check out Familiar Like Got You and Born to Hustle. I had quite a few known stars in Born to Hustle. Katie Arbor from Friday, Quinn Aaron from Blindside, Omar Gooding from Baby Boy, to Miguel Nunez, Glenn Plummer. Had a nice cast. Definitely filmmakers, I would suggest you don't spend over $50,000 making an independent movie these days. Because if you do, now you're chasing the money. But you can make the $50,000 back in the first couple weeks if you really promote it. So keep your budget low and save some money for advertising. A lot of filmmakers make mistakes by blowing all the money on the film. What are you going to do to advertise? You can have one of the greatest films out there, but if nobody knows it exists, you're just going to get lost because Tubi has so many major blockbuster movies now, you just get lost in the shuffle. So you got to keep some advertising money if you're an independent filmmaker. Don't blow all the money on cars, pools, locations. Go to your friends and see who mom or dad got a variety shop or a store or a liquor store, wherever you may want to shoot, and partner with them to put their name in the movie and get free location.
Now watch this, guys. Thank you for sharing that, Curtis. And guys, make sure you go look up Born to Hustle. That's an awesome movie. A lot of my friends are in it. Pretty much everybody you mentioned are friends of mine. But watch the magic. Watch the magic as it happens on the eZWay network, the influence the income stage. So Curtis, Maureen is one of our partners in television. This is the lady I was telling you about that I wanted you to meet. And you have like probably 9 titles, 9 different films, and you have access to hundreds of them. Maureen, tell Curtis how much money we can make when we take his films and we put it on iVod, eZWay. We put it on eZWay Network. We put it on the 47 different channels that you have, the 27, 30 something channels we have. Explain to him to everybody that's watching how we can take that content and how much money that we can make per 1,000 views.
Well, yeah, we because we have a large distribution foot, where it took us a while. It took us 10 years to get to work with these advertisers, and so we have a bottom dollar price of $7 per 1,000. So there's an attrition. So if you do the math, you say maybe 70 to 80% will go through. And so if you do the numbers, I mean, all day long, the graph goes by the hour, so the VAS tag, We do wrappers, but we mostly do like VAS tags that just ping off, the domain or wherever you're at. And
Right.
the calculations, it's so much better than what you can get through brokers, because they take a fee here, everybody takes a fee there, you have to wait 90 days. These show up, and if you're at $500, you can pull your money out if you want to, because it's right there. It's paid for inventory, so it's already bought, it's in the ad server, and it's ready to go. You get all the text lines, you throw them up on your domain, and
So
you
let me
can a lot of money.
let me ask you this: of the $7, what is the split? Or do the filmmaker get the whole 7 after every 1,000 views?
Well, you with the only split would be what we would decide, as a team, what the split would be, because the $7 is a straight. It's after they take out their cut, so it's paid for inventory. It's not going through any broker. It's there. It's already there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we definitely would like to talk to you and see what the split is, because I have tons of films, and I control where they go.
Yeah, and I like control. I like transparency. I like seeing, what's happening, and to be able to, get your cash when you want it.
Right.
It's there. It's already bought. So it's like paid ads, just that you do have to make the numbers.
Right, the numbers. I definitely understand the numbers. I understand that game for sure.
So guys, you literally watched real time how it works. You literally watched the negotiation between two giants, content and distribution. They started getting into, and we can't give you all the meat and potatoes of we can't give you everything now, but maybe if you come back tomorrow on Sunday, we'll continue this. But yeah, Curtis, when we get off, I'll get us all on the phone. We'll make some stuff happen. So in closing, do you want to let them know your Instagram or your eZWay profile so they can follow you?
Yep, I'm Boss Curtis or Prince Curtis at hotmail.com, and that's oneshotfilms.tv.
Yes, sir. And we're getting ready to do some real great stuff. Thank you so much, Curtis, for joining us. And I want you to drive safe out there. I appreciate that. And Maureen, I know I'm not going to have you promote, because I know you're behind the scenes. You don't want anybody, hitting you publicly. But if you want to get a hold of Maureen, you can get a hold of me or eZWay Network. She'll have a profile on the eZWay Network. You can reach out. Very exclusive app for you to reach people like this. Maureen, thank you so much for joining us and your opinion. And we got to close it out now. You guys have been amazing. Karen, I'm going to let you close it out with your opinion, with your recap. And guys, do not forget to come back and join us tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Same eZWay time, same eZWay channel here on the Influence to Income. No, the Income to Influence Summit is what I told Laura Langmeyer and Dante. That's the next summit. That's the next summit coming up. The Influence to Income Summit. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Well, today was just a fantastic day. Thank you to everyone who came and in the audience. Thank you to everyone who spoke. And thank you to all the eZWay family and all who supported. So just to give you a little heads up for tomorrow, because there's even more amazingness tomorrow. So we will be announcing the winners of the pitch contest tomorrow, and they will be speaking to us. So what an amazing opportunity to get to speak on this event, because of the generosity of Dr. Eric Zuley. We will start with Joseph Lombardi, who is with Ironhawk. He was on our wealth panel today. We're going to get to hear him speak on a solo spot tomorrow. We also have Kate Linder from Young and the Restless, and we have Vandy Choso, who is the Chief Financial Officer for River Rock Films. The panel of the the winners will speak, and one of the winners will be a grand prize winner who will also have a solo spot to speak tomorrow. We'll have Omar Periu, who is a 32 times best-selling author. He is a famous rags to riches story, coming to the United States as a youth and becoming one of the co-founders of LA Fitness, and now helping other entrepreneurs by mentoring them. We'll have George Grant, who is with the Honorary Doctorate Awards. We'll have John Carr, who is the founder of Charitable Giving and also has worked in the personal development world. Sir David T. Fagan is with, he's a publicist, publisher, and producer. He is the founder of Top Talent Agency and former CEO of Guerrilla Marketing. And we'll have Deb Drummond back with some ladies from her women's network, the women's channel that she has, and 262. She will be joined by Kathy Holt, Liz Gohl-Lerner, Joanne Gremlich, and Carol, can't remember Carol's last name, Ratisi, I think. And then we will have a platinum panel from platinum members of the eZWay network. We will have George Malahote, also known as Tyrone G., Jeremy McNally, Aidan McNally, Robert Graham, Sujata Tiwari, Jose Angel Meneza, Medj Jespin, Bonnie Barber, and Stephanie Keys. And then we will hear from DJ Shirley, and we will have Dr. James Zuli, and we will have another guest that is going to be joining us, and his name is, we just added him to Steve Jameson. He is going to be joining us as well. He's a new partner that we have with eZWay Network. So yes, we have so many amazing speakers that will be with us tomorrow. More incredible goodness, incredible entrepreneur opportunities, and chances to network, chances to learn from all of the best of the best. So thank you for being with us. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Next event. Visit www.influencetoincomesummit.com. Get seen on TV, in magazines, and pushed on press releases to the masses. Email eZWaypromotions@gmail.com to learn more. Call 1-877-399-2929. Influence to Income Summit, powered by eZWay Network.
Better vision for children, a brighter future. Welcome to our journey today, where we explore an inspiring organization known as Better Vision for Children, a charity dedicated to improving the lives of underprivileged children across the globe. Better Vision isn't just about eyesight. It's about creating opportunities for growth, education, and a brighter future. Every child deserves the chance to see clearly, both literally and metaphorically. Established with a mission to provide essential eye care and support, Better Vision for Children addresses the pressing need for comprehensive health and educational services. From eye exams to corrective lenses, they ensure that children can focus on their futures without the barriers of poor vision. But the mission doesn't end with vision care. By empowering children with skills, knowledge, and opportunities, Better Vision for Children lays the foundation for lifelong growth. With access to education and resources, they are nurturing the leaders of tomorrow. This noble cause has attracted the attention of many influential stars, from musicians to actors. Celebrities like Stevie Wonder and Bill Duke have lent their voices and platforms to raise awareness and funds. Stevie Wonder has stated, "Every child should have the opportunity to dream big." By endorsing Better Vision for Children, he helps transform those dreams into reality. And Bill Duke has been vocal about the importance of vision in a child's life, emphasizing, seeing the world with clarity opens up possibilities. With his support, Better Vision has expanded its outreach, touching the lives of countless children. Better Vision for Children is not just about eyesight. It's about equipping children with the tools they need to thrive. Education is a powerful form of vision. It illuminates the path to new opportunities and empowers children to break the cycle of poverty. The charity organizes community workshops and mentoring programs, fostering growth and encouraging children to aspire for more. Every moment invested in a child today is a step toward a brighter future for all of us tomorrow. Now, under the tutelage of James Zuley, the organization is better than ever. Driven by his faith and love for children, James is dedicated to the pursuit of happiness for children. In conclusion, Better Vision for Children is a beacon of hope. By supporting their mission, we can help these young dreamers see clearly and build a successful future for themselves. Because when we invest in children, we are investing in the vision of a better world. Join us in making a difference. Visit bettervisionforchildren.org today and help us see a future filled with endless possibilities.
What an incredible 3-day journey at the first ever Influence to Income Summit by eZWay Network. Day 2 dove deeper into monetization, branding, and media mastery. Attendees gained insider secrets from multimillionaire mentors and high-level executives. Truly a game changer for anyone ready to scale their purpose into profit. Thank you to our amazing speakers, sponsors, and viewers. This is just the beginning. The future is bright. The future is eZWay. Sponsored by eZWay Promotions. Better Vision for Children. Wealth XO. Download the eZWay interactive app free.
You're watching eZWay TV, powered by eZWayNetwork.com.